I call it my amendment number 1384 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report the amendment.
The senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, proposes an amendment number 1384 to amendment number 1381.
Today we are gathered once again to kick the can down the road. We are gathered to continue spending money, not individually in appropriation bills, not with any real accountability for the money that's being spent, but just to keep spending. But at the rate we are spending the money, we have accumulated a $34 trillion debt. We're accumulating debt at about $1 trillion every 3 months. Let's leave it here for just a second. The spending, if you look at how we spend the money, about 2/3 of the money is spent on mandatory programs, and there are no votes on mandatory programs. They're on autopilot, growing at about 5 to 6% a year, but they consume 2/3 of the spending. So when we come before you and they say, we're going to vote on a budget, we're going to vote on spending, we're actually voting on only about 28% of the budget. That's called the discretionary spending. About half of that's military and half of it's non-military. Amongst that, to have this great agreement they came to in the military, they decided we're going to increase the military by 3%. So this big chunk over here, mandatory, we're not going to vote on it. It's going up about 5 or 6%. And then we're going to vote on discretionary, but half of that's going up at 3%. So really, we're looking at about 14% of the budget and saying, oh, we're going to try to do something. You can eliminate the 14% of the budget and it doesn't do anything to the debt. In fact, the debt equals the entire discretionary spending. So when we vote on whether it's 1.5 or 1.6 or 1.7 trillion dollars, it's all borrowed. The taxes that you pay essentially pay only for the entitlement programs. Everything else is borrowed. Why does that make a big deal? Why does it make a big difference to the average American? Because that's why your grocery prices go up. That's why your gas goes up. It's why people can't afford houses and why interest rates are high. Why? Because the Federal Reserve buys your debt, prints money, and your dollars become worth less and less. That's what inflation is. We're just days into the new year, and the Treasury Department announced that the debt has surpassed $34 trillion. The situation's only getting worse. We're spending money and borrowing at about $1 trillion every 90 days. So it used to be, I can remember before, back in the 80s when we were in the hundreds of billions of dollars. Now we're adding $1 trillion in 90 days. If that pace continues, that would amount to a mind-boggling $4 trillion added to the debt every single year. We're spending ourselves into oblivion. Since last fall, the U.S. is borrowing over $5 billion every day, over $220 million an hour, nearly $4 million every minute, and over $62,000 a second. This is literally out of control. We are destroying the dollar. We are creating inflation, borrowing $62,000 a second. Your family's share of the cost of that borrowing amounts to about $15,000 a year. Our nation's greatest threat comes not from abroad, but from the halls of Congress, which at every opportunity looks for ways to ignore our spending problem and expedite our economic decline. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office predicts that we'll add an average of $2 trillion a year in debt every year for the next decade. That's another $20 trillion in debt. You see the debt climbing, 33, 34. We're going to be up in the 50s in 10 years. Within a decade, we're going to go from 34 trillion to 50 some odd trillion. It is literally out of control. And the real world consequences are home prices are doubling, interest rates are rising, grocery prices are rising, gas prices are rising. It's not a mystery. Prices don't rise, the value of the dollar declines. The value of the dollar declines because the Federal Reserve prints up the money to buy the debt. This isn't rocket science. But you often watch the evening news and they'll go, oh my goodness, the mystery of inflation, or it's going to be transitory. Nobody's addressing the root cause. The root cause is Congress. Congress creates the inflation by running massive deficits. This reckless level of borrowing and spending is unsustainable. The ever-increasing heights of our debt mean a weak economy, high inflation, and confiscatory tax rates. In other words, today's spending threatens tomorrow's prosperity. It should come as no surprise that our financial institutions are beginning to sound the alarm. J.P. Morgan described our $34 trillion in debt as a boiling frog phenomenon for the economy and expects a debt-related recession in the next year or two. Moody's recently slashed its rating outlook on the U.S. sovereign debt. There will come a time when other countries refuse to buy our debt. There will come a time when the Federal Reserve buys all of the debt and the destruction of the currency will become pervasive. It seems that the whole world can see this coming. The warning signs, everyone can see it except for those members of Congress who are so deluded by always giving everybody everything they want, free money for all. It's only a matter of time before the world wakes up and refuses to buy our debt. We are approaching the most predictable economic crisis the United States has ever faced. And that's why I'm back on the floor today drawing attention to our out-of-control spending. Americans are starved for a voice of fiscal sanity. Americans understand better than our nation's elites that time is running out. Americans will pay dearly for Congress's inability to say no to every cause, every line item, and every pinstriped lobbyist. We will pay more to Uncle Sam in the form of taxes. We will pay more for our groceries. We will pay more for our homes. We will suffer higher interest rates. And we will find a generation of kids who won't be able to leave their parents' home because businesses can't afford to hire them. But it doesn't have to be this way. America can once again be a rising nation. We can take that first step to a brighter future today. I filed an amendment to this bill that would make across-the-board spending reductions, not just right-wing spending reductions or left-wing spending reductions, everything. You know, if we were to spend money at about 95% of what we spent last year, we could balance the budget within 5 years. It would still take 5 years. You tell people at home that that's what we ought to do. Just spend 95% of what we spent before, even if it's for good causes. We just can't do it forever. And most people would have say, well, yeah, that sounds reasonable. We're not going to eliminate government. We're just going to spend 95% of what we spent last year. My amendment would cut spending. My amendment would make this and put us on the right course towards balancing our budget. Some critics will say, but where can we cut? Where could we possibly cut spending? Well, every year, we celebrate Festivus in our office. We have an airing of grievances, and we talk about waste. Last year, right before Christmas, we presented $900 billion worth of waste, and I'll give you a couple of the highlights. This is from USAID. This is State Department spending, foreign aid spending. We sent $6 million to boost tourism in Egypt. Anybody think we don't have enough problems here at home that we should spend $6 million in Egypt promoting their tourism? And I'm sure a lot of people think this one's really worthwhile. The Defense Department spent $8,000 acquiring a lobster tank. I guess some general needed a lobster tank for his office. I have no idea why they would be spending $8,000 on a lobster tank. Now, during COVID, we passed out money like there was no tomorrow. They couldn't print it fast enough for the government to send it out during COVID. $200 billion was found to have been sent to the wrong people or to have been illegally gained through the COVID money. One of our favorites was a guy showing up or printing out his ID, and the ID was actually a Barbie doll face. He took a picture of a toy, put it on an ID, digitalized it, and sent it in for his money, and he got some. Do we have any more of the waste? All right. One of the other ones that really, I think, gets my gall, gets me up, is we spent we gave money to 1,000 dead people. We gave $1 billion to 1,000 dead people. When I came to the floor to complain about it, there was opposition, and we wanted to unanimously pass a bill allowing the COVID money givers to look at the Social Security death notices to cross-match with Social Security death notices to make sure we didn't send checks to dead people. There was an objection. Senator hurried to the floor, and his objection was that it would violate the privacy of the dead people. I kind of think the dead people's privacy is pretty much over at that point. I also think it's a terrible government policy and makes government look ludicrous at all levels to send 1,000 dead people $1 billion. I tried to get it fixed in legislation. There was opposition. Nancy Pelosi pulled it out of a bill that passed that I had it in. They finally did pass something, and they said, well, we can't go backwards. We can't get the money back from the dead people, but we'll try to do better in the future not giving money to dead people. And what did we discover? In the last year, there was still 38 million, not quite $1 billion, but there were still 38 million handed out to dead people. Throughout all of this COVID waste, both parties got going. They were giving money to everybody. Every restaurant, every arena, every movie theater was getting money. The money would run out so fast that sometimes they'd put up like $45 billion. In 2 days, the money would be gone. Oh, no, it's gone. We want to extend it. We need to give them another $45 billion. Guess what? If you give people free money, they will take it. Even people who say they're conservative and say government's having problems, free money will be accepted. But it's not free. The free money that was given out, the supposedly free money, caused the inflation. It's still causing the inflation. Nothing in life is really free. The Fed bought it, and the Fed created money to do it, and that's where your inflation comes from. And it's not over because we bought so much stuff. We gave away trillions of dollars. Throughout my time in the Senate, I've tried time and again to offer budget plans that would stem the tide, that would balance our budget. This amendment won't get a vote today, but we will have a vote on whether to continue things, whether or not to kick the can down the road and just keep spending money. But realize for those who vote to keep spending money at this level, they are voting for about a $1.5 to $1.6 trillion debt, which may well be approaching $2 trillion as this goes on. It's unsustainable, and those who vote to continue government spending at this level are responsible for the consequences, responsible for the inflation, responsible for the high home prices, and responsible for the high interest rates. I will today offer an amendment to have more scrutiny on foreign aid. Earlier in this week, there was a vote to have scrutiny on the aid given to one of our allies. And I voted for that because I believe friend or foe, whoever's getting American money, there always should be conditions. There always should be catches. We should always ask, what are you doing with our money? We should ask that it's being used honestly. I've harangued for, over 2 years now that the money sent to Ukraine ought to have an inspector general looking just at that money. In Afghanistan, we had a special inspector general, and I've tried several times on the floor, and we haven't been able to get a special inspector general for Ukraine, one of the most corrupt countries in the world. It's often said, though, that American foreign aid is to project American power and values. Unfortunately, year after year, decade after decade, the only thing consistent about American foreign aid is that the money continues to flow regardless of the behavior of the recipients. In 2023 alone, the United States government took over $43 billion of Americans' tax money and gave it away, sent it as welfare to other nations. Did the government send that money to our friends? Sometimes, but sometimes your tax dollars go to countries better described as frenemies. And often, U.S. foreign aid actually goes to countries best described as authoritarian dictatorships. The idea that we're actually looking to see if our values are being embedded or allowed or exemplified or made to show up in the countries that receive this just doesn't exist. In 2022, the U.S. sent $1.5 billion to Egypt. But Egypt is a tyrannical nightmare. The State Department acknowledges that President al-Sisi, and I use the words president loosely because he took over in a military coup, that he effectively has turned the country into a prison where security forces routinely engage in extrajudicial killings, torture, as well as harsh crackdowns on anyone who wishes to practice the right to freedom of speech. This is a regime that detains journalists for the crime of reporting, has tortured 14-year-olds for the crime of participating in public demonstration. Is this what America stands for? Are these the American values that we're pushing out on the world by sending over $1 billion to Egypt? Over the last 30 years, I think we've sent close to $60 billion to Egypt. Just a coincidence, maybe, but the Mubarak family that ran Egypt for more than 15 years ended up being worth personally somewhere between $15 and $20 billion. That's called the big skim. Your tax dollars are sent to foreign countries, they're sent to dictatorships, and guess what? The tin pot dictator takes their skim off the top. It always happens. I could give you 1,000 examples, and we never change. And people freak out and say, oh, you're going to put conditions on foreign aid? They would have to behave or have elections or not persecute their people or not, hoist up a 14-year-old by his arms and electrocute him. That's the kind of stuff that's happening in Egypt, and yet our money goes on and on. If I propose that there are conditions, oh, we can't have conditions. America just must be generous. We don't care what they do with the money, and if we don't do it, somebody else will. The Russians will, or the Chinese will. We have to give away our money, or somebody else will give them money. Our values be damned. We don't care. We look the other way, and the majority here, not me, but the majority here votes to continue foreign aid everywhere, all the time, without conditions. Today, I offer an amendment that will be conditions. Today's amendment will be conditions on aid to the Palestinians. You would think with the massacre and everything else, why would we be giving any money to the Palestinians? But it'll be interesting because I think probably the vast majority here will vote today to continue to give money to the Palestinians. But really, shouldn't they have to do something to earn the money? Shouldn't they have to at least say we believe Israel has a right to exist, or that the massacre on October 7th was a bad thing? If they can't say that, should they get any of our money? We need to know what America stands for. Why should we reward governments that have terrible human rights records? If foreign aid is to project American values, then we should write those values into the law. Let's say you only get the foreign aid if you actually are exemplifying American values. We have made such attempts in the past. For example, we have laws on the books named after Senator Patrick Leahy that prohibit U.S. assistance to countries where there is credible information that gross violations of human rights have been committed. But if our government strictly adhered to the Leahy Law, it would insist that recipients abandon their despotic ways before they can receive American money. If our government actually enforced the Leahy Law, which is well-intended and I support, foreign aid to Egypt would have ended years ago. There's always a loophole. There's always a presidential waiver, and they always use it. And the only thing for certain that never changes is your money will be sent to these foreign countries. There will be no accountability. The deficit will rise, but by golly, the money gets shoveled out the door every year. And there doesn't seem to be a concern for what it's doing to Americans, what it's doing to our dollar and to our economy. Unfortunately, the government always has a way around the rules. They're incredibly effective at circumventing the Leahy Law. And so your money still flows around the globe, regardless of the behavior of the recipients. It may surprise many Americans to learn that we have provided hundreds of millions of dollars to the Palestinian Authority over the year. In 2023 alone, we spent over $280 million in the West Bank and Gaza. Since 1993, the United States has provided more than $7.6 billion in assistance to Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. I say not one penny more of foreign aid to countries unwilling to renounce violence. All American aid should be conditioned on recipients' practice of protecting basic human rights. I voted this way recently for one of our best allies, Israel. Their aid should be conditioned as well, not because I dislike Israel, but because all foreign aid should be conditioned on how it's spent. It's our money. It should be conditioned on human rights. It should not be too much to ask that the recipients of American aid renounce terrorism and cease trying to destroy Israel. Is that too much to ask? Are you willing to keep giving money to the Palestinian Authority that will not and has not renounced and condemned the massacres of October 7th? After these attacks, this principle is even more relevant. The atrocities committed just over 100 days ago resulted in the killing of over 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, 250 people taken hostage, at least 33 Americans were killed, and at least 6 remain unaccounted for and are presumed taken captive by Hamas. That kind of barbarism cannot and should not be rewarded with American dollars. How can we continue to allow the flow of money to groups that call for the destruction of Israel? How can we continue to allow taxpayer dollars to go to the very entities that lob rockets towards civilians in Israel? How can we reward the slaughter of innocent people? The old ways of doing business have not brought peace to the region. We have not bought peace. We don't buy off and somehow create peace, and there's all of a sudden peace because of the $7.6 billion we've given to the Palestinians. And they won't recognize Israel. They won't condemn the violence. They won't even condemn the massacre where 1,200 people were killed October 7th. The time has come for the United States to mean what it says in the defense of human rights. This is why I offered an amendment to the spending bill today that should be something every senator can support. The amendment would end American aid to governing entities in Gaza and the West Bank unless they, among other things, recognize Israel's right to exist, pledge to renounce terrorism and the October 7th massacre, terminate funding to anti-American and anti-Israeli incitement, as well as release all of the hostages abducted on October 7th. Additionally, my money requires that the Secretary of State report on Hamas and the Palestinian Authority's compliance with U.S. foreign assistance laws and any use of funds received from the U.S. that could have been involved with committing these atrocities. American resources should always promote American security interests and values. And any recipient of our tax dollars should be more than willing to adopt the principles that recognize the liberty and dignity of the individual. But we cannot expect the recipient of aid to change their behavior if America does not demand it. We speak of human rights but reward those who violate them. We can no longer afford empty rhetoric. It makes no sense to borrow money from China and turn around and give that money away to foreign countries. It is fiscally irresponsible, and it is weakening our national security. America must demand a change in behavior from those who do not accept Israel's right to exist, from those who actively seek the destruction of the state of Israel and murder innocent Israelis. To that end, I ask for a yes vote on my amendment that will end aid to Palestinian Authority. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Senator from Kentucky.
What we have here is a Ukraine First bill. This bill was never really about securing our border, but about securing another country's border. What we have here is a failure of the elites of Washington on both sides of the aisle, the leadership in the Democrat Party, the leadership in the Republican Party. What we have here is a failure of these elites to understand that the American people want to put America first. 61% of Americans live from paycheck to paycheck, and they want to put Ukraine first. I want you to talk to your constituents at home, the ones who live paycheck to paycheck, and tell them why you're shipping $60 billion to Ukraine. This will be $170 billion. We have never before in the history of the United States flooded so much money into another country. 61% of our country lives paycheck to paycheck. 8 out of 10 families that make $50,000 or less don't have enough money to pay for their bills in 2 weeks if their check doesn't come. If they have one interruption in their family, one thing that sets them back, one unexpected expense, they don't have enough money to pay their bills, and you want to put Ukraine first. This is why the Democrat Party is losing the working man. This is why the Republicans have become the party of the working class. This is why many, if not most, members of the unions are now looking at Republicans, because we support the working man. We support the working women of America, and we recognize that they do not want to send their hard-earned money and taxes halfway across the world. What does their money go for? Do we know what they're doing with their money in Ukraine? Well, we do know that the money went to fund 6 fashion brands to go to the Paris Fashion Show. We do know that it's funding small businesses to sell ladies' handbags. We do know that it's paying for the salaries of 57,000 first responders. What about the first responders in our country? What about the people who get in an ambulance and have a $35,000 bill in our country? What about tackling the problems of America first? Instead, this bill is a Ukraine first bill. It's a Ukraine first policy. According to the Ukraine First Party, which includes elites of both parties, war is good. War is useful. War profits make us stronger. Sounds a bit Orwellian. They say that war profits will build the defense industrial base. This is the part they used to say quietly. They used to whisper this. They used to never say it out loud, that war profits fund the defense industrial base, and by golly, we're going to be stronger the more war profits there are. According to the Ukraine First Party, war's not so bad. War profits make us stronger. Lost in this reprehensible argument is any sense of grief over the 500,000 dead, for the mothers and fathers weeping graveside. Little sense of grief, little sense of understanding that supporting and lauding grief is supporting and lauding the death of war. Missing from the war profits, our good argument, is any sense of compassion for the thousands of lives that will yet be lost by the prolongation of this war. If military contracts for 100,000 rifles are good, what about 1,000,000 rifles? If military contracts for 1,000 tanks are good, what about 1,000,000 tanks? If military contracts for 500 bombs are good, what about military contracts for 5,000 bombs? Missing from the argument that war profit is good, that the more armaments we sell, the better, is compassion for the deaths that we're talking about, the prolongation of war. You know, war doesn't end typically in victory. Almost all wars end in negotiated settlement. The longer there are unlimited war profits, the longer there are unlimited weapons being sent in Ukraine, the longer the war goes on, the more people who die. This is a grinder. It's a meat grinder over there. There are whole towns without young men. Do I think Russia's in the wrong? Of course they are. Are they the aggressor? Of course they are. Do I have sympathy for Ukraine? Absolutely. But we also are now funneling money to a country that has no elections. They've canceled their presidential elections. They've suppressed speech. They've banned certain opposition parties. They've banned certain opposition press. They've banned officials of opposition religion. Now, this should bother people because it is said that American might and foreign aid is to express our power and our values. Are our values no elections? Are our values suppressing speech? What's become confusing even in our country, as the Democrat Party has become the party of censorship. They are the party that agrees that the Biden administration is okay to meet with the FBI, to meet with Homeland Security, and to meet in the offices of Twitter, meet in the offices of Facebook. They suppressed for over a year anybody who was willing to say that it looks like the virus came from a lab in Wuhan. That was suppressed for over a year. not just by private business, but by the government, by the Biden administration meeting, the FBI, Homeland Security meeting with the tech companies. So it doesn't surprise me that they don't care too much. Just get the money out the door, even though in Ukraine they're living under a regime where speech has been suppressed. What the American firsters, what the Ukraine firsters are really arguing for is an America Last policy. They're really arguing for a longer, bigger, more deadly war because it expands the profits of the defense industrial base. How despicable. How absolutely disgusting. They're saying the quiet part out loud. They're okay with war. The longer the war, the more profits, the stronger the American defense base. It's this circular argument. We're not sending the money to Ukraine. It's coming right back. It's coming back in the form of profits to the American arms merchants. It's okay. We're really not going to lose $170 billion because it's coming back in profits. We'll make more bombs. Whatever happened to the progressive left? But wasn't it great when there were people on the left who actually were progressive on things such as war? How absolutely disgusting. To argue that war profits are a benefit that somehow overshadows the awful specter of war's death and carnage. The amount of money going to Ukraine in this bill is more than we spend on the entire Marine Corps. Think about it. We're going to send to Ukraine more money than we spend on our own Marine Corps. This is a bill about Ukraine first. This is a bill that makes us weaker. There is no money to give to Ukraine. It's not like we've got a pot of money. There is no surplus. There is no rainy day fund. This money will be printed up or borrowed from China to send to Ukraine. It makes us weaker. Once the border bill failed and they decided that this wasn't really about the border, that this was about Ukraine's border, the American firsters plowed on, but with a more intellectually honest proposal. Nothing for America, everything for Ukraine. That's what this bill is. Nothing for America, nothing to stop the invasion of nearly 1 million people across our southern border. They offered a border bill that would have said, well, if we have an emergency, the emergency's already happened. Nearly 1 million people came in the last 2 months. That is the emergency. This is a bill that is Ukraine first and America last and ought to be defeated. And I notice my colleague from Alabama is here, and I'll reserve the remainder of time. Can you tell me how much time I have left?
Senator has 8 minutes remaining.
Thank you.
Senator from Alabama.
Madam President, reclaiming my time, I come to the floor to sound the alarm, as a lot of my colleagues are, about the crisis at our southern border. You know, I've been there over 3 years, and I've never seen this group try to do more for people out of our country than within our country. It's amazing. But this is the worst border crisis in our history. Since Joe Biden took office, there have been at least 8 million illegal crossings at our southern border that we know of. This is in addition to the 2 million gotaways. These are the illegals that we know of. The real number is probably much, much higher. Border crossings are at a record high. Deportations are at a record low. Why is this happening? You know, it didn't come out of the blue. This is a policy choice by President Biden and his allies here in Congress. We've been talking about this now for 3 years, asking why. And we've not got one good answer yet. Why is our borders open? Joe Biden campaigned on opening up our borders. He campaigned on giving free health care to illegal aliens. So, it's no surprise that he's keeping his promise. Since taking office, President Biden has taken 94 executive actions related to immigration. 94. We've got the same laws on the books as we did when President Trump was in office. But President Trump secured the border. Joe Biden has opened our border more than it ever has been in the history of this country. Let's take a look at just a few of these executive actions. First, President Biden stopped building the wall. In fact, he's been selling off parts of the wall for pennies on the dollar. I know people in Alabama that have bought stacks of steel that the American taxpayers paid in lots, $300,000 for these certain lots. $300,000 American taxpayer money. These people now can go online at an auction and buy these lots for 10 cents on the dollar. So I know people that have bought $300,000 lots for $30,000, just throwing taxpayer money down the drain. Same thing with the razor wire. Same thing for other parts of the wall that are being sold. They're just basically being given away. So we've been selling parts, but President Biden, nobody told him to do it. He did it on his own. He chose to do it. President Biden got rid of President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. That was the most effective policy we've seen in discouraging the abuse of our asylum system in years. I've been down the border several times, and Border Patrol has told me time and time again, finish the wall. That's the best thing we can do here. It won't stop it, but it will give us an opportunity to police the wall, make them come in through certain sections of the wall, and allow us to have some kind of border security. President Biden is currently suing the state of Texas to get them to stop securing the border. Let's think about that for a second. The President of the United States is suing a border state for stopping illegal immigrants from coming into our country. That doesn't sound quite right. You know, I'm proud that my state of Alabama has sent Texas hundreds of National Guardsmen to help them police Texas's borders. Unfortunately, President Biden is trying to stop them from doing that. And as I mentioned, Joe Biden has essentially stopped all deportations right now, completely stopped it. He's not letting ICE do their job, immigration, police. All these policies have led to this unprecedented crisis. They've also sent a message to the world. If you can get here, you can get in, and you'll never, never have to leave. That message has been heard around the world loud and clear. There's 193 countries around the world, and we know of 190 countries have been accounted for coming across our southern borders. Illegal aliens have literally crossed our border wearing Joe Biden t-shirts. I would imagine the American taxpayers somehow paid for those. TV reporters have asked people coming across our border why they came across. Time and time again, they say because President Biden invited them. That's on television. Fox News recorded one illegal in Tucson saying, "I love you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything." That migrant was not from Mexico. He was from Africa. People are coming here from every corner of the globe. People are flying to Mexico and then walking across our border. The whole world knows that our border is open. These illegal aliens are criminals, drug traffickers. Just last year, nearly 500 people on the terror watch list were caught trying to cross our southern border. 500. Now, you'd think that would open somebody's eyes. You'd think it would go all the way up Pennsylvania Avenue. But nobody seems to care. Just a few weeks ago, Christopher Wray, the FBI director, says something bad is going to happen. This is Christopher Wray, the guy that runs our FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, said something's going to happen. He seemed like in his voice he was begging somebody to do something, but nobody has. But just imagine how many, if 500 have been caught, how many more terrorists have come across the border unchecked. It doesn't take many, it only takes a few. 9/11 was committed by 19 foreigners here on visas, 19. It only takes a small group to do terrible, terrible damage. But Americans are already dying because of the border crisis. We all know that. We're here to protect American citizens, but we're losing. We're losing that battle. More than 300,000 Americans. 300,000 Americans have died from drug overdoses since Joe Biden took office. 300,000. I met with a police chief at Montgomery, Alabama, not too long ago. He said, Coach, I'd never heard the word fentanyl until 2 years ago. And now it's 95% of what we have on our streets here in Montgomery, Alabama, killing young people. That's roughly half of the Americans killed in the Civil War, 300,000, and that was the most deadliest war in American history. The governor of Oregon recently declared a state of emergency over fentanyl. The governor of Oregon, and the governor is a Democrat, but she declared a state of emergency. Where does she think the fentanyl is coming from? She should demand that the people that represent the constituents in her state do something about what's happening. Federal law enforcement has said for years that almost all of these drugs are coming over the southern border. You don't have to take my word for it. That's what the DEA has said for years, under Obama, under Trump, and under Biden. They said most of the drugs that come into our country come across the southern border. Every day we fail to secure our border, another 150 Americans die from overdoses. 150 a day, a plane load of people. This is in addition to Americans who are victims of crime committed by illegals. A few weeks ago, we saw the video of illegal aliens attacking New York City police officers. New York City is a sanctuary city. In fact, New York City is giving out free money on debit cards to illegal aliens as we speak. American citizens don't qualify for this money that the New York City government is giving out. If you're a citizen, you don't qualify for it. American citizens just have to pay for it. Yet New Yorkers wonder why there is a magnet pulling illegal aliens from all over the world into their city. I wonder why that is. New York State is also a sanctuary city. That was a policy choice by the current governor. That means they do not cooperate with ICE. That's what a sanctuary city does. When an illegal commits a crime in New York or Philadelphia or Boston, they do not get sent to ICE when their jail time is up. It doesn't matter what crime they commit. My Democratic colleagues want these criminals to stay in our country because they don't want them to have to be sent home, because that's exactly what ICE would do. In the New York case, these illegals who attacked the NYPD officers were jailed and then released without bail. They were let back on the street where they can continue to commit crimes against Americans. This case shows you how much Democrats care about our police officers. Defund the police, that's all I've heard since I've been here. Really? They want police to go out and arrest the same people and over and over and over again. Police are risking their lives every day. Every time they arrest someone, every time they kick in a door, they are risking their lives. Yet liberal judges and left-wing prosecutors will just let criminals go back on the street again, and again. Democrats, like President Biden, talk about a lot of compassion in our immigration system. We've got to be compassionate. They don't have any compassion for Americans. They don't have compassion for Americans like Kate Steinle, who was murdered in San Francisco. They don't have compassion for the woman who was raped by an illegal on a train recently in Philadelphia. They don't have compassion for the mother and daughter killed by a drunk driver who had allegedly been deported 4 times. When Americans get attacked or even killed by illegals, Democrats just see that as collateral damage. It's just the price of open borders. It's clearly more important to them to keep the border open than to bring justice to the victims. Protect American citizens, what an idea. Just weeks ago, the House passed legislation to deport illegals who have been caught driving drunk. Deport them. 150 House Democrats voted against deporting anybody that was illegal caught driving drunk. 150. The House also passed legislation to deport illegals who committed Social Security fraud. 150 House Democrats voted against it. Democrats want even the most basic things to secure our border. Won't do anything. Now that is an election year, obviously. Now that we've gotten to this point and people have to have votes, we're supposed to believe that our Democratic colleagues have had a total change of heart, because I've not seen anybody down there in 3 years and 2 months, and I've been going once or twice a year. I've not seen any of my Democratic colleagues down there. I would be shocked if I didn't see somebody down there in the near future, because it is an election year. They're paying lip service to the crisis at the border. They don't listen to their rhetoric. Look at their actions. Democrats are not doing anything of substance that would actually help. President Biden could start by undoing all 94 executive actions on immigration. We didn't need to do that, but he did it because he wants open borders. Earlier today, I spoke at length about why the Schumer-Murphy border bill is not good enough. I won't belabor the point, but as Senator Murphy said, under their bill, the border never closes down. That gets pretty much to the point. Even at 5,000 crossings a day, we would still process 1,400 illegals per day. 1,400. This is like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet hole. Why even worry about it? The acceptable number of illegal crossings is not 5,000, it's not 4,000, it's 0. In a TV interview a few days ago, Chris Murphy said, failed to deliver for the American people we care about most. No, they care more about the undocumented Americans. What is an documented American? Undocumented is just a left-wing code for illegal. They don't like using the word illegal. The term used in federal law is illegal alien. That's who we are talking about. These are not Americans who lost their paperwork and just can't find their documents or lost their passport. These are illegal aliens who have no right to be here. First, we stop them from coming in, and then we deport the ones who are here. For decades, we've been told that there are about 11 or 12 million illegals here right now. I would say that's very, very short on numbers, but this is a huge problem. Alabama's population is 6 million, my home state. So there are 2 states of Alabama's worth of illegals already here before Joe Biden let in the other 8 million. This takes away power from American citizens. They're overrunning our hospitals, our schools. They're even affecting the balance of power in Congress, and the Electoral College. Seats in the House of Representatives are divided up based on census. Votes in the Electoral College are based on votes in Congress. Right now, illegals are counted as part of the census. A Democratic member of Congress went on TV recently and said that I need more people in my district just for redistricting purposes. The presence of tens of millions of illegals in this country is tipping power to blue cities like New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and Los Angeles. It is watering down the power of the American voter. I joined with Senator Hagerty to introduce legislation to fix this. Only American citizens should have representation in Congress. We ought to count citizens only. Otherwise, our voting system is not equal for all Americans. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. This is an American issue. But it looks like a partisan issue when Democrats in Congress go on television and say they need more illegals in their state for redistricting. Democrats have shown no willingness to stop this crisis, none. They put out some press releases and a few vague statements in the press, but they have taken no meaningful action in 3 years. Action speaks louder than words. Remember, President Trump had the same laws on the books as President Biden. But President Trump secured the border. He went by the law. He went by the Constitution. Joe Biden opened it up. And so, new laws are not absolutely necessary, but certain new laws would be very helpful. And so, right now I would like to propose an amendment to the Ukraine bill that would actually secure the border. My amendment is still a bill I've introduced called the Border Safety and Security Act. The bill would simply suspend all legal entries completely until the Department of Homeland Security has operational control over the border. My amendment also prohibits mass parole programs. The Schumer border bill would have allowed parole programs to continue at an unlimited pace. My amendment prohibits catch and release and requires detention. The Schumer bill would require the release of illegal aliens. The Schumer bill would have allowed up to 4,999 border crossings a day. My amendment would mean 0 crossings as soon as it is signed into law. It also allows states to sue the administration if it doesn't do its job and enforce the laws. We should not pass a Ukraine bill until we first pass a border bill worthy of the name. That was my position in December, and it's my position now. Either we will end this border crisis or this border crisis will end us. I yield the floor.
Madam President,
Senator from Kentucky.
often the titles of bills before the legislature don't really represent what the bill stands for. The title of this bill should say, Ukraine First, America Last, because that's what this is really about. Now, bills in the legislature, bills that come before the Senate, don't have pictures or covers on them like a book would have or a magazine. But if this bill had an image or a cover on the front of the bill, the image would be the migrant in New York who assaulted a police officer, was freed from jail on no bail, and gave the middle finger of both hands to America. That's what this bill is. It's the middle finger to America. This bill is the middle finger to every working man and woman in America, every struggling American family. This bill gives them the middle finger and says, we don't care about you. We care more about Ukraine than we care about our southern border. We don't seem to care, or these Ukraine firsters don't seem to care about the crime that's happening. They don't seem to care about the assault of a police officer in New York. They're intent on more coming in. Just that one image of that man, that migrant, that illegal immigrant who came across the border and decided to assault with a whole group of other thugs to assault a police officer in New York, just that image alone ought to be enough for us to say enough's enough. Enough's enough. We really have to control our border. Guess what? From now on, the only people who come to America are legal immigrants. But this bill ignores the southern border. Almost 1 million people came over the border in the last 3 months. Almost 1 million people. And the Ukraine firsters are saying, we don't care about the southern border. We care about Ukraine first. And so the picture, the image that every American should have when they see all of these billions of dollars, $60 billion, being shoveled out the door, being loaded on the plane, as you see these smiling politicians gleefully dropping off the pallets of cash over there, every American should remember the image of the young man giving America the bird after he assaulted a police officer. That's the image of this bill. That's the image of the Ukraine firsters, and nobody should forget about it. When we look at the problems that we face, we need to be fully aware that there is no pot of money. There is no surplus funds. There is no money to give to Ukraine. We don't have enough money to pay our bills. We do not have enough money to pay for we budget every year. In fact, the entire budget that Congress votes on is borrowed. Let me make that very clear. The entire budget, not a little bit of it, not half of it, the entire budget is borrowed. This would be like someone saying, well, yeah, I don't have any money for rent and I don't have a job. I'm going to borrow the money for my rent. That's essentially where we are. 2/3 of spending up here is entitlements. All of the tax revenue from every source that comes into the federal government is only enough to pay for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and food stamps. Everything else is borrowed. And we don't vote on the entitlements. The entitlements are on autopilot. What do we vote on? We vote on what is military discretionary and non-military discretionary, $1.5 trillion. So people talk about, what is $1 trillion? Well, we're running a $1.5 trillion deficit in 1 year. So in 2 years, $3 trillion is accumulated. How much is $1 trillion? How much is $3 trillion? If you take trillion in $1 bills and you stack them up, $3 trillion would reach to the moon. 240,000 miles high would be the stack of $1 bills. That's what we borrow in a 2-year period. But it's accelerating. Just in the last week, the Federal Reserve Chairman said the debt problem is urgent. Jamie Dimon, head of one of the big banks, Chase Morgan, says the problem is urgent. Some of the economists and authors who wrote about the collapse in 2008 that predicted it coming have said the debt is an urgent problem. So how does the Senate respond to some of the keenest minds in the country saying that we have a debt crisis? They respond by sending $100 billion of your money overseas. And it's not money we've got on hand. It's not cash on hand. We don't have any money. We are flat broke. People say it's for our national defense. We have these cold warriors who still believe in the domino theory. They say, we are going to somehow be overrun by communists if we don't do this. But we have no money. There is no money to be sent over there. It all has to be borrowed. The title of this bill should be Ukraine First, America Last, if they were being honest. 61% of Americans work paycheck to paycheck. 8 out of 10 Americans who make $50,000 don't have enough money on hand to pay their bills. If something goes wrong for them, you think they're excited about having their tax dollars shipped off to Ukraine? Ukraine first, America last. That's what this bill is about. It's about giving the middle finger to America. It's about giving the middle finger to every working class man and woman in America. It is an insult. It should be rejected. It should be soundly rejected. And we should get back to the business of this country, which is protecting our borders. We've got a real problem. Democrats didn't even seem to think there was a border problem till a few hundred of them were shipped to New York, and all of a sudden they think there's a problem now. So they put them up in a fancy hotel and they spend millions of dollars coddling them. But mark my words, the American people are smarter than the elitist up here. The title of this bill is, and ought to be, if they were honest, America First, or Ukraine First, and America Last. That's what the authors should have called this bill. I reserve the balance of my time. How much time do I have remaining?
Senator has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you.
Senator from Utah.
Madam President, there are a number of things that make the United States Senate unique as an institution. We've got every single state in the Union that's represented equally. If you're a big state or a small state, huge population or a tiny one, you've got 2 senators. That makes our work all the more important and all the more unique. We need to represent our states, looking out for the people of our states, and our states sometimes as states. I can make a case that voting to pass this bill under these circumstances, without amendments or any language whatsoever, forcing the issue of border security, forcing the border to be made secure by a reluctant, recalcitrant, willfully disobedient administration hell-bent on not enforcing the border. This is a decision that empowers drug cartels, dissolves our borders, and spends insane amounts of money that we don't have on priorities of foreign countries, all at the same time. Now, look, senators here today, as always, have an obligation to vote no on bills that do bad things. We have an obligation to vote no today on bills, including and especially this bill. But all bills, certainly, that prioritize gangs above governors, cartels above courts, encourage breaking the law over enforcing the law, voting yes on this bill is a capitulation. It's a surrender. It's a vote for flooded classrooms and crowded hospitals. It's a vote for increased homelessness, death by overdose. It's a vote that undermines law enforcement, puts citizenship itself at risk and in doubt, adds burdens to teachers, food banks, undercuts safety in our community parks, and threatens the first jobs that lead to the second jobs that ultimately culminate in the best jobs for our younger people. Those who vote yes undermine what senators are elected to do, first and foremost, which is to represent our states, not sides. Every senator has the chance today, the chance tonight, this very evening, to vote no on this bill, and by so doing, vote in support of governors, schools, hospitals, churches, playgrounds, clean streets, and safe neighborhoods. By voting against more funding for Ukraine tonight in this bill, without any language finally compelling President Biden to enforce the border, senators have a chance to vote against more border chaos, no to sanctioned corruption, and no to shifting our burden of representation onto the shoulders of families, police officers, charitable organizations, school principals, judges, doctors, and parents. Look, at the end of the day, everyone wants peace. World peace, however, isn't always within our grasp. World peace isn't our principal business. All we can do is world funding, and that's all government can ever do. Tax, spend, print, and force. Our economy is our business. Our debt reduction is our business. Our leadership, due to our multilateral strength, is essential. But this, alas, undermines what makes us strong in an attempt to prove our strength. And in trying to do that, we will become less strong. We're not helping any group of people whenever we prolong a war in which they're involved. It doesn't help the Ukrainian people to prolong their suffering in this war. And it doesn't help our people to refuse defiantly, after the Senate Republican Conference has come to a conclusion, after Senate Republicans have made a commitment to each other, to our counterparts in the House, to voters in our respective states and across America, we use this as an opportunity to force a bargain, a real bargain, a bargain that harnesses appetite, more prevalent on the left, to fund Ukraine, and an appetite, sadly, existing almost exclusively among Republicans, to force the issue of border security. We committed to that some 3 months ago. We got a bill Sunday night, a week ago Sunday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It unfortunately didn't do that. It did other things. It contained some provisions that might prove helpful here or there, but it contained a lot of other provisions that made clear it wouldn't force this administration to do what this administration could already do. That was the essence of the bargain that we struck, the agreement, the commitment that we made to each other and to our voters months ago. Republicans stand for border security and the rule of law, regardless of where they come down on Ukraine aid. They should realize that we're forfeiting that leverage, that bargaining power tonight if we vote for this. I encourage my colleagues emphatically to oppose cloture tonight, and by opposing cloture, to vote for America's communities and for the rule of law. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor and reserve the balance of my time.
Madam President,
Senator from Utah.
the vote we will soon take to provide military weapons for Ukraine is the most important vote we will ever take as United States senators. We're not being asked to send American troops into war. We are asked to help the Ukrainians defend themselves. If we fail to help Ukraine, Putin will invade a NATO nation. He may delay his next invasion until he rebuilds his decimated military. But we must be clear-eyed. Ukraine is not the end. It is a step. If we fail to help Ukraine, China will eventually absorb Taiwan. If we fail to help Ukraine, we will abandon our word and our commitment, providing to our friends a view that America cannot be trusted. The Chinese Communist Party is already spreading propaganda using our delay as a warning to Taiwan that the United States will not be there to help in the face of China's threat. If we fail to help Ukraine, NATO, the alliance that's prevented great power conflict for over 75 years, will falter and eventually disintegrate. If we fail to help Ukraine, America will cease to be the arsenal of democracy. It will cease to be the leader of the free world. We will be replaced by the authoritarians, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. If we fail to help the Ukraine, we'll be known not as our fathers and mothers were, the greatest generation, but as the worst generation. Now, for months, I've listened to the arguments for denying help to the Ukrainian people. I've observed that the reasons have evolved over time. First, it was claimed that Europe was not paying their fair share. That was proven incorrect. Our allies have already contributed more than $96 billion in aid, and the EU earlier this month agreed to provide $54 billion more over the next 4 years. Next, it was argued that we should instead focus on the Pacific and Taiwan. But Taiwan and Japan and South Korea tell us that the single best thing we can do to dissuade China's aggression is to support Ukraine. Next, we were told that we couldn't afford $60 billion for Ukraine-related funding. But somehow we can afford an $850 billion annual defense budget and annual trillion-dollar deficits, which has happened under both former President Trump and President Biden. Next, it was claimed that we would have insufficient weapons to defend America and Israel if we send more weapons to Ukraine. But the Department of Defense has explained that helping Ukraine will actually strengthen our national security by helping to rebuild our depleted military-industrial base. The latest excuse for denying aid to Ukraine is that this bill is a clever disguise to set up an impeachment of Donald Trump at some point in the future. Under this so-called logic, Trump has to be elected, Democrats have to win the House, and those Democrats have to be unable to find any other indiscretion of Donald Trump's upon which to base an impeachment. Now, I know that the shock jocks and online instigators have effectively riled up many in the far reaches of my party. But if your position is being cheered by Vladimir Putin, it's time to reconsider your position. Now, I can't see into the future, but there are no guarantees that Ukraine will defeat Russia. But that does not mean that we should stand back and let Putin have his way with Europe. What sending weapons to Ukraine does do is help discourage further Russian and Chinese invasions, which could draw us in. It helps preserve NATO. It allows America to remain the leader of the free world. And it shows that we honor our word to our friends and allies. Lech Walesa, the first democratically elected president of Poland since 1926, and someone I've been fortunate enough to meet with, recently wrote to all the United States senators. He said this, quote, "You're obliged to assure a peaceful future for your children. Our grandchildren will never forgive us if we fail to stop Russia now. If the U.S. does not lead, nobody will." End of quote. Couldn't agree more. Helping a free people defend their freedom is simply the right thing to do. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator from Maine.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, last week, General Kurilla, the commander of U.S. Central Command, gave me a briefing that was directly relevant to the National Security Supplemental that we are now considering. During the course of that briefing, the general told me that this is the most dangerous security situation in 50 years. The threats that the United States faces from an aggressive Iran and its proxies, an imperialistic Russia, a hegemonic China, are interconnected, and they require our immediate attention and a strong response. That is why this bill focuses on fortifying our military, rebuilding our own defense industrial base, and strengthening and defending our partners and allies. This legislation would send a strong message to Putin that his goal of capturing free, democratic nations will not be allowed to succeed. It would reassure our closest ally in the Middle East, Israel, that terrorists will not achieve their goal of wiping that nation off the map. And it would counter ever-growing Chinese aggression. Madam President, I urge our colleagues to recognize the perilous times in which we are living and vote for this absolutely essential national security bill. The world is watching to see if the United States is still the leader of the free world. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
President Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam President. We all understand we cannot leave our job here unfinished. The clock is ticking right now, and there is so much at stake. We have a strong bipartisan package to support our allies in Ukraine, Israel, and the Indo-Pacific, and provide humanitarian aid to civilians who are caught in conflict. By passing this bill, we will show our allies we stand by our word, and we will help them in the time of need. We will show dictators that their flagrant attacks will not go unchecked, and they cannot steamroll our allies. And we will show the world that American leadership is still alive and well, and that we are still a strong protector of democracy and provider of humanitarian aid. Given all the stakes of this moment, right now is a critical time to send that message, which is why I'm glad we're here on the cusp of passing this bill in the Senate. And to my colleagues who've been holding this up and dragging the process out, we can disagree. You can vote against this, That's how it works. But one way or another, this aid will get to our allies. We spent months going back and forth to try and get a bill to the floor, and now we are here. We are not going to let a few more hours or a few more days wear us down. However, what is an inconvenient delay for the United States Senate is a dangerous one for our allies in Ukraine. Putin's forces are on the march as we speak. Ukrainians are fighting bravely to defend their homeland, but they are running lower and lower on bullets, air defense missiles, and more every day. We measure time in hours. They are measuring it in how many bullets they have left, how many more missiles fall on their cities, and how much closer Putin's tanks are getting. The question for us is, how long is this going to take? The question for them is, how much longer can they hold out? We cannot leave them waiting. So I urge my colleagues to support moving forward on these votes, vote to waive the budget point of order, and let's keep this bill moving. And once we get it through the Senate, we're going to push every way we can to get this to the President's desk and signed into law. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
For many people across America, they may not understand the Byzantine rules of the Senate, but they allow for sufficient debate on important questions. Often the rules of the Senate...
Order, please.
Often the rules of the Senate are abbreviated and bills are passed in a quick fashion, sometimes too quickly, sometimes without sufficient discussion, sometimes without sufficient review. But this bill will take a while to pass. We've been here through the weekend. We were here on Super Bowl Sunday. None of it because of a desire to punish or a desire to inflict pain on those from the other party or another persuasion, but with the desire that there be a full and sufficient airing of the pros and cons of this legislation. This is not the naming of a post office. This is a profound question about where our priorities are as a nation. Are our priorities as a nation the borders of Ukraine or the borders of the United States? We had a chance in the beginning to perhaps discuss both, but immediately that chance was lost when the proposal to control the border was inadequate, would have actually been less than the current law, would have actually allowed 1.8 million illegal immigrants to continue to flow into the country. The battle to attach border security to this bill was lost, frankly, when the Democrat co-sponsor tweeted out to the public how proud he was that the bill would never close the border. That even under an emergency, as the bill defined it, even with 5,000 people coming across illegally, that the ports of entry would always be open. And the American people reacted, and they called us, as they've called us by the thousands today, to say, continue the debate. Don't give up. The debate is worth it. Our phone lines have been jammed all day. People have been texting in messages saying, don't give up the fight. The fight is worth it. The fight is worth it on many levels. Most profoundly, the fight is worth it because we have no money. More than the debate over the border, more than the debate over whether we should fund Ukraine, the fight is over whether or not we are going to stave off calamity by controlling our expenditures. And when we have priorities, will we set those priorities where we spend the money where it is most needed? I'll never forget being in a committee hearing, and a member of the opposite party looked at me and said, we shouldn't have to make choices. Because I said, shouldn't we set priorities? Shouldn't we spend money on what is most important and leave those things not as important for another day when we have more money? Because you see, this is the way government operates at every level other than in Washington. If you go to your city council at any city, anywhere in the country, or you go to your county magistrates, or you go to your state government, they are all constrained by spending that which comes in. We are the only government in America, unfortunately the biggest and most expensive, but we're the only government in America that is not constrained by their budget. In fact, we don't even have a budget most years. We don't operate under a budget currently. They can't even take the time to pass a budget. But even if there were a budget, it's not constrained by the amount of money that comes in. We just spend. There are never any priorities set saying, well, this is more important than this, so we'll have to wait till next year to spend the money on this. So it's always just spend it on everything. But as we come to this crisis in our country, with $34 trillion debt, we're adding between $200 and $300 billion in debt every month. Our interest payment is doubled. We're basically borrowing to pay the rent. This is a disaster unfolding before us. There are some who describe a black swan event. Nassim Taleb wrote a book called The Black Swan. It's an unexpected big event that just sort of consumes, like the 2008 crisis we had. Some predicted it, but it was still a black swan in that it arose out of nowhere and was enormous. But many people are calling this more of the white swan. It's a big event, it's an important event, but it's unfolding in slow motion. It's unfolding with all kinds of warning signs. The Federal Reserve Chairman, Powell, recently said, in the last week or two, he said that the debt is urgent, that somebody must do something about it. But when you tell that to many members of this body, that it's urgent that we deal with the debt, the response to the debt wouldn't be sending $100 billion to another country. The responsibility of dealing with the debt, the urgency of the debt, would be to do something about controlling expenditures. And yet the response of this body, upon hearing from the Federal Reserve Chairman, upon hearing from the chairman of J.P. Morgan Chase, Jamie Dimon, that he was concerned about the accumulation of debt, upon hearing from economist after economist that this is unfolding, that the interest rates are rising, that interest rates are going to squeeze out other spending, and that there may come a day in which we destroy the dollar, the response is to send $100 billion to Ukraine? So while superficially and initially the debate here has been about whether Ukraine comes first or America comes first. So many bills here are inappropriately titled. Many of them say they're going to do all of these great things, but in the end there's a more accurate title for so many bills. And the more accurate title for this bill would be Ukraine first, America last. Because they're prioritizing the border of Ukraine over the border of the United States. This isn't someone alleging a problem. This isn't us making it up and saying there's a border crisis. This is us seeing it. In person, 785,000 people coming across illegally. And people say, what is it? Do you have a problem with immigrants? And I say, no, I'm for lawful immigration. We bring in about 1 million people a year. That's pretty many. But I'm actually a sponsor with some on the other side of the aisle to bring in more people lawfully. I'm pro-immigration. I'm proud of saying that some of the best Americans just got here. I live in Bowling Green, Kentucky. We have over 100 languages spoken in our schools. We have a large population of people from Bosnia. I remember treating my first patients from Bosnia and trying to learn a little bit of the language. And their language is Serbo-Croatian, and so I speak exactly about 10 words of Serbo-Croatian. But I found the language sort of very logical and easy to pronounce. But I enjoyed knowing a few words to try to communicate. Many of the people from Bosnia in my town own restaurants. One owns a trucking company. They've been very successful in our community, and we welcome them. Our church has invited many of them to begin with. So there is something great about America and accepting immigrants. But accepting immigrants lawfully, who take the time and pledge to work and have a sponsor and come in an orderly fashion, is not the same as the people marching up through Central America. Some of them are coming from China. Some of them are coming from the Middle East. Some of them are on the terror watch list. Now, many of them probably want a better way of life, but apply to get in. We can't let everybody in all at once. There was a Pew or Gallup poll a few years ago, and it asked people, would you want to come to America if you could? If they let you come in, would you come? They estimated the percentages by country, and they added it up, and it was about 750 million people would come. That might be too many, particularly if they all came in a 2 or 3 year period. We're talking about millions of people coming across the border at a time, undocumented, unprocessed. I think it's a mistake. And I think we've made a huge mistake in this body today. And I know I won't convince any minds in Washington. Nobody in the Senate's going to be of this mind. But I do truly believe the Senate is out of step. I talk to people at home. I go to the grocery store. I go to my church. I see people at home, and I don't meet anybody who's saying, please prioritize Ukraine. Please make sure Ukraine gets their money before you do anything about our southern border. I meet nobody saying that. I meet everybody who says the opposite. And these are people from all different parties, Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, you name it. The people I meet say, we can't just leave the door wide open. We have this enormous welfare state. There's got to be a wall either around the country or around the welfare state. We have to do something. But they certainly don't beg me and plead with me to send the money to Ukraine. They would never support a Ukraine first, America last bill. And that's what this is. Now, many in the blue states have sort of refused to see this for so long. They just have completely ignored the problem because it's mostly been Texas's problem. California too, but Texas in particular. The tens of thousands of people coming across the border overwhelm the hospital system, overwhelm the city system, overwhelm you name it. It's being overwhelmed by so many people. So it's intriguing that the only way we've gotten anybody on the other side, particularly in these cities in the Northeast, to at least be aware of the problem is to let them have some of the immigrants. You know, the people who've got love on a yard sign in their yard, they love everybody. They love everybody till they have all these immigrants in their city and saying, oh my goodness, we can't pay for it. They're putting them up in hotels and giving them free credit cards. They're just giving it just, you know, they think, oh, we have 100. We'll give them $10 million. What happens when you have 1,000 or 5,000? But even worse, what happens when they begin to commit crimes? Because, see, lawful immigration selects out for the people who want to work and are willing to obey the law. If you're a scofflaw, if you're a potential criminal, or if you got let out of the prison in Venezuela, guess what? That's part of what's coming across unlawfully. And so when some of these people made their way to New York, New Yorkers are starting to wake up and say, my goodness, maybe we can't afford this. Maybe there ought to be some, criminal justice applied to people breaking the law. But everybody saw the pictures. Everybody saw the pictures of a gang of migrants attacking 2 police officers, kicking them and beating them, kicking them to the ground. Awful images. But then everybody in America saw the images of a migrant let out without parole a day later after kicking a policeman in the face, kicking and bludgeoning a policeman, let out of jail with no bail. And what does he do? He flips the finger to America. Both hands, holds them high and proud, walks on by, and New York let him go. Nobody put him back in jail. Nobody rearrested him. He gave the finger to America. Well, guess what? This bill gives the finger to American taxpayers. This bill gives the finger to all of America. This bill is Ukraine first, America last. Even more than the border issue, which I think is about setting priorities, whether or not the priority should be America's border versus the Ukrainian border. I think that's a big issue, and for me it's an easy one. This ought to be an American first legislature. We ought to be taking care of American problems before we think about trying to solve the world's problems. Now, this doesn't mean that I have no sympathy for Ukraine. I hope Ukraine kicks Russia's butt. I hope Ukraine wins. I hope Ukraine can stave them off. And the battle has been somewhat fought to a standstill. But I know that my first oath of office and my first responsibility is to my country, to America. If we are to send $100 billion overseas, this will be a total of $170 billion. Never, ever in the history of the United States have we ever sent so much money to one country, $170 billion. This is about 1.5, almost 1.75 times the entire economy of Ukraine. Never before have we done that. But the thing is it's not like we have the money sitting around. It's not like we have a rainy day fund or a surplus fund or, hey, here's a bunch of money we're not doing anything with. Our money's all gone. See, we have responsibilities. And the really, I think, disturbing thing that this legislature has done, not just this one, but over decades, they vote for everything for everyone. Everybody's got a need, we'll give you. We're not going to set priorities and spend what comes in. We're going to give everybody everything they want. Everybody who ever comes to Washington with their hands out, we're going to give you what you need, regardless of whether we have the money to pay for it. So this legislature, this Senate, this Congress has made all of these promises to people. They started these things. They started Social Security in the 30s. They started Medicare in the 60s. They've added on to all of these problems, Medicaid, food stamps, they have all of these problems. But in being everything to everyone, in saying that you can have free stuff and it won't cost you anything, it's been a big lie. This big lie to America is that you can have your cake and eat it too. You can have stuff for free. We're going to give you free government stuff, but you won't have to pay for it. You don't have to pay taxes. We still have taxes in this country, but the taxes in this country pay only for about 2/3 of the spending. So we spend about $6 trillion a year and we bring in $4 trillion. In no world will that work. There are repercussions to that. Eventually, if you spend $2 trillion more than your revenue, you will go into this massive debt and potentially a debt spiral. People say, the debt's meaningless, it's just paper, we owe it to ourselves, it doesn't mean anything. Tell that to the person who goes to the grocery store. Anybody bought a steak lately at the grocery store? I saw a steak in Kroger less than a month ago, $20 a steak. I didn't buy it. So the thing is that there's all kinds of problems that people are facing. There are people with ordinary incomes that are not going up with inflation, that are being hit by the price of food, being hit by the price of gas. And think about what has really happened when the money gets printed by government and it goes into these programs. The last people to get it are the working class. The people that get advantage to inflation in the early stages are the rich people. These are the people who have stocks and mutual funds and retirement funds. Those people have been kicking butt for the last several years. The stock market's doing this, and they're all getting wealthy. It's the ordinary citizen in our country. It's those on fixed income or working class that just get creamed by inflation. But inflation isn't a mystery. They come to us and they say, oh, well, inflation, it could be transitory and it's probably over and maybe it has something to do with greed. And I say, really? Inflation's caused by greed? Did people just become greedy? They haven't been greedy since the beginning of time. It's greed that causes inflation? No, it's debt that causes inflation. Inflation comes when the Federal Reserve buys the debt. So when we run a deficit each year, we spend $6 trillion and we bring in $4 trillion, the $2 trillion in debt somebody has to finance that. So we print up treasury bills, pieces of paper, and that's basically what they are, and we sell them. Some are bought by foreigners, some are bought by private funds in the United States, but then at least about 1/3, and sometimes more, is bought by the Federal Reserve. And you say, well, that's fine. They're a big bank. They're the country's bank, the central bank. Well, but they don't have money. They own debt. And it's always been boggling to me. They call this the asset sheet, but it's really just a sheet full of debt. But they buy treasury bills by printing up money, by creating money. And so when they do that, it dilutes the value of the currency. So people who say the debt's just a number and doesn't affect people, no, the debt causes inflation. The Federal Reserve causes inflation when they buy the debt, and it causes the prices to rise. But inflation disproportionately hurts the poor and the working class. Rich people can get by. You know, if the steaks cost more, the food costs more, their gas costs more, rich people get by. They have extra income. But if most of your income is going towards your rent and your food, you get creamed by inflation. Inflation is part of a bait and switch problem. So many of the people got elected here because they promised something for nothing. Government will be Santa Claus and we'll give you free education. We'll give you free electric cars. We'll give you free electric car stations. We'll give free money even to other countries. We'll let people come in for free and take stuff for free. Everything's going to be free, but it's a bait and switch. It isn't really free. Nothing is really free. You can either pay for it through taxes, and we tax the heck out of everybody. Some would tax them even more. But really, a third of it's left over and it's not taxed. It ends up being this deficit that rolls forward and that is financed by the Federal Reserve and causes the prices to rise. So think about this. When you think about the bait and switch that is American politics, politicians offer people for something for free. They say to the working class and to the poor, we'll give you free stuff. And many people accept that and they say, I want free stuff. I'm struggling. I need some extra help. But then they don't realize that the free stuff comes with a price. The free stuff comes with a price, and it's an inflation tax. And the inflation tax hurts the very people you tried to help. So it's a catch-22. They're behind the 8 ball. They're poor and they want some help from government. They get the help from government, but that causes their prices to rise, which traps them in the same place that they started with, maybe worse. So when we get a bill like this, it brings things into stark perspective for everyone. Because what we're finding is this isn't just a priority about whether we borrow the money or spend the money. This is about whether we spend it across the ocean or whether we spend it in our country. And it's also with a very visible problem that we have. 785,000 people came in the last 2 months. So we're looking at a couple of million people could come in. We're close to 1 million already in 2 months. So we're looking at a problem that is not something that can easily be pushed away. So this problem arose, and there was a decision to try to match up. The Democrats really, really, really want to send your money to Ukraine. I can't tell you how much they really want to send your money to Ukraine. They want to send your money to Ukraine. They are hot and heavy, so hot and heavy to send your money to Ukraine, almost nothing would stop them. It was sort of the perfect situation for sort of putting up some leverage and saying, okay, we know you want to loot the Treasury. We know you have these economic theories. The debt doesn't matter. We know just that you think you can just send all this money, but what about this? We won't let you do it unless you secure the border. So that's how the debate sort of began. And a lot of people say, why don't Republicans stand up more? See, in the Senate, the unusual and really creative thing that our founding fathers did was in the Senate, they didn't make it a majority rule, it's a supermajority rule. So if you ever have 41 votes in the Senate, you can block anything the majority wants to do. So we have 49 Republicans. That means we have the power of 41. If we had interested leadership that wanted to use the strength of our 41, that wanted to use the strength of the minority to say, we will only let them shovel the money and flush it down the toilet and throw it away and give it to other countries. We will only let that happen if you secure the border. We had the leverage. What ended up happening is we ended up getting what I would call is fake reform. It was reform negotiated, and the mistake was doing it, I think, behind closed doors and with only one individual. Not that it's really all that individual's fault, but the individual really needed to come back to the caucus and say, do you guys think you might, or you men and women, do you think you might support this border bill we're putting together? Instead, it was just sort of all done deal. Here it is. And then almost all of us said it's not adequate. Almost all of us said it's actually worse than the existing law. And so we were stuck in a conundrum, and then our leadership abdicated. They basically just punted. Our leadership said, we're not going to use the power of the minority because we want and salivate to send the money to Ukraine also. This is the problem now. And in our country, some people will say there needs to be more compromise. Here's compromise, you've got it. You got 10 or 15 Republicans who side with the Democrats. They believe in Ukraine first and America last. They believe that we should borrow $100 billion, whether it comes from China or whether the Federal Reserve prints it up. We're going to take $100 billion and send it over there, on top of the $113 billion we've already sent. And some might say, well, you know, it's for a good cause. Well, shouldn't we examine what they're going to spend it on? Shouldn't we have like a special inspector general, someone who's trained to look for waste? Shouldn't we have that person appointed to look at the waste? I've advocated it for over a year. I've forced them to vote on it. The Democrats all voted no, and all the big government Republicans who love this money, they voted no too. They don't want scrutiny of how the money's being spent. I even helped them to pick who would be the inspector general. Somebody's been doing it for 10 years. The inspector general that's in charge of Afghanistan is called SIGAR, Special Inspector General for Afghan Reconstruction. And he's done a great job. He's got a team of over 100 people that work for him, accountants and economists and people who look at this war spending. They know how to look at war spending. They know how to look at war contracts. They know how to look for malfeasance. And he's found billions of dollars worth of it. Now, we spent a couple trillion in Afghanistan. That's not the Inspector General's fault. That's Congress's fault. But he's done his best to try to police this. He's written entire books on the waste. And as a consequence, the people who love sending your money overseas, they hate him. They hate the idea. They hate the idea so much that they've voted it down with a vast majority. They don't want an Inspector General. But if you ask them, well, if you don't want to oversee the money, they would say, oh, no, the Pentagon or the State Department or somebody already has an Inspector General, they'll do it. And I said, oh, you mean the Pentagon that can't be audited? The Pentagon that refuses to be audited? The Pentagon says they're too big to be audited? You trust them to now oversee the money going to Ukraine? When Ukraine has a history of being in the bottom 10% as far as corruption, meaning they have had more corruption than the other 90% of countries, I think that's kind of crazy. Even if you were for the money, you would think that the power of 41 supposedly conservative Republicans could simply look them in the eye and say, we're giving you the money, but we want this, this, and this. They have the power to do it. They completely abdicated their power. They threw in the towel and said, we're not going to do anything on the border, but we're not going to even ask for an inspector general on this. We're just fine. Shovel it out the door. So where's some of the money going? Inevitably, some of it's buying weapons. And to listen to the supporters of this bill, they are proud of the weapons and the profit that will go to the people who sell weapons. This to me just boggles the mind. They actually have a new name. They now call it the Defense Industrial Base. Since the time of Eisenhower, it was known as the Military Industrial Complex. But they've renamed it the Defense Industrial Base, and we're going to rebuild ours with war profits from Ukraine. See, we're really not giving it to Ukraine. We're giving it to Ukraine. They're giving it right back to American arms manufacturers. See, it's this sort of mercantile sort of, oh yeah, it looks like it's good for business, it's good for money. And it's like, are these people not realizing we're talking about war? A war that some estimate 500,000 people have died? And they're thinking, well, gosh, if instead of 100,000 rifles we send them 1 million, that'll be more profit, and our companies will be bigger and more profitable and able to make more weapons for us then. Not really acknowledging that 1 million rifles might kill more people than 100,000. Or let's say we have 1,000 tanks. Well, what if we give them 10,000 tanks? There'll be more profit for the arms merchants. Wouldn't that be good? That'll be great. We're reinvigorating the defense industrial base. Really? You're going to make the argument that war is good? Or maybe war ain't so bad? Or maybe just a little war here and there if we can get some more profit for these guys, the big companies, you know, the large multinational arms manufacturers, if they could just get a little more profit. A little more profit would be good because that'll reinforce the defense industrial base. This is saying the quiet part out loud. This is saying something they should be embarrassed by. This is saying something so reprehensible and so disgusting. But it's happened from the leadership on our side, the leadership on the other side. It's happened also with the Biden administration. In committee, they come to us and they brag about how this isn't really money to Ukraine, this is money to America. We're giving it to Ukraine, but it's sort of a conduit. It's sort of a laundering scheme to get the money back to America, to our arms manufacturers. So under this logic, the longer the war goes on, the more weapons we sell, the better it is for our defense industrial base. So a one-year war, well, let's say we're close to, I think, 2 years. A 2-year war that's lost 500,000 people, which would be better for the defense industrial base? A 2-year war that loses 500,000 people or a 3-year war that loses 750,000 people? Well, it's a lot better for the defense industrial base to have a 3rd year of war. And we ask ourselves, what will be the ultimate result of the war? And like I say, my sympathies are with Ukraine. Russia's the aggressor, and Russia should be repelled. And if I were Ukrainian, I'd fight for Ukraine against the Russian aggressors. But the thing is that as they fight and as this war goes on, how many wars end in unconditional surrender? Virtually zero. World War II ended that way, but it's one of the few wars that ended that way. It ended in utter defeat through the drop of the atomic bombs on Japan, and there was complete and unconditional surrender. And I believe the same with Germany as well. That's a rare war that ends that way. Most wars are fought to somewhat of a standstill, and there's a negotiated settlement. So recently, the commander-in-chief in Ukraine reported to the public that he felt like the war was at a standstill. Typically, when that is said, it doesn't mean he's willing to, I'm sure he's a very brave soldier, he's well liked by the troops, but when that is said that it's an indication that perhaps negotiation could start, that doesn't make him a coward or weak. It actually makes him strong because he knows that another year of war will grind, will be this meat grinder that will grind and torture and maim another group of thousands of the young men of Ukraine. And if he felt like it would be an imminent victory and that Ukraine could win and Russia would be defeated, then I'm sure he would want to fight on. And he probably still wants to fight on, but I think what the indication is that there has to be some openness to negotiation. I don't think Russia is strong enough to take Ukraine. Likewise, I don't think Ukraine's strong enough to push Russia out. They've fought to a standstill. And the thing is that if our promise is unlimited weapons and unlimited money to Ukraine, I think it makes it less likely that people will look for an exit ramp, will look for a possibility of a peaceful outcome to this. There will be no complete victory in Ukraine. There is an infinite amount of money that can be sent. 170 billion is getting close to infinite. We've never sent that much money to any country ever. If we go another year, they burn through about 10 billion a month. And they already think they're a couple months behind on that. Within 4 to 6 months, they'll be asking for more money again. But shouldn't we at least ask where it's being spent? Sure, some of it's being spent on arms, tanks, guns, this, that. But some of it's going to pay their government salaries. Some of it's going to pay for welfare, disability, health care, first responders. I think we pay the salaries of 57,000 first responders. Do we have enough money to pay for the entire government, another government, plus all of their weapons? In addition to their government, we've been paying their pensions. That embarrassed some of the people, and so they said finally, well, we'll pay for everything else. We'll pay for all of your government, but by golly, we draw the line at pensions. So they excluded pensions from this after paying for the pensions for over a year. But billions upon billions are going to pay for their government. Look, most of us over here want a smaller U.S. government. Now they want to ask us to pay for a bloated Ukraine government. But it's worse than just paying for their government and all of their programs. We're giving small business subsidies to Ukraine. If you watched 60 Minutes not too long ago, what you saw was a ladies' bag, ladies' handbags, a business that's getting subsidies from us. Look, I'm not even for subsidizing U.S. businesses. I'm for profit and loss. You sell something good that somebody wants to buy, you become successful in business. I don't think we should subsidize American businesses. But now they're not asking me just to subsidize American businesses. They want me to subsidize Ukrainian businesses. I think that's obscene. I think that's absurd. I think when I go home and I ask people, can you believe they're sending money to a handbag factory, to a handbag shop in Ukraine? People are aghast. They're livid. They're like, who are these people? We'll vote them out. And that's really what should go on. It's part of what this debate is about. People at home need to know who these people are. Every Democrat save one and about 15 Republicans. People need to pay attention. They need to look how their senator votes on this or how their congressman votes if it gets to the House of Representatives. Because this is about people who are prioritizing Ukraine first and America last. Some of the money that's gone over there, in addition to going to small businesses, actually went to send 6 contestants to Paris Fashion Week, to the famous fashion show of Paris. So in the midst of this war, we're sending money to send some fashion brands or whatever that is from Ukraine to the Paris Fashion Show. In the middle of this war, their president had time to take some fancy pictures with Vogue. I don't know, but I think that kind of looks bad. I think that sort of just, that one doesn't pass the smell test. When we're in the middle of a war, sure, he's wearing his great T-shirt and everything, but he's in Vogue, all right? He's at war. About a month ago, he was in Argentina for the victory party for the new prime minister. No doubt asking for money. But the thing is I'm a big fan of the new prime minister of Argentina, too. I didn't go down there on the taxpayer dime, and I won't take a taxpayer dime to go down there. But the thing is, he's in the middle of the war. What in the heck's he doing in Argentina? He's everywhere, all around the world, asking for our money. But my oath of office is to my country. Doesn't mean I don't have sympathy for Ukraine. Doesn't mean I don't want them to win. It's just my oath of office is to my country. This would be a different debate if we had a big pile of money and we ran a surplus. But I can't in good conscience send money to Ukraine that we don't have. That $100 billion that's going out in this bill, in addition to the previous $110 billion, is all borrowed. It makes America weaker. It makes us less strong. You'll often hear the debate, and you'll hear people say, it's in our vital national interest to give money to Ukraine. Well, that's merely an opinion. There's a debate on both sides of it. And I'll give you the debate on the other side of this. They say we must support Ukraine or the dominoes will fall. Well, that was a theory from the Cold War, which didn't turn out to be even true during the Cold War. And the interesting thing is it is useful to understand how the Soviet Union lost. And to my mind, it's very clear how the Soviet Union was defeated. The engine of capitalism defeated the engine of socialism, the engine of communism. There's no comparison. Capitalism, which is freedom, freedom to exchange goods, freedom to trade goods across boundaries, it's so incredibly powerful that it has driven our success. But the Soviet Union couldn't keep up in the arms race because socialism just frankly doesn't work. Doesn't work for developing a strong military. They were always much weaker than we actually thought they were. but it also doesn't work for charity or for anything else. One of the great things about our country is incredible wealth, all the way down to our middle class, which exceeds the middle class of any country on the planet. But also, because that great wealth has allowed such amazing amount of charity. Even our national parks, as you look around and see most of our national parks, a huge majority of a huge percentage of the land in our national parks was actually donated by capitalists. A lot of the land being set aside in western states are very wealthy people are buying the land so it won't be developed and will remain pristine. But that's capitalism. That's the result of capitalism. Socialism doesn't work. The stories of socialism abound. There was a story in Poland of how price controls worked and how they always inevitably led to shortages. Guy goes in to buy eggs, and he said, are you the store that doesn't have eggs? And the guy said, no, we're the store that doesn't have toilet paper. The store across the way is the store that doesn't have eggs. That's the story of socialism. It's scarcity. That's the story of price controls. But there's been a debate for a long time in our country about whether or not you can have a free market, capitalist society and have a large military-industrial state. This was some of the division after the war between the libertarians and the conservatives, a little bit between Buckley and Murray Rothbard among the libertarians. And Rothbard and the other libertarians were worried that if you had a big military state, that the amount of money that went into that would cause us to lose our freedoms, that you couldn't have both, that really you need not have this massive military state. That argument still goes on. I'm one of the ones here who says that balancing our budget, spending what comes in is so important that we should look at spending across the board. That spending would include military spending, it would include entitlement spending, but it's part of the problem, and I'll be very ecumenical in my criticism in that the debt is the fault of both parties. Now, the Democrats are just completely oblivious. They don't care at all. But Republicans kind of pretend to care, and many of the big government Republicans who will support this bill, they're fine with sending money to Ukraine, but they also want virtually unlimited increases in military spending as well. And really, it's the reverse of the current compromise that's actually needed to defend our country. The reverse of the compromise would be to say that everything needs a little bit of a haircut. You know, we're not going to balance the budget by cutting Sesame Street, so I don't go out there saying, let's just cut public television and we'll balance the budget. No, what I say is let's cut a little bit of everything. And the thing is people are afraid of that. People say, you know, even people running for office now, that's like, you'll raise the age of Social Security or you'll cut entitlements. Well, you have to look at everything. If you take entitlements off the table and you say, I'm not going to do anything about the entitlements, it's 2/3 of the spending. You can cut the entire budget we vote on, which is 1/3 of spending, and you don't balance the budget, or you barely get there. And we're not going to cut the whole thing. So we have to just trim a little bit across the board. And it's amazing how unreasonable that is up here. I'm an outlier. I'm one of the few people. There's probably 2 or 3 people in the Senate that would cut everything across the board a little bit. Maybe more than that. Might be 10 or 15. But the thing is that I think people would be open to it. Look, Medicare. Medicare is a $1 trillion budget. Could we cut anything out of it and still keep the Medicare benefit? I'm not looking to tell poor people they can't have health care or people who can barely afford it. No, I'm saying, what could we do with $1 trillion to spend it better? Absolutely, we could spend it better and save some money. Could you not say 1%? Could you not say 5%? When we look at this, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of something that just tugs at the heartstrings. Alzheimer's disease. I've had family members with it. It's sad, and to watch it progress among people. We give generously, the government does. They give your money, it's not their money, but the government gives generously to Alzheimer's research. We're a big, rich nation. We ought to be able to study Alzheimer's disease. We ought to be able to do something, sure. So I'm not against it. But let's say they got $100 million for research last year. Is nobody up here brave enough to say, look, we're out of money. We'll give you $95 million next year? So this isn't like eliminating Alzheimer's research. It's saying you'd get 95%. I'd say that to everybody. Everybody gets 95% of what you got last year. When I say that at home, not one person looks askance, not one person criticizes, and they say, Well, you're right. Why couldn't we do that? That's so reasonable. You're not being draconian. You're not being radical. We just spent 95% of what we spent last year. To a person, businessmen come up to me, businessmen and women, come up to me and say, well, yeah, we've had bad years before where we've had to cut 30% of spending. So they're like 5% would be no big deal. It never happens in government. In fact, as times get worse, as the economy goes in the tank, government spending goes through the roof. But these are the things we have to talk about. These are the things we have to think about. Madam President, can you tell me how much time I have remaining?
16 minutes remaining.
Good, lots of time, just getting started. But as we look at these things and try to make these decisions, it really is about having a government that sets priorities. And I can't emphasize enough how different it is from your local government to Washington. Every mayor in the United States, I may not agree with their policies, but virtually every mayor, particularly in small town America is this way, spends what comes in. Now, some of the bigger cities actually have borrowing capacity and have gotten in trouble with loans. But most cities in America spend what comes in. And so what happens when you go to the city council meeting, what do cities do? They do stuff you kind of want. Pave the roads, fix the stoplights, make sure the ditches are dug, make sure the sewage works. We all kind of have agreed to have a certain amount of government, particularly at the local level. So when you go to a city council meeting, there'll be a budget. I know that's extraordinary. We don't do that up here. We spend $6 trillion and we don't have a budget. We don't pass a budget. We haven't had a budget for the last 3 or 4 years. No budget. $6 trillion and no budget. That's insane. Everybody up here who's for that should be fired. I produce a budget every year on my own, one senator, not on the appropriation committees. I don't often win. Actually, I never have won my budget, but my budget is fairly dramatic according to Washington standards. Mine I call the penny plan budget. Cut 1% across the board. Well, that used to be the penny plan budget, and that used to work in balancing the budget over 5 years. But we spent so much money of COVID, we locked you up and gave you all checks, put masks on you, 4 or 5 masks, earmuffs, goggles, and sent you checks and told you not to work. Crazy. But we spent so much money now to balance your budget, it would actually be a 5% cut over 5 years to balance your budget. But it'd make us stronger, and we could do it. How would we do it? One of the things I've proposed is, why don't we give government workers bonuses for finding waste? Wow, that would be something. An incentive for a government worker to save money. So you're in charge of a $12 million budget at the Department of Energy or Education. You're in charge, and you have your mission statement. Here's what you're supposed to do. But you think you could save $1 million just by not buying the wrong stuff and not buying too much of stuff. We should give you a raise. I've been trying to pass that for 12 years. I can't get Democrats to agree to it. You know what their sticking point is? Well, if that person has $12 million budget and they save $1 million, we should spend it somewhere else. Literally. I'm trying to give people an incentive to save money, and I would think that the money, since we're $1.5 trillion in the hole every year, could go back to the Treasury, and their argument is absolutely not. They must spend it somewhere else. Insane. I remember a story of one Republican chairman telling me when we took over a few years ago, they took over a chairmanship, and they went into one of the rooms, which was a big closet, and they went in there, and they're like, I don't know, 5,000 printer cartridges. And they're like, wonder what this is. Maybe they're saving money they got a good deal on printer cartridges, which might have been true except for the fact that they didn't fit any computers or printers anymore. They'd been out, you know how everything changes. Some person had ordered something nobody in business would have ever done, and they had 5,000 printer cartridges they had to just throw away. This is how government works. You don't have the incentives. Friedman put it this way. He said that nobody spends somebody else's money as wisely as their own. And that's a pretty profound statement. I think it's the most profound statement that you can apply to why government doesn't work very well. It also goes in parallel with another statement that government is a necessary evil. And they go hand in hand because Government's a necessary evil because you have to give up your liberty. We don't live in a perfectly free society. Perfectly free society, nobody would tell you what to do at all. You'd have no government, you'd keep all your money. And so we don't live there. We give up a certain amount of freedom to have safety and roads and things. But those of us who understand and make this debate over liberty understand that we do have that liberty and we're making a sacrifice to live in society. And so we think our liberty is precious, so we don't want to give up too much. So we see government as a necessary evil. We don't want too much of it, because if we gave up 100% of our income to have government, we'd have no freedom to enjoy the fruits of our labor. If we give up 50%, we still think that's too much. And so somewhere the pendulum is, those of us who believe in liberty are wanting more liberty and less government. But we also want it because government's not very good at anything. So, I think it was Friedman who also said that only the government, if you put them in charge of the Sahara Desert, could have a shortage of sand because of just sheer incompetence. And it's really not that people are stupid that work in government, although sometimes it's a debatable question. It's that they don't get the same incentives. In business, people are rewarded for success. And some people worry about this. Some on the left, they hate business, and they hate it because they see it as dog-eat-dog world. But it's a dog-eat-dog world where the only people who succeed in business succeed by pleasing someone else. And it's the interesting thing about transactions in capitalism. People think that transactions in capitalism are equal. They're kind of equal and not equal. So if I want these glasses, and they're very expensive, they cost me, I think, $1.99. If I want these glasses, I will have to want the glasses more than my $1.99. So the person selling them, he wants my money, or she wants my money more than the glasses, and I want the glasses more. So even though it's an equal trade, it's an unequal trade because we're both motivated to trade. There has to be some kind of disparity that we see. But the people who make these glasses only succeed if they sell them at a good cost and sell them cheaply. These are actually from a foreign country. I won't mention which country because everybody hates all the other countries now and wants to shut down trade. But I feel richer that I can get them for $1.99. So I get them like 20 at a time, and I leave them everywhere, and they break half the time. But for $1.99, that's not bad. But capitalism works to distribute goods. Can you imagine what would happen? Think of your life tomorrow if Amazon and Walmart were bought by the government. Or what if they started telling Amazon and Walmart they couldn't buy other companies? Oh, they're already doing that. They're trying to prevent the merger of companies. These are the philosophies that we're talking about that have led us to the situation where we are. Because these are the philosophies of people who don't believe in spending what comes in. They believe in an infinite amount of spending, but they also don't prize liberty enough to keep people out of our economic affairs. Walmart is an amazing store because you can go in, you buy this pen, it's scanned, and somewhere in Benton, within milliseconds, is finding out you bought that pen there and they're sending another one. The pen is going out the door, but that's capitalism. If it were the government, let's say the post office, not quite so efficient. Nothing in government works very well. It doesn't mean we won't have any government. It means we should have as little and as small a government as we could possibly have, because nobody spends somebody else's money as wisely as their own. Another way to think about this is to think about the city councilman, and the city council has been commissioned. They have something good. They want to build a theater or build something in a town, and it's $10 million. And they say, well, it's a good cause. Let's do it. And they vote for it. But if you ask that city councilman for $1,000 to invest in a business, which decision does the person spend more time with? Which decision does the person, feel it deep in his gut or her gut to give $1,000? When it's their money. Now, government can't operate with people's money, so I don't know that we can change government. We could try adding some incentives to government, but what we could really try to do is make government small, since we know government's inefficient. Try to keep government out of other enterprises. I do worry on both sides of the aisle that the fear of foreigners and the fear of foreign countries and the anger towards foreign countries is going to be to our detriment. When the average shopper goes to Walmart because of imported goods, they're $1,000 richer because their money goes farther. A lot of the stuff's imported. And on some level, we get it. Like in my state, we have Toyota. I drive a Toyota Camry up here. Several of my staff drive Toyota Prius. We're proud of Toyota. They're owned by a foreign country, by Japan. But 20,000 Kentuckians work for them. And those Kentuckians understand we don't have any anger with the Japanese, and we shouldn't have anger with the Japanese. But recently, the administration everybody's clapping, and many of those that are clapping, they're banning Nippon Steel from buying U.S. steel. Well, what if it makes U.S. Steel stronger to be joined with Nippon Steel? We like Toyota, why can't we like Nippon Steel? Nippon Steel buys a lot of metallurgical coal in my state already employs people. They're already good for America. If we forbid them from buying another company, what if that company goes bankrupt and now Chinese steel is more important or bigger and more powerful? We broke up U.S. Steel in the 1920s. We never should have. They'd be so big and so strong now had we not broken them up, that they'd be more likely to compete. People are now saying, big tech, we hate big tech, let's break up big tech. Well, what is that going to do? It's going to make their Chinese competitors better and stronger. We need to just stay the heck out of it. If people voluntarily want to watch TikTok, if people want to buy a radio from China or Japan or Vietnam, let them. If you like it and the price is good, buy it. But the more and more we have the anger and the isolationism that comes with breaking up trade, the more likely we come to war. With regard to this bill, I think this bill really is Ukraine first and America last. I think the American people agree with me. We've spent 5 days filibustering this, and I know we will lose sometime tonight. We can each speak for an hour. I think we'll get to 2 or 3 in the morning. So we can hold them off. We can draw attention to this. But this is about winning America. It isn't about winning this vote. It's about showing America that we care about your sovereignty, we care about your tax dollars, and we think that the priority should be here. The priority should be our border. That we should be concerned enough to stay up, to protest, to filibuster, to protect Americans from a bill like this, to say that America is important, that our voters are important. One of the supporters of this bill said today, and I won't mention by name, but said that people at home can't understand a bill like this, that the elite foreign policy minds of Washington somehow can understand this more than the people. I couldn't disagree more. I think every one of my acquaintances and friends and people I run into in Kentucky have every much as ability, if not more ability, than the people in this room to make a decision on this. And I've yet to meet one who came up to me and said, I want Ukraine first. They say, I want to defend America's border, I want to defend America, and I want to defend a country that leaves us alone, that leaves us free, that allows voluntarism to create the great and vast wealth that our country has become. Madam President, how many glorious minutes do I have left?
Senator has 4 minutes remaining.
All right. A lot of votes up here, win or lose, don't change things. I do predict that this vote is transforming things. People have asked whether or not there's dissension on the Republican side. I think there's a great deal of dissension because what has happened on this bill is a minority of Republicans have decided to side with all of the Democrats, or virtually all of the Democrats. Despite the fact that the majority of the caucus is against this bill, I think that's led to the length of this filibuster and the support for this filibuster. 5 days in, we're 5 days in, and we'll probably make it 5.5 days on this filibuster. The last 24 hours or so have been talking filibuster. My colleague from Utah, Senator Lee, spoke for 4 hours on Saturday. We do this because we care about our country, we care about the looting of the Treasury, we care about the destruction of the dollar. We care about setting priorities and saying we don't have enough money, we don't have enough things to be everything to everyone. What we need to do is obey our oath of office. Our oath of office is to America. Doesn't mean we can't have sympathy for other countries. Come back to me when you have a surplus. When you're running a surplus, when you're running this country on a profit, when you're running this country and paying for the things you promised to our people, then come to me and ask me about another country. But you don't borrow money for charity. You don't walk down the street, and if you're a poor person and you have 4 kids and you provide enough for your rent and food and your gasoline and you're barely getting by, and you see a homeless person, you don't say, hey, honey, let's go to the bank and borrow $1,000 to give it to that homeless person. Even if you're sympathetic, you might help them up. You might help them to the side of the street. You do not go to the bank and borrow money. Ukraine can be the greatest cause in the world, but we're borrowing the money. There is no money. There's no rainy day fund. There's no surplus. And there's no reason on God's green earth we should be borrowing money to send it to Ukraine. We're either going to print it up, which causes inflation and hurts the working class, or we're going to borrow it, and go further in debt. So I, for one, think that the American people are opposed to this bill. I think they're opposed to the concept of Ukraine first and America last. And I predict that this issue doesn't go away. I predict that the House of Representatives is not going to take up this bill. I predict that the vast majority of the Republicans in the House of Representatives are more conservative than the Republicans in this body. And I predict that this fight is not over. During this debate, and the fact that we were able to delay and talk about this for 5 days, 5.5 days, the Speaker of the House spoke out. And I don't know that he would have been prompted to speak out, although he has spoken out previously against this. But the Speaker of the House spoke out today and said he's not taking this bill up. See, they've put together border reform that actually would transform things, border reform that acknowledges that it's an emergency. So I will be a no and continue to be a no on this bill because I think it puts Ukraine first and America last. And with that, Madam President, I yield.
For other purposes.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I am pleased that that Democrats have just reached an agreement with the Republicans to pass a temporary extension of government funding tonight. We will have up to 5 votes, 4 on amendments and then final passage. This agreement is an important step because we not only avoid a shutdown on Friday, we also clear the way for passing the first 6 appropriations bills next week. We want to move quickly, so I ask senators to stay in their seats or near the floor until we finish our work. We're going to try, starting on the second vote, to keep votes limited to 10 minutes. So please stay in your seats. Now, Mr. President, this year, the good Lord gave us an extra day in February. So let's make sure we finish the job and don't drag this debate into March. Yield the floor.
Senator from Washington. Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that all votes in this series after the first vote be 10 minutes in duration.
Without objection. Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm really glad that we have clear consensus that no one wants to see a government shutdown and that preventing one now will require a very short CR so we can continue making good progress on our full-year funding bills. I've been at the table for a long time now, pushing to make progress every single day, and we are genuinely close. And if bipartisan cooperation prevails, I am very confident we can at long last, wrap up our 24 bills, our FY24 bills. And as my colleagues are aware, we plan to release the first 6 bills in the coming days to give everyone time to review them before a vote next week, while we continue to lock up the last 6 bills. I'm confident we can get all of our funding bills done in the next few weeks, so long as partisan poison pills are taken off the table. We are working in a divided government. That means to get anything done, we have to work together in good faith to reach reasonable outcomes. That has been true from day one of these negotiations, and we will only reach the last day of these negotiations if that happens. Again, Mr. President, we're close. We are moving in the right direction. It is full speed ahead, and we will keep working hard with our colleagues to get this wrapped up and take a shutdown completely off the table by passing the strongest bipartisan spending bills we can, and hopefully soon. I urge all of our colleagues vote yes on this CR so we have the time to get these done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, several of the amendments that we will vote on propose a full year continuing resolution that would lock in dangerously inadequate funding levels for our national defense and lead to cuts in other vital programs serving our veterans, farmers, low-income families, and older Americans. In a briefing last month, the commander of U.S. Central Command told me that this is the most dangerous security situation in 50 years. The idea that we would consider hamstringing our military under a year-long continuing resolution at such a time is unconscionable. The Department of Defense has never operated under a year-long CR. It would reduce defense spending by $27 billion relative to the level called for under the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Further, there would be problems with the misalignment of funds that in many cases would prevent critical funding from being executed. For example, 30% of the Navy shipbuilding requests could not be spent because the funding would be misaligned. According to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, under a year-long CR, thousands of defense programs will be impacted, with the most devastating effects to our national defense being to personnel, the nuclear triad modernization, shipbuilding and maintenance, munitions productions and replenishments, and the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command priorities. Let us also remember that we would be wasting taxpayer dollars as we would forego billions of dollars in potential spending reductions and rescissions carefully identified by the appropriations committees. A year-long CR would result in a military that is less able to respond to serious security threats around the globe, and it would harm important domestic investments in biomedical research, infrastructure, and other priority areas. It would result in furloughs or hiring freezes for food inspectors and air traffic controllers, as well as slash housing assistance at a time when we already face a severe affordable housing shortage. I urge my colleagues to reject these motions and support the responsible approach of passing this short-term measure to fund the government. We will then move to the 6 completed conference reports on appropriations bills and continue our important work on the remainder of the full year appropriations bills. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
I call up Senate Amendment 1614 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, proposes an amendment number 1614.
Mr. President, here we go again. Senators of both parties will once again kick the can down the road. Our national debt is over $34 trillion and growing at an alarming rate. The majority of the Senate meets today to vote once again for more deficit spending. We now know that the Federal Reserve is not only buying the federal debt, they're buying the debt of profligate, large spending states like California, New York, and Illinois. My amendment would make it explicitly illegal for the Federal Reserve to buy the debt of these big spending, profligate individual states. It was never intended that Congress give the Fed the power, and we should make sure that it is explicit. The Federal Reserve cannot buy the debt of individual states. I urge a yes vote.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the Paul Amendment. As part of the effort to support our economy following the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Federal Reserve established a liquidity facility to help state and local governments better manage their cash flow and those pressures that existed that they faced as a result of the increase in state and local government expenditures related to the pandemic and the delay and decrease of some tax revenues and other revenues. And all of the funds borrowed by municipalities under this program have been repaid. So tying the Fed's hands to prevent it from helping states and municipalities, as this provision would do, would be dangerous. Congress has given the Fed the flexibility to transact in state and local bonds because we knew that it could be an important and helpful tool in times of an emergency, protecting millions of public workers, including police officers, healthcare workers, and other first responders. So as we have seen during the pandemic and natural disasters, uncertainty can hurt both big and small states, and the Fed's simple ability to assist state and local governments in this way can provide stability and allow policymakers to address emerging crises. Preventing emergency programs outright would be dangerous and unnecessary. And finally, adopting this amendment would require the continuing resolution go back to the House and be voted on again. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on the Paul amendment.
Questions on the amendment?
Senator from Kentucky is recognized.
Pork barrel spending elicits images of politicos, fists full of cash to be passed out to the special interests. Pork barrel spending sounds bad and smells worse. Pork barrel spending is the original sin of Congress that big government types can't rid themselves of, can't rinse themselves clean of. Pork barrel spending is the grease that eases billions and trillions of deficit dollars to follow. What did our founders have to say about pork barrel spending, about earmarks? Well, the Constitution is quite clear. Taxation and spending are only allowed if they are for the general welfare. Justice Story, in our history, ruled that the General Welfare Clause was not a general grant of unlimited powers, but rather a limiting clause that meant that government taxation and spending must be for the general welfare of the people, not for parochial interest. It's not for a sex club in Philadelphia. It has to be for the general welfare of all people in the United States. It's not for a parade in Detroit. It's for the general welfare of people. The earmarks are pork barrel spending, and they are not included in the Constitution. Justice Story referred to Jefferson in reaching this conclusion. Jefferson wrote that the laying of taxes is the power and the general welfare is the purpose. So you can tax people generally, but you have to spend the money generally. It has to be what's good for everyone in America. It can't be good for Bubba Gump's Shrimp Museum in Louisiana. It can't be good for sugarcane in Louisiana. It's supposed to be for the general welfare of the entire United States. That's what Jefferson said. He said that to lay taxes ad libitum for any purpose they please, it shouldn't be so, but only to pay for the debts or provide the general welfare of the Union. Jefferson continued, in like manner, Congress is not to do anything they please to provide for the general welfare, but only to lay taxes for what truly is for the general welfare of everyone in the country. Madison argued that spending must be tied to the specifically enumerated powers in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. Why would the founders have written the Constitution and said, we have specific powers that we're allowed to spend money on? Why would they write those specific powers and then say, oh, well, whatever, just spend money on whatever you want to spend it on? They wrote these specific powers because that's what they intended us to follow. The 9th and 10th Amendment said, if the powers weren't granted to Congress, they were left to the states. A lot of these earmarks could be funded by the states, but states have to balance their budget. Why do the earmarks bump from the state to the federal government? Because there's a printing press up here, and it's going full stop 24 hours a day, printing, 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 and putting the next generation into debt. If you read Article 1, Section 8 that enumerates the powers for spending in the Constitution, you will find no references to funding organizations that host sex parties. The senators from Pennsylvania stuck an earmark in here for an organization that has public sex parties with whomever, whenever, groups, no numbers, in a public forum. That's what your money is going for. The senators from Pennsylvania put an earmark in here for public sex parties. Really? Does anybody think that that's in the general welfare? Does anybody not see our founding fathers rolling over in their graves that Democrat senators from Pennsylvania wanted to fund sex parties in Philadelphia? There's nothing in the Constitution that allows that. They also want to fund environmental justice centers, whatever that means, hell-bent on banning gas stoves. Really? The bill has 6,000 earmarks, over $12 billion in spending. So this is the cusp of it, but the overall spending is hundreds of billions of dollars, and the spending at this rate will lead to $1.5 trillion borrowed. What happens to the borrowing? The Federal Reserve buys it and your prices go up at the store. Why does a steak cost 20 bucks in the grocery store now? Because they've diluted the value of your currency by all these earmarks, all this giving, and all this unconstitutional spending. Decades ago, William Proxmire rose in this esteemed body to tell the American people about government waste. He was a conservative Democrat back when that existed. He awarded the Golden Fleece Award to the worst examples of government spending. Every month for 13 years he did this. Among the things he pointed out, a $27,000 study to investigate why prison inmates try to escape. Really? We couldn't figure that one out on our own? A $6,000 guide on how to use Worcestershire sauce. But here's my favorite, and Proxmire himself said this was one of his favorites. $100,000 research grant to study whether sunfish that drink tequila are more aggressive than sunfish that drink gin. This is where your money goes. This is why we're bankrupt. It never gets better. The organizations that fund this, like the National Science Foundation, they doubled their budget last year. You think we're going to have more or less of this crazy spending on drunk fish if you give them more money? So they doubled the amount of money to the people who are studying whether sunfish getting drunk on tequila are more aggressive than sunfish getting drunk on gin. There was always a certain amount of punch to Proxmire's proclamations. We could laugh at the lunacy of government, but that was in 1988, when our overall debt was only $2 trillion. Now, it's 34, going on $35 trillion as we speak. Perhaps government waste is not so funny anymore. There are 600 pages of earmarks in this bill, over 6,000 earmarks, pork barrel spending for which the Constitution does not approve. It adds up to $12 billion. It'd be difficult to choose which single earmark is the worst, but here's some of the top 10. $4 million for a waterfront walkway in New Jersey. You heard that right, $4 million for a walkway, for a fancy new boardwalk to help New Jersey's shoreline compete with Staten Island's. We're $34 trillion in debt, and they're going to take money that's supposed to be for the general welfare to help one specific town. This is a town with a median income of $100,000. You think maybe they could pay for their own boardwalk? $3.5 trillion for Detroit's Thanksgiving Parade float makers' new headquarters. So the people who make the floats for the parade in Detroit are going to get a new headquarters. Does anybody think that's for the general welfare? This actually is giving money to a private company. Where in the Constitution does it say we can take money from everyone and give it to a private company? That's unconstitutional. The Metropolitan Museum of Art is giving $1.75 million. You say, well, I love art and we need to fund art. This is a regional art museum, and it's a museum that has a $5 billion endowment. Some of the richest people in our country give to this museum, and that's great. Their names are on the wings of the museum. That's great. We have always had support by rich people in our country for museums. That's great, but we don't need to be taxing the everyday working man in our country to send another $1 million to a museum in New York that has a $5 billion endowment. They also have $1 million for the Environmental Justice Center in New York. Now, it used to be justice that we thought should be colorblind. Now we have justice that is meted out based on the shade of your ideology. So if you're a crazy climate alarmist and you think the world's going to end and the polar bears are drowning from too much water, note to self, polar bears swim in the water. They live in the water. The polar bears are not drowning because of global warming. So we have the Environmental Justice Center, which is full of a bunch of crazy people who are only on one side of the issue. They believe that we should ban everything, cars, gas stoves. Your money's being sent to fund this politically charged nonsense that has nothing to do with justice. $500,000 for gardens in San Francisco. Now, I understand the smell is bad in San Francisco from the human feces, from the waste, from the trash, from the litter, from the drug addicts that strew all of their needles across the place. It's a bad deal in San Francisco. But you know what? They need to clean their city up. They don't need to be asking for taxpayers in Kentucky and around the country to plant flowers for them to obscure the smell of their problem because they've let their city go to rot and ruin. $1 million to a nonprofit in Minnesota to build a coffee shop for refugees. Think about this. You've just come to this country. Many of these are good people. They're some of the best Americans. They just got here, but we want to teach them about America. So instead of teaching them frugality of someone who's new that doesn't have much money, that you go to the grocery store and for 26 cents a cup, you can make your own coffee. Instead, we say, why don't we give $1 million to a refugee center so they can have a coffee shop and serve up $7 lattes to teach the immigrants that this is what's great about America. No, it's great about America to get $7 lattes when you're paying for it, not when the government's paying for it. $500,000 for a cybercrime vehicle for the Honolulu police. Who the heck knows if that's a competitive price? But for $500,000, you can apparently get 2 Ferraris, 10 Teslas, and 20 Toyotas. The question I have about cybercrime is, are they using warrants? Are they eavesdropping on all of us? Or are they actually doing warrantless searches of innocent Americans? But this is not something the federal government should be funding. $1.2 million earmark for bike pass in Rhode Island. Look, I'm a bike rider. I like bike pass as much as the next person. They should be funded locally. That's not the general welfare. A bike path in Rhode Island is the business of Rhode Island. Why should Rhode Island pay for it? Because Rhode Island balances their budget. Like every other state, they only can spend what comes in because they have no printing press. Why do they ask the federal government to fund their bike pass? Because we have a printing press. But that not only is not for the general welfare, it hurts the general welfare by causing inflation. Deficit spending causes inflation, and that's what you get with this bike path. Rhode Island has 28,000 millionaires. Why don't they tax their millionaires? I don't care what they do to their millionaires for their bike pass. Let them take care of it. But don't tax the rest of the people of the country to pay for a bike path in one state. The final earmark we have today is $209,000 for an air conditioner in the Charlestown Opera House in West Virginia. Now, you might ask yourself how that is of general interest or of the general welfare, and you would be right, it's not. It's very parochial. But you would also ask why they spent $100,000 last year fixing the air conditioner is going to cost another $200,000 this year. Maybe competitive bidding's not so good when you actually get free money from the government. These are the 10 of over 6,000 wasteful earmarks included in this minibus. I don't know which single one of them which would receive Senator Proxmire's Golden Fleece Award, but these are my terrible 10, and there are more. And this is only funding half of government. In a couple more weeks, they're coming back, and if there were 6,000 earmarks this week, I'm guessing they'll have 6,000 next week. It gets worse. It's leading to generalized inflation. So not only are they ignoring the general welfare clause, which means that spending and taxation is supposed to help everyone equally, has to be for a general cause, such as the national defense that we don't have for Maine or Rhode Island or Kentucky. The national defense is for everyone. It is a general cause. But when we spend it on parochial causes, when we run up this enormous deficit, it hurts us all generally. Inflation is a general punishment. So I would say this bill is not for the general welfare of the country, it is for the general punishment of the country because it continues a $1.5 trillion deficit that leads to inflation that causes all of us to not be able to afford food, clothing, gasoline. That's what this is. This bill is an insult to the American people. The earmarks are all the wasteful spending that you could ever hope to see, and it should be defeated. What we have here is a pork fest of epic proportions. You can't imagine how much pork barrel spending is going on in this bill, but you should know about it. There are 6,000 earmarks in this bill. What's an earmark? An earmark is where a congressman or a senator says, hey, I've got this special interest. Maybe they're a donor, maybe they're somebody important in their area, maybe they're a relative. And they want to name, Bubba Gump's Shrimp Museum after them, or they want to name some kind of museum after one of their donors. And that's what ends up getting put into these bills and bloats them beyond imagination. It also is sort of the grease that eases in billions and trillions of other dollars, because you get people to buy into the total package by giving them a little bit of pork for their town, a little bit of pork for their donors. Pork barrel spending elicits the images of politicos with hands and fists stuffed with dollars, passing these out to the special interests, and that's exactly what it is. In 2010, 2009, there was this Tea Party uprising. There were people concerned that their government had gone beyond its constitutional limits, had begun spending money like there was no tomorrow, that the debt was rising at an extraordinary pace. And people came to Washington, and one of the things the Republicans vowed to do was be better. We voted within our conference to ban earmarks. And for nearly a decade, maybe a little more than a decade, Republicans didn't put forth earmarks. But it's sad to say, when we look at the blame for the debt, that the blame goes to both parties. People often ask me, they say, whose fault is it, Democrats or Republicans? My answer is yes, it's both parties. Now, both parties have different priorities, but they do get together and they support each other. They pat each other in the back, and everybody gets more money. Because the one truism about Washington is they believe there are no limits to the money. In your state capital, the revenue that comes in is spent. In your county government and your city government, the revenue that comes in is spent. The one place that there are no restraints, where there are no trade-offs, where the printing press runs 24 hours a day, is Washington. The Federal Reserve simply buys the debt, but it's not without repercussions. As the deficits spiral upwards, as the Federal Reserve prints more money to buy the debt, the value of your dollar goes down. Now, the people who get the money first are able to profit by the inflation before it trickles down to the regular working class. If you're a banker on Wall Street and you buy and sell the bonds, you get the money right when it's printed, the ink is still fresh, and you get to spend it on par. You get to spend the money while it still has 100% of its value. When it gets to you, when it gets to America, when it gets to all of us, it's lost its purchasing power. So it no longer buys as much, and we see the prices in the grocery store going up, and we see our wages sluggishly chasing those prices. This is inflation. Inflation is the bait and switch of big government. People in big government from both sides of the aisle offer you something for nothing. It's a bait and switch. The emperor has no clothes. The emperor has no money. Your government has nothing to give you but borrowing. They borrow from the future, and they give you stuff. They give you these items. They glisten in the sun, and they are shiny objects, and they say, here, have this. More food stamps. You don't have to work for a living. Or if you're a corporation, they'll give you a special perk or a benefit. You get all of these things that are not supposed to cost anything. The cost is inflation. It's a deceitful way of running your government. It's a deceitful way of borrowing from the future, but it's what goes on day in and day out. The Republicans at least put up a pretense. They say to the people at home, and they go home and they pound the desk and say, we are the conservatives and we believe in balanced budgets. But when you see how the voting goes, it's not true. Some of the Republicans are conservative, so we had a vote recently to get on this bill. All the Democrats voted for the 6,000 earmarks and all the spending. There hasn't been a spending bill that there's been significant Democrat opposition to that I know of in modern history. They all vote for the spending. But the secret unknown to a lot of people at home is there are 12 or 15 Republicans, the big government Republican caucus, who vote with the Democrats. Because, see, what's happened is we've abdicated the power of the purse. The power of the purse we hold and could use at any point in time. 41 members of a party or a caucus or a conservative group could stop legislation and demand that the other side compromise. But that's not what happens. The conservatives can never muster 41 votes because there's 10 or 15 big government Republicans who side with the Democrats, and therefore there is really no power to the purse. There is no ability to restrain spending. In fact, the opposite happens. A lot of people don't understand this. They think there's no compromise in Washington, and the opposite is true. There is compromise every day on every spending bill, but it's not compromise between big government and constitutional government. It's compromise between big government Democrats and big government Republicans. The big government Republicans want to send foreign aid to all far-flung reaches of the planet. They also want to fund the wars in all far reaches of the planet, and they want to fund the military-industrial complex. That's the traditional Republican condition. Now, Democrats take that position now, too, so they're all together on this. And then on the welfare proposition, the idea that you don't have to work and basically we'll just pay you not to work, and that the payment for non-work is actually now exceeding the payment you get for work, that's a Democrat proposition. But the big government Republicans say, oh, that's fine. If we can get the military-industrial complex money, we'll give you the welfare money. So it's welfare and warfare. And they do come together. And the media won't report this. They either don't understand it or ignorant or just incompetent. They don't report it to you. They say that the problem is not enough compromise. The problem is not enough dialogue. No, the country's bankrupt because there's too much compromise and too much dialogue between people who believe in big government. And so we have, on an annual basis, a deficit of $1.5 trillion. Now, during COVID, it was even worse. During COVID, it got up to like $3 trillion. But we're now adding debt at about $1 trillion every 3 months. It used to take a decade to add $1 trillion in debt. Now we're adding $1 trillion in debt in 3 months. Our interest payment has doubled. Interest, within a year or two, will be the largest item in our budget. Now, interest doesn't really buy anything. It's just paying the bankers for the privilege of borrowing from the future. And as your interest payment grows and crowds out everything else, it's sort of like having credit card interest. And all of a sudden, you've got so much on your credit card, and your interest payment is so high that it crowds out all other spending and forces bankruptcy. That's where we're headed. But we don't use the power of the purse because big government Republicans are really no different than big government Democrats. They all have come together, and they have compromised. We get the warfare and the welfare state, and they're more than adequately funded. We spend about $6 trillion, and we bring in about $4.5 trillion. And you say, well, how long can that last? I frankly don't think much longer. We bring in $4.5 trillion. That's a lot of money. It's not like we would do nothing for people. We should do $4.5 trillion worth. People say, well, are you for no government? I say, no, I'm for what we bring in. We bring in $4.5 trillion. That's not a tiny government. I'd probably actually be for smaller than that, but I'd settle for, let's have $4.5 trillion worth of government. Let's have what comes in is what we spend. But if you put it in perspective and you try to say, what would $4.5 trillion buy of our government expenditures? How much would the tax base that we have pay for them? It's interesting. If you add up Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and food stamps, it equals about $4.5 trillion. The 4 entitlement programs, the big entitlement programs, would consume all of the money. So we vote on a budget every year, and you think that's all the spending. No, we only vote on a budget that's 1/3 of the spending. 2/3 of the spending is entitlements, and nobody ever votes on it. It's never reformed. If you touch entitlements or say anything about it, AARP will send out notes to all your constituents saying, tell him to take his hands off my Social Security. Even if your goal is actually trying to preserve Social Security for another generation by actually reforming it. And it's the only way it will last. I'll tell you the honest truth that nobody else will tell you. Social Security is going to have to rise in age. The eligibility, we did it once in 1983. The age rose from 65 to 67. We did it gradually, a couple months a year, over 20 years, and really once it was enacted, there weren't that many complaints. Do people love it? No. Do I want to raise the age? No. But if you want to preserve Social Security, you have to raise the age. And to do nothing, to stick your head in the sand or say, we're not going to talk about entitlements, means you're not a serious person. Because the entire budget that we vote on excludes all of the entitlements and is military and non-military. They call it discretionary spending. It's about $1.5 trillion. So the deficit actually equals our budget. If we zeroed out our budget, that's how we would balance the budget. We're not going to do that. But if you were to take everything and cut a very small amount of every program, including the entitlement cost, not necessarily the benefits, but the cost, if you were to cut across the board, you could actually begin to balance your budget. It's what any normal business would do. It's what any family would do. And yet we do none of that. And it goes on and on and on. So this year we'll have a deficit of $1.5 trillion. The bill before us codifies that. It's not all the spending. There'll be a little bit more spending next week. But all of this spending together is still at a rate that we will borrow $1.5 trillion. And some people don't quite grasp this. They're like, oh, it's this big number, but it doesn't mean anything. We've had a debt forever. Well, what it means is higher prices in the grocery store. If you are not bothered by higher gas prices or higher grocery prices or higher electricity prices, then you don't need to listen to me. Just forget about it and pay the higher prices. But people are being squeezed. The people being squeezed are those at the lowest part of the socioeconomic ladder, those with fixed incomes, or those retired. But we've now linked most of the retirement benefits and most of welfare are linked to inflation. So they're kind of getting their bumps to try to keep up with inflation. It's actually more the working class, those who are working for a living, being paid privately, or are having more trouble keeping up with this. This is the problem we face. But we add to this the parochial interest of letting people get stuff for their city or for their state or a bike path here or there. Our founders looked at this and they put it into our Constitution. Our founders said that spending and taxation should be for the general welfare. And this was discussed over and over again because if it only said the general welfare, the argument would be, what does that mean? That could mean anything, right? But that isn't where they left it. They said that all spending and all taxation should be for the general welfare, and then they listed what they thought were the federal prerogatives or powers that applied to your general welfare. There were things like a national defense. We don't think it'd be very convenient or very efficient for each city in the United States to have a national defense or have their own defense, or each state. So we agreed that that was a federal problem. We agreed that commerce between the states shouldn't be interrupted. We agreed that the borders surrounding us should be, they aren't being currently, but should be a national concern. But for most other things, like a bike path or a museum, we agreed that that was a parochial interest. We didn't tell your state government they can't do it. So there's nothing in the Constitution that says that your state can't provide museum funding or a bike path. But it is in the Constitution the federal government doesn't do that. Now, why do they want to buy a bike path up here? So there's a bike path in Rhode Island they want. Why do they want that? Well, the people from Rhode Island stuck it in there. It's an earmark. They want it so they go home and they can get their name put on the bike path, and then people will love them because they act as if it was their money they brought back. Well, it's not. It's everybody's money, and it's not being spent constitutionally because it's being taken to Rhode Island, and nobody in the rest of the states authorized that through the Constitution. You can tax the people of Rhode Island to pay for bike paths. You can tax the people of Kentucky, but it's not constitutional to take our money and send it back. But it's also unwise for another reason. Why do you not want earmarks? Why do you not want pork barrel politics coming from Washington? Why? Because we have no limits. We got a printing press. I mean, we just print money 24/7 all day long. The debt we borrow, I think it's more than $2 million a minute. And we probably borrowed $40 million since I started talking a few minutes ago. I mean, it's just out of control. But why do they want the bike path in Rhode Island to be paid for with U.S. tax money instead of Rhode Island tax money? Because Rhode Island only has so much money coming in. So does Kentucky, so does Texas, so does Tennessee. Now, states will borrow, but they typically have to borrow against some sort of capital or they have to sell bonds. We don't, we just borrow. It just goes out. We borrow from ourselves up here. States don't have a Federal Reserve for the most part, and cities don't. So you want the spending to be local. Why? Because your local mayor, your city council, your state legislature has to make a decision. So for example, everybody wants something. Let's say that there are 10 roads in your town that you want to be paved or improved. And everybody kind of agrees, we need to improve these 10 roads, and you list them 1 through 10. But you've only got enough money to fund repaving 8 roads. Do you pave all 10 or do you repave 8? No, if you work for city government, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat or an independent, you pave what you have money for that year, and you put the last 2 that you couldn't pave this year first on the list for the next time. When I mention that here, that is such a foreign concept that I had a chairman from the opposite party of one of the committees look at me and said, we shouldn't have to choose. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, we shouldn't have to choose. If it's a good cause, we should give them money. Well, everything's a good cause, but we don't have the money. But in Washington, it's not a choice. It's put it on my tab. There's never really the realization that there's a finite amount of money. There's never really a realization of the pros and cons of spending money we don't have. And like I say, look, we bring in $4.5 trillion. There's a lot of things we could do with $4.5 trillion, but we would have to look for some savings places. Now, both Republicans and Democrats are guilty of saying we can look everywhere, but not at entitlements. So we had a big debate about a year ago. McCarthy was the speaker over there, and he ended up losing his speakership over this. They made a deal to raise the debt an unlimited amount for 2 years beyond the next election in exchange for these spending caps. But the spending caps were high enough that it still looked like many on the other side wanted more money, so they made a side deal. All of these deals, though, were to expand the amount of spending. Didn't really cause any restraint. And then when you looked at how much is actually being spending by this debt deal, you find that we're still leading to a $1.5 trillion deficit in 1 year. The spending goes on and on and on. There doesn't seem to be any sort of restraint. And people say, well, we're in the minority, Republicans in the minority, what could we do? It only takes 41 of us. About an hour ago, we had a vote. If 41 Republicans would have said no, we would have exerted the power of the purse, and they would have had to compromise. Instead, we don't compromise conservative with liberal, big government with constitutional government. We compromise by the big government Republicans siding with the big government Democrats to spend more money. There is no conservative influence on the spending of money because it just goes out the door. It flies out the door, and it's printed up, and the debt is bought, and your prices at home go up. And this has been going on for a very long time. Our founding fathers looked at the general welfare clause and said that the money should be spent for the general welfare. Justice Story ruled in 1833 that the general welfare clause was not a general grant of unlimited power, but rather a limiting clause that meant government taxation and spending must be for the general welfare, must be for something that's for everyone, as opposed to something that's just for one state or one city. Jefferson agreed, and Justice Story quoted Jefferson in his argument. Jefferson wrote that the laying of taxes is the power and the general welfare is the purpose for which the power is to be exercised. Taxes were not to be laid or spending was not to occur for any purpose that Congress pleases, but only to pay the debt or provide for the welfare of the Union. Congress was not to do anything they pleased to provide for the general welfare, but only to lay taxes for the purpose that would be beneficial to the entire country. Wasn't for bike paths, wasn't for museums, wasn't for sex parties in Philadelphia. The Pennsylvania senators actually had an earmark in here for sex parties, communal sex parties in Philadelphia. Even they were embarrassed after that one came out, and that earmark they've taken out now. But that's the kind of stuff that gets stuck in here. There was a road to nowhere from Alaska from a few years ago, all kinds of parochial interests that are not part of the general welfare, not allowed by the Constitution. Madison reiterated this in the sense that he said that the money to be spent for the general welfare must be tied to one of the specifically enumerated powers from Article 1, Section 8. Article 1 of the Constitution has to do with the spending powers, the powers granted to us. The 10th Amendment to the Constitution says those powers not granted to us are left to the states and people. So just because our federal government is not supposed to build bike paths doesn't mean your state can't. That's left to your state, and you can decide if you've got enough money to do it and how you want to spend your money. People have written that if the Constitution only said you have to spend for the general welfare but listed nothing else, that it could be interpreted that the general welfare meant anything. But because we said for the general welfare, and then we listed specifically the powers of Congress, the understanding is that the powers of spending for the general welfare are limited to the specific powers given to Congress. And we listed them. They wanted to be very certain that this wouldn't become an all-encompassing government taking all of our taxes, and government would become so huge that it couldn't be controlled. But that's largely what's happened over time, is that government has grown and grown and grown. William Proxmire was a conservative Democrat back when there used to be conservative Democrats. There really aren't any left. They've either become Republicans or gone extinct. But William Proxmire used to talk about spending in a way Republicans do now. And he would point out some of the worst spending. One of the things he pointed out, I remember, was a study about happiness. $50,000 to study what made people happy. Another $100,000 to study what made people fall in love. But my favorite one is this, and this was Proxmire's, one of his favorites, was $100,000 spent to study whether or not sunfish drinking tequila were more aggressive than sunfish drinking gin. So we did a study on fish to see which made them more aggressive, tequila or gin. This is the kind of insanity we live with. You think, well, maybe it got better over time. Maybe we instituted reforms and they quit wasting our money so much. I'll give you a recent example. Because the dollar is no longer worth as much. This is a recent example. I think it was $750,000 to study whether or not Japanese quail that are given cocaine, whether or not Japanese quail on cocaine are more sexually promiscuous than Japanese quail that are not on cocaine. This is the craziness of your government. So anytime you think, well, government's doing everything possible and we can't possibly cut one penny, remember what they're spending your money on. A lot of the worst waste from government comes from the National Science Foundation. And you say, well, certainly they put some reforms in place since they were studying what made people love each other or what made people happy. Certainly they put some reforms in place. No, they just give them more money. We had a bill just 2 years ago that nearly doubled the amount of money going to the National Science Foundation. Do you think they're more or less likely to be frugal and wise and less wasteful with our money if we double the amount of money we give them? This is what passes for oversight in this town. And this is a real problem. The earmarks are the tip of the spear that make it worse. Because often, if you've got someone wavering in the wind and they actually think that they might be conservative and they might not vote for the spending bill, you say, what if we give you this? What if we give you this airport? We'll even name the airport after you in your district. Airport named after you, boy, that's a bonus. And then if you do that, you need to vote for the entire bill. So what happens is the entire bill gets bigger and bigger as everybody gets an airport or a park named after them. I personally think we shouldn't name any parks after politicians. It's not their money. It's your money. I mean, it's a taxpayer money. If you're a person who worked hard and gave money to make a park in your town, by all means put your name on it. But we shouldn't have any politicians' names on it. At the very least, they ought to be dead. I'm not saying we should cause their death. I'm just saying they ought to be at least dead, before you put their name on it. But we have living politicians with dozens and dozens of parks with their names on them. It's not their money to give. There's the famous story of Davy Crockett, who's a congressman here, and it's called Not Yours to Give. And there'd been a fire in Georgetown, and they raced over there to put the fire out. In those days, there was a communal fascination and a communal eagerness to help put fires out. There weren't as many official fire departments. Georgetown, pretty good, probably buggy or horse ride from here. But they raced over there, even the members of Congress, to try to put the fire out. Sure enough, the next day they said, well, we need to give them money. And Davy Crockett was persuaded, and he voted to give them money. But he got home, and he got to talking to a farmer across the fence post, and the farmer said, well, you saw that fire, and you saw that damage, and you saw the calamity to those people, and you wanted to help them, and I understand that sympathy, but you're not here at home in Tennessee to see the suffering of the people in your own community who have an equal need and an equal right to that. But really, charity is not something that was part of the government's mission. Government was supposed to be the law and order parameters to allow the engine of capitalism to create the wealth that allows us to take care of people. But more and more, it's become to replace charity and to become the bread and to become the sole focus of generation after generation who don't know the wonder of work. I've often said to people, I think everybody ought to work. Everybody that can work should work. I wouldn't give out any benefits to anybody who can work, who doesn't work. Sounds harsh, but really I think work is actually a bonus. Work is a benefit. Work is a privilege. Work is something that everybody should want. I don't care whether you clean the carpets here or you own the building. Work is a redeeming value. It's how people get their self-esteem. But we now live in a generation where everybody gets a trophy. If you participate, hey, come participate in the welfare program, here's your trophy. But it actually is demeaning to the people, and it keeps more and more people on this. People say, we need Medicaid for everyone. And I say, no, we want Medicaid for only those who can't help themselves. We want that number to be 5 or 10% of the public, not 40% of the public or 50% of the public. That means you're failing. We want to grow government where people, grow business where people have their own insurance, where there is private insurance, where there is a marketplace where prices would come down. But that doesn't happen as government becomes more and more involved. If you look at the two areas where prices are rising the fastest, education and healthcare, what do they have in common? Government dominates these spaces. Government gives free tuition, the endowment of Harvard's billions of dollars, and the tuition goes like this. You would think there'd be some sort of semblance of competition, some sort of semblance of price competition, and there doesn't appear to be because the government subsidizes it. The same with our drug policy as well. We're here today to discuss spending, but the other side is just discussing, oh, well, the government will shut down. And I think that while I don't want the government to shut down, I think it's chaotic to have interruptions in government, I do think that there is an argument for whether or not keeping government open, spending money at the same level we're spending it, and causing the debt to rise at this same degree, whether keeping it open and borrowing so much money is actually good or bad for the country. I actually think we're damaging our country. I think that we actually the greatest threat to our national security is actually our debt. The threat is from within. We're not going to be overrun by foreign armies. We really are not in danger of being invaded by a foreign army. Now, you can't tell the people that spend the money on military that because they want more and more and more. So when you look at the negotiations over the debt deal from last year, they first said that 2/3 of the spending entitlements wouldn't be touched. So how do you expect to balance your budget or do anything significant to your budget if 2/3 of the spending is taken off the table? So all the entitlement spending was taken off the table. We're not going to look at that. So the remaining third is what we vote on, the budget, when we have a budget. We haven't had one in years. I produced my own budget just for my office, just so we can actually have a vote on what a balanced budget would look like. But whether it's Republicans or Democrats, most of the time they don't even put forward a budget. We spend $6 trillion with no budget. Can you imagine a corporation of any kind of size spending that kind of money and having no budget? So 2/3 of the spending is entitlement spending. The remaining third is half military and half non-military. We call it discretionary spending. The budget we vote on is about $1.5 trillion. That's about equal to the debt. So if you eliminated all that spending, that's what it would take to actually balance the budget. But when we did this big debt deal about a year ago that people were saying was the greatest debt, the people who wrote it said it was the greatest thing since sliced bread, they said, well, we're not going to put any caps on entitlements. So 2/3 of the spending is rising at about 5 to 6% a year. This is the bulk of the growth of government. It's coming from the entitlements: Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, and Social Security. Of the remaining third of spending that we vote on, half is military. Well, the hawks on the Republican side said, we got to grow the military, even though our military budget is bigger than the next 10 countries combined. We have an enormous military industrial complex, but they said it's got to grow at 3%. So the entitlements are 2/3 of the spending. They're growing at 5 to 6%. And then 1/6 of the spending, which is military, is growing at 3%. So now we're looking at 16% of the government, the non-military discretionary budget. It's about $700 billion. And McCarthy actually made a decent point on this. He said, look, you don't want me to look at entitlements, they're going to go up. You don't want me to look at the military, it's going up. You want me to look at the non-military discretionary spending, 16% of the budget, and you expect me to do something with it. And I think his deal was a bad deal. It went along with just continuing the status quo. But his point was well made and well taken. If you don't look at all the budget, you really can't do anything with it. It's just going to keep growing and growing. If you take entitlements off the table and you say, we're not going to look at entitlements, you know, that's the fearful way of looking because you're afraid the people will be unhappy with you. But we have a $1 trillion Medicare budget. Is there anybody in America that doesn't believe we couldn't save some money in that without actually cutting patient care? $1 trillion. If you talk to executives from hospitals or executives from big corporations and you tell them you have a $1 trillion budget, is there no place that you could reduce spending? There's all kinds of improper payments in Medicare and Medicaid to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. There are problems of efficiency. There are problems that through leverage and size we could reduce costs. But it doesn't happen. And you ask yourself, why is government so inefficient? And I think the best way to look at it is Milton Friedman put it this way. He said that nobody spends somebody else's money as wisely as their own. That's the difference between government and the free market. If I ask you for $1,000 and we're going to put it all together and 50 people are going to give me $1,000, you're all going to think about what did it take to make that $1,000? What was the work and the labor expended into that? And what are the chances that I lose my investment? And you're going to make a heartfelt decision. It's not always going to be perfect, but if I ask you who's going to make the wiser decision, the person giving up $1,000 of their own money or a city councilman giving up $1 million of someone else's money, they can never have quite the same heartfelt feeling in the gut decision making if it's not their money. Nobody spends somebody else's money as wisely as their own. The other difference is this. When a business spends money, they get automatic feedback. They get every day a report. They get a report and it's a profit loss. They know where they're making money every day, every week. They can lose money for a while, but if they do, they have to make payments to the bank. They will have to adjust their practices. There's a constant feedback loop. Government doesn't have that. Government, in fact, has really the opposite. It may be a lag time of years, and really things can go on decades up here losing money. We can go on decades doing something that is horrific and nobody figures it out, nobody ever changes it or even reauthorizes it. I'll give you an example, and this has come up recently, the child tax credit. The Democrats love this. This is a refundable program. It's not really a tax credit. You get it if you show some effort to work, but you don't get your tax money back, you get somebody else's tax money. The problem with this program is 25% of the people getting the tax credit are cheating. It's a 25% fraud rate. There are people using the system who came into the country illegally, had a child here, and then they're putting the Social Security number down of the child who got here, even though they came here illegally. There are people putting fictitious names down, and the government will issue you a taxpayer identification number even if you don't have a child. 25% of the money is going out fraudulently, but about half of it's being refunded to people who don't pay taxes. And so it's an enormous welfare program. This is the problem. What we need to do is incentivize work. Instead, there are reforms being looked at for this program, and the Democrats have decided, well, we think work should be like maybe you work once every 3 years. So currently the work requirement is a little bit of work each year, and you still get other people's money. But now the Democrats want to change it to, well, if you work once every 3 years, you still get somebody else's money. Everything is to dilute the value of work, all within the context of a government that borrows $1.5 trillion a year. We are borrowing money so rapidly that we have never, ever before borrowed money like this. We're exceeding even the level of borrowing of World War II. Am I the only one bringing this up? The chairman of the Federal Reserve, who is not typically seen as a partisan Republican or a partisan conservative, said that the problem of the debt is urgent. Jamie Dimon, head of one of the biggest banks in our country, Chase Morgan, said essentially the same thing about 2 weeks ago. Nassim Taleb, who wrote the book The Black Swan, saying the same thing. Various economists warning us that this is a predictable crisis coming. This is a slow-moving, but yet one of the most predictable crises in our history. The debt crisis. It's coming. You're already seeing the signs of it. You see the signs of it when you go to the grocery store. You see the rising meat prices. You see the rising gas prices. You see the rising electricity prices. It's not really the prices that are going up. It's the value of your dollar that's shrinking. It's basically they're inverses of the same principle, but the value of your dollar is shrinking because we print more dollars to pay for the debt. The debt is paid for by printed money, so the supply increases. We've been lucky probably for decade after decade. It's been somewhat of a scheme in a way. We are the world's reserve currency. So as we print up money to buy our debt, some of the people who buy our debt don't live here. China's got about $1 trillion worth of our debt. Japan's got close to $1 trillion. England and Europe have another $1 trillion. About a third of our debt is owned by foreign countries. So often when they buy our debt, the money doesn't necessarily circulate here. We also tend to import more than we export. So when we import goods, we pay foreigners with our dollars. The dollars often go overseas as well. You can go to the far-flung reaches of our planet, to small villages, and there'll be people trading in dollars. Why is that good? We give them our inflation. We've passed out our inflation. If all that money came home, we're chasing our goods, you might see 20% inflation at this point. But even as it exists now, realize that inflation is a hidden tax that hurts the working class and the poor the most. The rich can always do well. The rich, the expenses for the rich, it's a small fraction of their salaries. If you're working class or poor, it's most of your salary goes to your rent, to your mortgage, to your gas, to your electricity, to your food, to your clothing. And so as the pressure of the prices rise, wages struggle to keep up with it. But the people who get the money first, the people on Wall Street, the people who buy and sell the bonds, the people who then buy the equities and buy the stocks, they're getting the money first before it loses its value. They've been able to bid up the stock market, and the rich have gotten richer. And it's become harder and harder for the middle class. This is the bait and switch. Because your politicians, they run for office, and they promise you something for nothing. It's a scheme. It's been going on since the beginning of time. They will come and say, you don't want to work? Here's money for not working. Or you want money for the military-industrial complex? We'll give you this money, and it's free, and there are no repercussions to handing this money out. But there's just a delay or a lag time. What happens is the inflation is this hidden tax that you pay. It's not free. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Something for nothing doesn't exist. It only exists as a figment or as a fairy tale or as something that the people who want to run for office are trying to trick you. They're saying, take this, it's manna. Take this, it's free. Here, dangle this shiny object, take this, and you'll be better off. But in the end, the country is teetering in the balance. And people sense this. People have a way of sensing this more than the leaders. The elite up here think they know everything, but talk to the common man. I tell any politician up here, talk to a man or a woman who's got grease on his hands and ask them what they think about the welfare state. Ask them how much sympathy they have for people who don't work. Ask the guy or the woman who's got grease on his hands, works hard. You can tell they work hard. You can tell by the grip on their hand that they work with their hands each day. Ask them what they think about people who don't work. You'll get less sympathy than you'll get from anybody you ever meet because they work hard and they're tired of their tax dollars going to people who are not working. Now, is this people who can't work? No, there are a very small percentage. Of those who aren't working, it might be 1 or 2% can't work. The vast majority are able-bodied and can work. The vast majority should be sent back to work immediately. The vast majority should be told to get a job or your benefits run out. We don't do that. We go on and on and on. Through the pandemic, we kept adding federal benefits on. At one point, we had $52,000 a year for not working between state and federal benefits. If you had a couple of two, you could be getting over $100,000 a year not working. Who's going to work when you can get $100,000 for not working? This is why there's been a sluggishness getting people back into the workforce. But the thing to remember about our country is the incredible engine that freedom and capitalism and voluntarism and trade has brought to this country. People are dying to get into this country. It shouldn't be lost in the debate over immigration, what a great place this is and how many people want to get here. Some of the best Americans just got here. I know many people are first-generation Americans, and they're great people. They bring the work ethic. In fact, sometimes there's better work ethic from the people who just got here than the people who've been coddled generation after generation after generation of not working. And it's not that anybody is inherently bad, but we bring out the worst tendencies in people by offering them things. It's not good for people not to work. There's an interconnection between addictedness and lack of work. There is a self-fulfilling, there is a reward, a self-esteem building aspect to work. Everyone should work not as punishment, but as reward. But we have a system where if you say people should work, and that we shouldn't pay people for working, or the wage for non-working shouldn't be anywhere near the wage for working, you're seen as somehow being too harsh. But the opposite is true. If you truly care about your fellow man and woman, you'd want them to work. So you'd want to have in place very few obstacles to work. The benefits for not working should be short-lived and small and frankly not that good to get people back to work. There are millions of jobs unfulfilled right now. We often think, well, there's only, 8% unemployment. But it's really about 30 to 40% not participating. They have something called the labor force participation rate. It hovers around 60, 62%, which means you've got high 30% of people eligible for work not working. This is the problem we have. But if we look at what made our country great, what made America great in the first place, freedom, being left alone, low taxes, low regulation, a small federal government, a small footprint for government everywhere so people can thrive. I've traveled this country and I've seen amazing things. I've seen amazing success, from the vast wealth of the wealthiest to the vast wealth of the middle class. In this country, in my state, you can be of modest income, two people of modest income, and own your own house and live on several acres of land. The American dream is out there. It is still waiting. We have too many people, though, proclaiming victimhood. Color of my skin, my ethnicity, or this and that, I'm a victim, nobody will hire me. It's completely untrue. People need to know that actually there's never been a better time to be alive. There's never been less racism, less bigotry, less unfair business tactics than at any time in the history of the world. And if you don't believe that, you need to know more about history, because history is replete with really awful kind of situations for people from different races and different backgrounds. This is the best time ever to be alive. Don't let anybody tell you that there's not something great around the corner for you. You get a college degree, people want to hire you. They don't care the color of your skin, I promise you. There's not a publicly traded company in our country discriminating against people. If anything, they want you more because they want diversity. Don't let us get absorbed in this idea of victimhood. But we need to understand what made the country great, or there's not going to be all these jobs. There's not going to be this engine. This engine of prosperity is from letting people be free, leaving people largely alone, and keeping government out of their way. But it can't be a government that coddles us from cradle to grave. It can't be a government who says you can't have a gas grill. It can't be a government like California where they say everything causes cancer. My favorite is if you're home putting together a gas grill, which is an impossible task if you ever do it. Can sometimes take hours. Maybe that's just me. You're putting your gas grill together and you look at the warning signs on there. The warning sign will be, this gas grill is safe in every state, but it causes cancer in California. I mean, that's the kind of stuff we have. And unfortunately, they've been leading the way with stifling type regulations that then the rest of the country emulates until they run into problems with it. We now have people wanting to ban cars. They would have no internal combustion cars like within the next 10 years. Well, when you have mandates coming from elites who don't work, have never worked, don't know anything about work, never been to the grocery store, and they're telling you you can't drive a car, or that all the trucks are going to be electric within 10 years. You got people that are elitist that think they know best for you, but really what our country is about is choice. It's about freedom of choice. These are the same elitists who would tell you, oh, you all have to take a COVID vaccine. If you look at the science of taking a COVID vaccine, there is no indication for a COVID vaccine for young people. None. Zero. Hasn't been from the very beginning. Most of Europe doesn't require for under age 12 or even suggest it for under age 12. If you look at parameters, usually you have to prove some kind of parameter to prove why you should take a vaccine. The vaccine in children, actually, and adults, doesn't stop transmission. They've all finally admitted this. The vaccine does not stop transmission, so it's not about you protecting other people, it's only about you. Now, there's still a question on hospitalization and death. If you look at targeted categories of people who might die from COVID, particularly back in 2020, 2021, over age 65, there was a reduction in hospitalization and death with the vaccine. I've admitted that from the beginning. But it varies wildly depending on your age. If you look at under 25, healthy and under 25, what you find is virtually zero deaths among healthy individuals. Unless you have an extraordinary problem, virtually zero death from COVID. So when they look at it and they try to say, does it improve things? It doesn't stop transmission. So that was the key to a lot of vaccines. They stop you from getting it. This one doesn't. But if you look at hospitalization and death, you can't find a difference because under age 25, it's virtually zero. The death is very close to zero, if not zero. The hospitalization very close to zero. And so you can't really prove it. So when I've challenged the so-called experts on this, they've said, well, we decided that kids should take it from 6 months on because they'll make antibodies. If you give them a vaccine, they make antibodies. And my response to Anthony Fauci was, I can give your kid 100 vaccines, he'll make antibodies every time. Doesn't mean he needs to be vaccinated 100 times. It's really supposed to be about efficacy in preventing disease. But this is the same sort of loss of belief in individual choice. The choice of whether or not you give your kid a vaccine should be yours. A lot of people don't realize this, but the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee and the FDA's Vaccine Advisory Committee suggested that only people at risk for COVID should end up taking the booster. It didn't suggest anybody under 65 really needed to take the booster. The Biden administration, though, came forward and decided they would make it 6 months based on antibody production. You can give any foreign protein or cause the body to make any foreign protein and you will make antibodies. That's not proof that you need something. If you want valid studies to know whether or not you should vaccinate your children, you would have to have a variable within the study that says, has my child been previously infected? Why? Because inoculation vaccines are basically based on natural inoculation. When you get COVID and you have an immune response, that's what a vaccine is trying to emulate. We now know by looking at the studies of this that actually those that were infected but not vaccinated compared to those who were vaccinated but not infected, you find that the chance of getting an infection again is much less than those who were naturally infected. Now, some have taken this to argue to say, oh, well, you just want people to be infected. And that's not true at all. That's ridiculous, and no one has said that or would say that. What I've said is people want to know the truth if they have already been infected. Much of the country over age 65 got vaccinated at least twice. Like 97% of people over 65 got vaccinated twice. Most of them have been infected at least once or twice. What they would want to know is the truth. What is my chance of dying or going to the hospital if I've had 2 vaccines and been infected twice? Well, the studies aren't including, this is from our government, because we wonder the reasoning, aren't including whether you've been infected. Well, if you don't include the variable of whether you've been infected or not, how would you know whether to get vaccinated again or whether you need to? We know a couple things for certain. The virulence of the virus was much greater in 2020, 2021, and has gotten less each year. So the virus has mutated to be less dangerous, but we also know that the amount of immunity, both from vaccine and from natural immunity, has grown. And as the two have grown, what we have now is an endemic virus. Unfortunately, even in this body, we still have a crazy rule telling our pages that they have to have 3 vaccines. With kids, it actually goes against, I think, medical advice to do that because there's a risk of a heart inflammation with a vaccine. It's not a huge risk, but it's about 4 in 15,000. But what is their risk of hospitalization and death at this age? Virtually zero. So if you categorize or section this out by age, what you end up finding is that in the elderly population at risk for COVID, it in all likelihood still makes sense for vaccination. In the younger crowd, where the death rate and hospitalization rate is virtually zero, what you find is the risks of the vaccine actually exceed the risks of the disease. If you want to be vaccinated, you should be allowed. It's a free country. But we shouldn't have mandates throughout government that actually may well be malpractice. Most of Europe doesn't recommend vaccination for COVID for kids. Most of it doesn't recommend when you're sick you get vaccinated. I heard a story recently, and this is just bizarre in its nature, but has to do with the idea of submission. A man took his mom to the hospital in California. She was 83 years old, and she was very sick with COVID. They would not admit his mom to the hospital until she was vaccinated. She was sick with COVID, and they would not admit her till she was vaccinated. She's in the process of getting the worst inoculation you've ever seen. She's about to die, and they want to vaccinate her. The reason you don't do that, and the reason why it should be malpractice for these idiots to have done that, it's mandated by government. That's the first problem. But even the CDC, for a year or two, admitted that you don't vaccinate people while they're sick, and you don't vaccinate people within a couple of months of being sick because they've already got a significant immune response. And we know that the side effect of heart inflammation is an exuberance of the immune response. And so when someone's already mounting an immune response, you don't want to accentuate that. Most of the death in COVID, by the time you die from COVID, you are no longer testing positive. You are now dying from this overly exuberant immune response, this cytokine storm that is flooding your system and causing your blood vessels to leak fluid into the tissue of your lungs. It's a terrible situation, and a situation we can learn more. But the interesting thing as we went through the treatment for COVID that we discovered was the one thing that worked better than any of the newer drugs and almost anything was actually an old drug from the probably discovered in the 30s or 40s, and that was Solumedrol or IV steroids. Had a 37% reduction in death among those severely ill. But when I asked some of the elites, when I asked Anthony Fauci about using IV steroids in March of 2020, his response was, we've tried that and it doesn't work. We're going to use remdesivir. And in the end, remdesivir may have helped, but there are a lot of people who have equivocations as to whether or not, in the end, that remdesivir was a great benefit. Ultimately, when we look at healthcare, we should let the individuals make their choice. I met a doctor this week from Maine who had her license removed simply because she chose to give alternative treatment. The alternative treatment, I'm not positive of the efficacy, but I do know that one of the alternative treatments that people were giving was already an off-label treatment for malaria. If you look at hydroxychloroquine, it was originally given for malaria, and then you looked at hydroxychloroquine, what its most common use now it's for rheumatoid arthritis. One of the brand names is Plaquenil, and I saw thousands of patients with this because we'd examine them to see if there was an eye complication. So a drug that's being used off-label was used off-label again, and they took this doctor's license away. We've been using drugs off-label for a long, long time. Sometimes they're used off-label because it costs so much to get an approval. It might cost billions of dollars to get an approval and to prove to the FDA to say it has this efficacy. Colchicine is another medicine like this that's been used in arthritis, severe arthritis of the feet. And colchicine's never been given the exact approval because of the money entailed that it would take to get that. As we look at this spending bill, and as we look at whether or not we should continue spending money like there's no tomorrow, I think it's important that we realize that this is a debt that's being passed on to the next generation. It's being passed on to the working class, the poor, and those on fixed income as we speak, but it's also being shoved on to the next generation. There's a lag time between the printing of the money, the spending of the money, and the rising of the prices. Now, for 2 years, we've been told by this administration that it is transitory, that inflation is transitory, and inflation has persisted. I think there's so much money that's been put into the system When we had COVID, the entire economy was shut down. They passed out free checks to everyone. I thought it was a mistake then. We never should have shut the economy down. And I don't think it affected really the transmission rate. If you look at the transmission rate and you look at the culprits of it, most of the deaths in the early stages came from group homes. In New York, nearly 50% of the people who died in New York died in group homes. Before we had the vaccine, there were some things we could have done. If we understood or at least appreciated natural immunity, one of the things you could have done early on when there was no vaccine would be have the people staffing the COVID wings be people who have recovered. I actually suggested this for the Secret Service guarding the president, that you should put Secret Service agents that already recovered from COVID as the primary people around the president before we had a vaccine. There are things that we could have done, but in discounting natural immunity and sort of acting as if it wasn't a thing, that it did not have potential, was a real disservice to people. It also was used to fire people. They fired firemen, policemen, doctors, nurses. It was kind of interesting. In the beginning, they're firing all these people for not having a vaccine, and in the end, they were letting doctors and nurses work with masks on who were still positive for COVID. In fact, when you look around this body and you see somebody with a mask, it's usually somebody that has COVID. So we kind of still do the opposite of what historically we would do. If you were sick or you had a disease, you stayed home. Now we tell people, oh, wear your cloth mask with your favorite sports team on it to work, and you can still go positive for COVID. The opposite of good sense. Good sense went out the window. But when we look at whether or not we can spend this money, we don't have, we need to look at the ramifications of that. The ramifications are basically inflation, rising prices. And so I think that it's a disservice, but it's a bait and switch. It's people saying, oh, let's help people by just giving them stuff they want. And when we give them stuff we want, we don't tell them there really is a hidden price, that the price will be inflation, that your steaks might cost $20 at the store, that gasoline will go up, that potatoes, that vegetables, all of this stuff will rise, but maybe your salary won't rise as much. We don't talk about the disincentive to work we have by paying people more for work, more not to work than to work. Our founding fathers were quite clear about this. Our founding fathers said that generalized spending from Washington should be for the general welfare. Shouldn't be for bike paths for Rhode Island, shouldn't be for an S&M club in Philadelphia, shouldn't be for some environmental alarmist museum that wants to ban gas grills in New York City. It was supposed to be about the general welfare, things that we all kind of agreed to. National defense, something we can't do city by city, protecting our borders. Those are things that the general welfare was to provide for. If you wanted other things, it was to be provided for by states and by localities and by charities. We got away from this, and as I say, we have gotten away from this, we're damaging our country. There's a rotten ruin that's coming from within, and that rotten ruin is threatening. It's threatening our very existence. There may come a time in which there is a panic, and the panic may be when people suddenly lose confidence. Right now, they say of the dollar is like the cleanest shirt in a closet full of dirty shirts. All the currencies of the world are dirty shirts. They all have their imperfections, and they all have inflated, and they all have leveraged their currencies. And they say, well, the dollar is the least bad of all these bad currencies, and that's been largely true. And the dollar's been the reserve currency, so it goes around the world to finance both sides of transactions around the world, and so it hasn't all come home. But there is always the possibility of a loss in faith. We are accumulating debt like no other country in the world. Most of Europe actually balances their annual budget. The fact that we don't, and the fact that our debt accumulation has risen, there may come a time in which there's a panic, in which the world says, no more, we're going to quit buying the dollar. Does it happen gradually, or does it happen suddenly? If it happens suddenly, what happens in the calamity of a dollar losing 25% of its value in a day instead of 25% of its value over several years? These are my concerns, and I think that it behooves all of us to do something very simple, very practical, something that every American family has to do and that is simply to spend what comes in. Doesn't mean we won't be able to help people who are poor, people who are hungry. Doesn't mean we won't have a military. Just means we can't be everything to everyone all the time. And there needs to be some limitations. And the limitations need to be basically, let's spend what comes in. It's a reasonable proposition for the American family. It should not be an unreasonable proposition for our country. I recommend that we say to this spending, we say to this deficit spending, no more. Let's make America great again by balancing our budget and being responsible with our money. Thank you, Mr. President. I reserve the remainder of my time.
Senator from Kentucky.
Congress is poised to do what no American family would ever do. Congress is poised to spend a third more dollars than they receive. This is essentially equivalent to a family at home making $45,000 but spending $60,000. No American family can do that. But that's what's happening here. The spending that has been brought forward for our spending plans this year will lead to a $1.5 trillion deficit. So we bring in about $4.5 trillion and we're going to spend $6 trillion. It's reckless. It leads to inflation. It's a direct vote to steal your paycheck. Because what happens as we borrow more money, the Federal Reserve just prints up more money and they'll pay for all the debt that's created today, but that devalues your dollar. So when you go to the grocery store and your prices have risen 20%, you can thank the people today that are all for you and they're going to give you everything you want. Every program under the sun that grandmother and mother and apple pie wants, they're going to give you. But they're going to borrow the money. This is a bait and switch. It's like, what do you want, America? Here, we'll give it to you. It's free. You don't have to do anything. But it's borrowed. When they give you stuff that they buy with borrowed money, they create inflation. This has been going on for a while, but it has accelerated. It is at an alarming pace now. With the COVID lockdowns, we were borrowing $3 trillion. Then with the Biden years, we were borrowing over $1 trillion. We're still borrowing at $1.5 trillion. Why? Because their spending proposals take most of the spending off limits. 2/3 of our spending is entitlements, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps. That's 2/3 of the spending. That equals all of the money you pay in taxes. They've taken that off the limit. They've stuck their head in the sand and they said, we will not ever touch entitlements. Well, if you don't, you're not a serious person. If you don't, you're part of the problem. Entitlements is 2/3 of the spending. Do I want to do something to them? Do I take joy in knowing that we have to reform these? No. But if you don't reform them, they are an anchor around the neck of America, and they're destroying us by spending money we don't have. So 2/3 of the spending they're not even going to address. Now, the remaining third of spending, that's what we vote on, military spending and non-military spending. They call this discretionary spending. Of that remaining third, they took half of that off the table. So entitlements is 2/3 of the spending. That's going up at about 5 to 6%. The remaining third that we vote on is military and non-military. They said, well, we have to continue to expand the military. It's going to go up at 3%. So what are we left with? We're left with 1/2 of 1/3, 1/6 of government, about 16.6%, and we're going to say, oh, we're going to really try to rein in spending there. And there, what they do is they almost slow it down to 1 or 2%. This bill spends 1/3 more than comes in, and what it is going to lead to, and has been leading to, is the erosion of your paycheck, the explosion of your gas prices, and the explosion of your grocery bills. Nothing is changing. And you ask yourself, where are Republicans? We have a Republican majority in the House, and ostensibly Republicans are for reducing the debt. We have a filibuster-proof minority in the Senate, and ostensibly Senate Republicans are for taking control of the debt. And yet what happens? Nothing happens. The spending goes on apace. The deficit grows by day. So when did we get this spending bill? They have months and months to do this. When did we get it? At 2:32 a.m. on Thursday. And now it's rush, rush, rush. We've got to shovel that money out the door, most of which we don't have, or 1/3 of which we don't have. We got to borrow it quickly, shovel it out the door because the government's going to shut down at Friday at midnight. Why is the government shutting down, and why are we up against a deadline? Because they didn't give us the 1,000-page bill till 2:30 in the morning on Thursday. You think we ought to read it? You think we ought to know what's in it? Republican and Democrat leadership gave this to us at 2:32 in the morning. 1,012-page bill, spends over $1 trillion. No one will be able to thoroughly read and know what's in this until after it's passed. But it's rush, 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 borrow more money, spend the money, and then try to deceive you into thinking that we gave you. We brought you manna from heaven. We gave you all these gifts, these baubles. You're going to get a lot of free stuff. Every cause you like under the sun, you're going to get something for it in there, but they won't tell you the truth. That it's borrowed, it leads to inflation, and it's the biggest threat to our country. We are not threatened by other countries invading our country. We are a strong and mighty country to which I do not believe we have an external threat. But we have a threat internally, and most of it resides in this body, most of it resides in this body and in the House, with profligate spenders who are not adequately concerned with spending what comes in. They're just jolly well borrowing it. They're jolly well borrowing it and sending it abroad. Look, my sympathies are with Ukraine, but my first obligation of my oath of office is to my country. We can't just borrow money to send it to Ukraine. Once the war is finally over, which one day it will be over, the whole country is destroyed with bombs on both sides, and someone's going to be asked to pay for it. That's going to be you. Uncle Sam, Uncle Sucker will be asked to pay for it. This bill that we're looking at has 138 pages and over 1,400 earmarks, totaling $2 billion. What's an earmark? It's pork. It's not acknowledged by the Constitution. The Constitution says we can tax and spend money for the general welfare. We are allowed to spend money up here, according to the Constitution, only if it's for everyone. So a bike path in Rhode Island is for people who live in one city in Rhode Island. They should tax the people of Rhode Island. But you don't tax everybody for a bike path in Rhode Island. That is against the principle and the spirit of the Constitution. Now, these 1,400 earmarks are on top of the 6,000 earmarks we had last week for $12 billion. So total, between the two bills in the last 3 weeks, we have over 7,000 earmarks for $14 billion. That's a lot of pork. Democrat and Republican leadership want this reckless spending bill to pass quickly to make sure that no one has time to read or scrutinize the bill. Likely no one will ever have the time to review all the $2 billion worth of earmarks before this is passed. Now, earmarks and pork barrel spending is not something brand new. It's been going on a long time. There was a conservative Democrat by the name of William Proxmire. This was a long time ago, in the old days when there used to be conservative Democrats who cared about the debt. And one of the programs that he talked about was, and he gave out a Golden Fleece Award to point out waste, but he said was one of his favorites. He said the government, in their infinite wisdom, decided to discover whether or not if you gave gin to a sunfish versus tequila, which would make the sunfish more aggressive. Think about it. These are pressing problems. $100,000 to give tequila to sunfish and gin and see which one made them more aggressive. Now, you'd think that's so crazy. Certainly it was one-off, and that we discovered this kind of waste and we made it better. He talked about this for 15 years. And throughout the 15 years that he talked about, the research money going to crazy research like this, that not a penny should be spent on, increased. In fact, fast forward to last year, we're now like 30 some odd years after William Proxmire was talking about this. Last year, the main organization that's probably the most wasteful scientific accumulation of grants up here is the National Science Foundation. What did this body do? Republicans and Democrats? They voted to double the budget for the National Science Foundation. What else do they do at the National Science Foundation? Let's see. Nearly $1 million spent studying whether or not Japanese quail, if you give them cocaine, whether or not they're more sexually promiscuous. your tax dollars. So anytime they're up here bragging about what they're doing and it's worth borrowing the money, you remind them what they're spending it on. Nearly $1 million to study Japanese quail to see if they're more sexually promiscuous when they take cocaine. Another one, this one was ostensibly for autism. But when they got to the autism, then they subgranted it and sent it here and there, and you never know where it's wind up. $750,000, and it went to some, let's just call them eggheads, that's the nicest word I can think of, to study what did Armstrong say, what did Neil Armstrong say when he landed on the moon? Was it one small step for man, or was it one small step for a man? $750,000 was spent studying what he actually said. They listened to the crackly old audio from the black and white tapes from the moon landing, and in the end, $750,000 later, they couldn't decide. Was it one step for man, one step for a man? This is the craziness that goes on, and yet it goes on and on and on. But here's what I would tell you is, even when it's something justified, so let's say I have family members who have Alzheimer's. My mother-in-law died not too long ago with it. So I have a great deal of sympathy for the disease. And I think we're a big, rich country and a government. We could spend some money on Alzheimer's disease. But at the same time, we can't bankrupt our country. So if let's say we spend $100 million last year on Alzheimer's disease, am I a cruel person for saying we don't have enough money, we should spend $95 million this year? That never happens. Nothing ever gets smaller around here. Everything gets bigger. Everybody that wants something gets it. Put it on Uncle Sam's tab, and we have a $34 going on $35 trillion debt. The biggest payment now in our budget within about a year is going to be the interest on that. Here's a couple of the new earmarks that are in this bill. $2 million for the construction of a kelp and shellfish nursery in Maine. Now you might say, well, kelp, might taste really good, and I like to eat kelp. Good. There's already a $15 billion private market for kelp. There are companies, including in Maine, that are growing kelp for farm. I say wonderful. I'm not so sure if giving it to the government or to government universities is going to help these businesses or compete with them, but I don't think it's the job of the federal government to be involved in these parochial concerns. Another earmark that we discovered in this bill is $1.5 million to encourage video gaming in New York. Now, I've got nothing against people who play video games, sure. But $1.5 million to encourage people, I've seen kids. I don't think they need any encouragement. In fact, we might be better off spending $1.5 million to discourage kids from playing video games. But I see no reason when we're down and in the hole this year, $1.5 trillion, that we would do this. And this is an add-on. So these add-ons are earmarked. They're in the name of probably the senators from New York. They have decided that they want this video gaming thing in there. And maybe they know somebody in that industry. I don't know. Maybe a friend of theirs. That's why you don't earmark things. That's why things are supposed to be for the general welfare. You don't just say, oh, here's something I'm going to give to a specific parochial interest in my neighborhood or in my state. The third item we have is $388,000 for Columbia University. And I'm sure if the people who put this earmark in would be saying, well, I just love education and I'm just for education. Well, so am I. I'm a product of public school education, private school education, lots of education. I'm all for it. But you know what? Columbia University has a $13.6 billion endowment. They make $388,000 in 20 days of interest. You think maybe they could spend their own money? If you want to take a summer program to get into Columbia, which I think this money may be related to, it costs $12,500 for a 3-week course at Columbia. We are talking about extraordinarily wealthy people paying this and going to this school, but there's no reason for the taxpayers to be giving a rich university that has $13 billion any money. The next earmark we found was $249,000 for the Baltimore Symphony. People say, well, gosh, I love the symphony and I love music. So do I. But the thing is the way government's supposed to work is if you think that there's a general need for symphony money, you would pass a general symphony bill and we'd give money to all the symphonies and we'd make them part of government. One, we don't have the money to do that. Instead, we do something even worse. We shouldn't be in the symphony business in the federal government. We don't have any money. It's not part of the general welfare. But what happens here is the people on the Appropriations Committee that have seniority, that means you've been here, you know, 50 to 100, between 50 and 100 years most of the time. That's an exaggeration. Let's just say 50 years. So they've been here 50 years, they rise to the top, and by golly, they get money for their symphony in their city. But that's not the way government's supposed to work. And there might even be less complaints if we had a surplus, but this is in the midst of borrowing it. So the 250 grand that we're going to send to the Baltimore Symphony is going to be borrowed from China. Everybody is all up in arms about China. Well, we're borrowing the money from China. We're becoming weaker than China because we keep spending money we don't have. The next earmark was $1 million for Cambridge, Massachusetts Community Center to install some solar panels. Now look, I like solar panels as well as anybody. I think it's really kind of cool to get some of your energy from solar panels. But this is a rich community. This is where Harvard is. This is where, you know, some of the largest, most successful corporations in research are in Boston. You think they can't pay for solar panels? Solar panels aren't the general welfare. Our founding fathers said that all spending and taxation had to be for the general welfare, and they went one step further. In Article 1, Section 8, they laid out all the powers of Congress, all the things that we're allowed to do. And not listed in those was to buy solar panels for one town. You'd think that all the wealth of MIT and Harvard, all that wealth that's attracted to Cambridge, they'd be able to buy their own solar panels. But it has no place in a budget that's $1.5 trillion in the hole and only makes us weaker. The next earmark is $1 million for Martha's Vineyard Hospital, one of the richest zip codes in the United States. I've been to Martha's Vineyard. It's beautiful, but I can only afford to go one time. But the thing is, if you live there, that's wonderful. I'm all for wealthy people. I love that they have all these beautiful homes. I think President Obama may have a place there. But the thing is, pay for your own hospital. I've got little tiny hospitals with 40 beds in a really rural community that, because of all the rules and regulations, are barely breaking even in Kentucky, and I don't see sending millions of dollars to Martha's Vineyard. But once again, why did it go to Martha's Vineyard? Because somebody's been here for 50 years, they're on the Appropriations Committee, they put an earmark and say, I want the pork to go to Martha's Vineyard. Nobody makes a debate over whether Martha's Vineyard needs it more, than Harlan, Kentucky. They just stick an earmark in there and they get it because they've been here a long time. It's a terrible way to legislate, but it's a terrible way to legislate in the context of this enormous debt that we are amassing. This bill is teeming with about $2 billion worth of earmarks at a time when we can't afford the additional debt. Just days into the new year, the Treasury Department announced that the U.S. debt had surpassed $34 trillion. Hard to fathom. Chairman of the Federal Reserve came out and said it's an urgent problem. Jamie Dimon with J.P. Morgan Chase came out and said it was an urgent problem. And in the heels of people saying that it's an urgent problem, what happens? Congress rises to the occasion and borrows more money. Talk about tone deaf, completely tone deaf. We're just going to borrow another $1.5 trillion on the heels of $34 trillion. We are spending at such a rate that right now we are averaging $1 trillion to the debt every 90 days. If that pace continues, instead of $1.5 trillion, it could be up to $4 trillion in the next year. Since this year, the U.S. is borrowing money $7 billion a day. Think about that. We're borrowing money at over $300 million per hour. $3 million per minute is being borrowed. We're borrowing money at $85,000 a second. This is just spinning literally out of control. If you look at the debt clock online, you can see the numbers, just spinning like crazy. If we're to judge the backroom negotiations between the uni-party leadership in Congress and the White House by its results, we can only conclude that they do not take our spending problem seriously. Even Republicans who talk such a good game about government spending and respect for taxpayer dollars when they're at home cannot be depended upon to fight for fiscal sanity when push comes to shove. Our nation's greatest threat comes not from abroad, but from within the halls of Congress, which at every opportunity look for ways to ignore our spending problem and expedite our economic decline. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office predicts that we will add an average of $2 trillion to our debt every year for the next decade. But there's a breaking point. There's a point at which they print so much money that you can have a catastrophic loss of the value. This is what's happened in South America for decades. It's what's happened in Central America, and we don't want it, at least I don't want it happening in our country. The CBO also estimates that net interest payments will outgrow defense spending this year and will become the largest item, over $800 billion just in interest. This reckless level of borrowing and spending is unsustainable. The ever-increasing heights of our debt mean a weak economy, high inflation, and confiscatory tax rates. In other words, today's spending threatens tomorrow's prosperity. We're approaching a predictable economic crisis in the U.S. In my time in the Senate, I have proposed spending freezes, balanced budgets, spending cuts designed to get our nation back on path. Today, though, instead of a balanced budget, I merely ask this, that this bill be sent back to the Appropriations Committee and that they report to the full Senate about how to responsibly cut 5% from this bloated monstrosity. We wouldn't eliminate anything, but everything you're going to spend money on, grandma, motherhood, apple pie, is going to get 5% less. That's what it would take to start balancing our budget. Wouldn't do it just on this bill because we'd actually have to do that to everything and all the spending, but doing it here today would show that somebody's serious about the spending. My instructions even leave the Appropriations Committee open to determine where to reduce the spending. This isn't asking that much. It's a lopsided compromise in which the select handful of members who wrote this bill get 95% of everything they want. That's what it would mean if we were to pass this cut. Realize when we vote on this cut, though, that not one Democrat will vote to cut 1 penny. Seriously, if we offered an amendment to cut 1 penny, every Democrat would vote no on it. They're resisting voting at all now because they're worried that people at home will discover what they're voting for. But it's more than just the Democrats. No Democrat cares about the deficit. Many Republicans profess to care, but half of them will vote with the Democrats as well. So this is really a bipartisan problem. So don't let anybody tell you this is just all about Joe Biden. It's about the previous administration as well. They borrowed $7 trillion. They shut the economy down. The COVID lockdowns led to extravagant borrowing, more than we've ever seen, and we're continuing it now. But this is a bipartisan problem. It means that rather than spending $1.2 trillion in this package, my proposal would spend $1.14 trillion. Now, some would look at that and say, well, gosh, that's not even very dramatic at all. How did you become so moderate? And, you know, that is true. I am quite the moderate. But it would cut $60 billion. $60 billion. But they will unanimously on the Democrat side vote against this because they're against cutting 1 penny. And our side, half of our people on our side will vote against any cuts also. This is a modest cut and only the beginning of what you would have to do to bring fiscal sanity. I'm willing to accept a reasonable compromise, even one that does not balance the budget significantly or even cut the necessary spending. I'm willing to vote for something to cut some spending. By agreeing to this motion, which will be an amendment later today, we can show that to our constituents that we respect them as taxpayers and are open to the most reasonable attempts to shave down the unsustainable level of spending. Mr. President, I ask that all consider a yes vote on my amendment when the time comes. Madam President.
President, we have good news for America's national security. Senators have reached an agreement that clears the way to approve FISA reauthorization tonight. For the information of my colleagues, we will have up to 7 roll call votes. First, we will vote 6 amendments, and then final passage. All day long, we persisted and persisted and persisted in hopes of reaching a breakthrough, and I'm glad we got it done. There was a great deal of doubt that we could get this done, but now we are on a glide path to passing this bill. Allowing FISA to expire would have been dangerous. It's an important part of our national security toolkit and helps law enforcement stop terrorist attacks, drug trafficking, and violent extremism. This legislation has been carefully tailored, and I'm ready to work with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to keep strengthening protections for American citizens. I thank all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their good work. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator for Kentucky.
the title of this amendment is "The Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale." The Fourth Amendment is no mere limitation of government power. The Fourth Amendment is fundamental to the concept of American liberty. The Fourth Amendment was a response to the British writs of assistance, which served as general warrants, permitted almost limitless searches of homes and ships of colonies. In 1761, an attorney named James Otis forcefully attacked the writs of assistance, and John Adams described that he was so inspired by Otis and the arguments that then and there the child of independence was born. The Fourth Amendment prohibits these kinds of general warrants. For a search to be reasonable, the Fourth Amendment dictates that the government must identify the individual, the items, and the location to be searched. But today, all it takes to eviscerate the Fourth Amendment is some cash. The Electronic Communications Privacy Act already requires the government to seek a court order before compelling service providers to disclose contents and records. But this law does not restrict providers from voluntarily selling that information to non-governmental third parties. Due to this loophole in the law, American government is effectively resurrected the idea of general warrants that the Founding Fathers were so appalled by. Thankfully, the House of Representatives voted to close that loophole. The House voted overwhelmingly this week for the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act. I'm so glad that the Fourth Amendment for Sale Act is popular, that Senator Schumer has been a co-sponsor of this. I hope he will vote with us tonight. But if he chooses not to vote with us tonight, the bill is passed the House. All he would need to do is bring it up in the next few weeks, and we could actually put it on the books. Leaders of both parties from across the political spectrum have come together to say you shouldn't be able to buy your way around the Fourth Amendment. The Senate must not prove itself to be less concerned about the Fourth Amendment. I hope that we will take this up. The data you transmit can reveal much about your life, such as where you work, where you drop off your child for daycare, whether you visit a gun range, who you associate with, your health data. Some of these applications sell that data to third-party brokers who then sell it to the government. It may be concerning that some of your information is traded away, but we should insist that the Fourth Amendment should be respected so that individuals are not tracked and investigated without a warrant. When law enforcement suspects you of a crime, the supreme law of the land is clear. Officers must demonstrate to a neutral judge in an open court that probable cause of a crime exists. In fact, if you want to find the people in our country who respect the Fourth Amendment, meet with any local police officer or any local sheriff. They know they don't come in your house. What's happened is the politicized aspects of our intel agencies don't have the same respect for the Fourth Amendment that local law enforcement does. According to Professor Matthew Tokson, a professor at the University of Utah, after the Supreme Court prohibited warrantless collection of cell phone location data in Carpenter versus the United States, the government agencies just began buying that information anyway. They were told not to by the Supreme Court, so they just went and purchased it and eviscerated a Supreme Court decision. This is something we should not tolerate. A recent report by the Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security demonstrated that several DHS agencies, including the Secret Service, bought Americans' phone location data without a court order. The IRS purchases location data without a court order. The FBI purchases your location data without an order. To just name a few, the NSA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, all have bought Americans' location data without a court order. The embrace of this tactic proves that the feds will zealously exploit any loophole and test the limits of their authorities to the detriment of our constitutionally protected liberties. It's time to end the use of cash to purchase general warrants that the Fourth Amendment should have abolished over 2 centuries ago. Let's ensure that the Fourth Amendment is truly not for sale. I ask for a yes vote.
Mr. President.
Senator for Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the amendment. And before I get to the substance, I want to make a comment that I'm going to be making.
Could the Senator desist for a moment? Senator from Kentucky.
I call up my amendment number 1829 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, proposes an amendment numbered 1829.
There will now be 2 minutes to debate, equally divided, on the Paul Amendment 1829.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the amendment. And before I get to the substance, let me remind my colleagues, I think something we've all discussed a lot. Any amendment added to this bill at this moment is the equivalent of killing the bill. Many have said, if we go past midnight tonight, it doesn't really matter. Already, telecom companies, a number, have contacted the Department of Justice saying, if this bill expires, as it will at midnight, they will stop complying with 702, one of the most critical components of our intelligence backbone. The specifics of this amendment are opposed by every law enforcement agency in America. It is also opposed by a number of Jewish community groups, including B'nai B'rith and anti-defamation leagues. And I would agree with the senator from Kentucky, we ought to have a debate about data brokers. But 702 is not the place to have it. Matter of fact, the House decided not to include this in their discussion of 702. If we pass this amendment, the only people that will be taken out from purchasing data will be law enforcement, not foreign companies, not foreign governments, or others.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
The idea that we don't have time is a specious one. The only reason we wouldn't have time is because the supporters of this bill delayed to the last hour. We have 5 years to renew this. We delayed it till we have 4 hours left, and then we're told we can't amend it because we don't have enough time. That is a false argument. The House is still here. They're going to be voting tomorrow. We should pass the good amendments today, send them to the House tomorrow. This is an argument that has been forced upon us by the supporters of FISA who want no debate, and they want no restrictions, they want no warrants, and they want nothing to protect the Americans. They want to allow whatever goes, whatever happens, happens, and to hell with the American individual citizen and the Bill of Rights. I say don't listen to the people who don't want amendments and don't want debate, and let's pass this amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Yeas and nays have been requested. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Braun, Kramer, Daines, Durbin, Hawley, Lummis, Markey, Marshall, Murphy, Murray, Hall, Sanders, Tester, Welch, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Blumenthal, Britt, Budd, Cardin, Carper, Cassidy, Crapo, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hyde-Smith, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lankford, Lujan, Mullen, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rosen, Rounds, Rubio, Schatz, Schumer, Scott of Florida, Sinema, Smith, Thune, Warner, Wicker, Young. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Butler, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Brown, no. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Coons, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 31, the nays are 61. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Now, before we move on,
My office be granted floor privileges until August 9th, 2024. Krish Kamal, Haley Leipzig, Daniel James, William Duval, and Chad Schumacher.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
if good intentions created good laws, there'd be no need for congressional debate. I have no doubt that the authors of the bill on the floor genuinely want to protect children, but the bill they've written promises to be Pandora's box of unintended consequences. The Kids Online Safety Act, known as KOSA, would impose unprecedented duty of care on internet platforms to mitigate certain harms associated with mental health, such as anxiety, depression, and eating disorders. While proponents of the bill claim that the bill's not designed to regulate content, imposing a duty of care on the internet platforms associated with mental health can only lead to one outcome: the stifling of First Amendment protected speech. Today's children live in a world far different from the one I grew up in, and I'm the first in line to tell kids, go outside, touch grass. With the internet, though, today's children do have some advantages. They have the world at their fingertips. That can often be a good thing, but just about any question can be answered through the internet by finding a scholarly article or a how-to video with a simple search. Doctors and therapists' offices close at night on weekends, but support groups are available 24 hours a day online, 7 days a week, for people who share similar concerns or have heard the same health problems. People can connect, share information, and help each other more easily than ever before. That's the beauty of the technological progress. But the world can also be an ugly place. Like any other tool, the internet can be misused, and parents must be vigilant. Parents must be vigilant in protecting their kids online. It is perhaps understandable that those who sit in this body might seek a government solution to protect children from any harms that may result from spending too much time on the internet. But before we impose a drastic, first of its kind, legal duty on online platforms, we should ensure that the positive aspects of the internet are preserved. That means we have to ensure that the First Amendment rights are protected, that these platforms are provided with clear rules so they can comply with the law. Unfortunately, this bill fails to do that in almost every respect. As currently written, this bill is far too vague, and many of its provisions are completely undefined. The bill creates a board empowered to regulate content that might affect mental health. Yet KOSA, the bill, does not explicitly define the term mental health disorder. Instead, it references the 5th edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Health, or the most current successor edition. So we're going to regulate items on the internet that might cause anxiety or might affect mental health based on a definition that evolves over time in a book that we're never going to vote on again. It's going to be decided by whoever writes the DSM 6, 7, 8 versions for mental health. But written this way, not only would someone looking at the law not know what the definition is, but even more concerning, this definition could change without any input from Congress. When the diagnostic manual changes, the law will then be changed according to what the new definition of mental health is. The scope of one of the most expansive pieces of federal tech legislation could drastically change overnight. Congress may not even realize it until after it has already happened. The diagnostic manual on mental health changes the definition, the law changes, and Congress had no input on what the definition of mental health is. None of my colleagues would be comfortable with a definition that effectively delegates, or should be comfortable, with a definition that effectively delegates Congress's legislative authority to an unaccountable third party. Second, The bill would impose an unprecedented duty of care on internet platforms to mitigate certain harms. Sounds good. They want to mitigate harms such as anxiety, depression, and eating disorders. But the legislation doesn't define what it considers harmful to minors, and everyone will have a different belief as to what causes harm, much less how online platforms should go about protecting minors from that harm. The sponsors of the bill will tell you it's not a desire to regulate content, but the requirement that platforms mitigate undefined harms to mental health belies the bill's effect to regulate online content. How can you mitigate the effects of things that might cause anxiety because they all involve content? This bill will be setting up a board to regulate the content of the internet. Imposing a duty of care on online platforms to mitigate harms associated with mental health can only lead to one outcome: the stifling of constitutionally protected speech. For example, if online services use endless scrolling to promote Shakespeare's works, or algebra problems, or the history of the Roman Empire, would any lawmaker consider that to be harmful? I doubt it. And that is because the website design does not do the harm. See, we say we're going to address the design of the website and not the content. The only way they can mitigate the so-called harm is by mitigating the content. It is content, not design, that this bill will regulate. Last year, Harvard Medical School's magazine published a story called Climate Anxiety: The existential threat posed by climate change is deeply troubling to many young people. So this bill is going to regulate anxiety. What makes your kid anxious? Well, climate change makes a lot of kids anxious. Are we going to regulate discussion of climate change for minors? This article mentioned that among a cohort of more than 10,000 people between the ages of 16 and 25, 60% of them are described as very worried about the climate, and nearly half said they have anxiety affecting their daily functioning because they're worried about the climate. Are we going to protect them by censoring and removing content about climate change? The world's most famous climate activist, Greta Thunberg, famously suffers from climate anxiety. Should platforms have stopped her from seeing things about the climate warming or cooling or whatever the conjecture is this year? Should they remove that because it makes Greta Thunberg anxious? She's admitted that as a teenager, Greta wouldn't eat. She didn't eat for nearly a year. She lost weight. Some say her growth was stunted. Should we remove climate change discussion from teenagers because it creates anxiety? This bill has the potential to do that. Under this bill, Greta Thunberg would have been considered a minor, and she could have been deprived from engaging online in debates that made her famous, but also made her anxious. Anxiety and eating disorders are two of the undefined harms that this bill expects internet platforms to prevent and mitigate. Are those sites going to allow discussion and debate about the climate? Are they even going to allow the discussion of a person's story about overcoming an eating disorder? That certainly could make people anxious. What if you hear the story of someone with anorexia and it makes you think that you're an anorexic? Instead of getting the moral that it was a bad idea to engage in this sort of psychological problem, it may cause you to be anxious because you now have to address this situation. Could that be regulated? Under this bill, it could. What will happen is fear of liability, fear of lawsuits, fear of what will happen under the penalties of this bill is going to cause people to censor themselves. Online platforms will be forced or feel themselves forced or coerced to censor themselves. There is a question: will pictures of thin models be tolerated, lest it result in eating disorder? Or for the people who see them. There's a discussion of this all over. There are now, everybody sees the obese models that are now hired for Sports Illustrated in order to not cause anxiety. Well, if that's done voluntarily by a magazine, by all means. But if we're going to coerce these online platforms and say, you can't show people that are too thin, what's too thin? That's what this bill one of the results that could happen from this bill. What about images, violent images of war? I think even adults are made anxious by that, but what of kids? Should we restrict images of war? There's a war going on in Gaza, and there's a lot of young people with opinions on that. Should we say, well, young people shouldn't be allowed to see images from Gaza because it might make them anxious? Should we silence discussions about gun rights from either side, from the right or the left, because it might cause people anxiety? I would think that if you've been in a school where there was a school shooting, every time you read about it, it probably causes you anxiety. Should this be something that parents should try to address, psychologists, psychiatrists? By all means, parents should be involved in what their kids do online. But once the government sets it up, it depends on who's on the board. So if the Democrats are in power and they aren't real fond of the Second Amendment, if they're in power, my guess is the people they appoint to the board will believe that gun ownership or gun use is wrong and causes anxiety and shouldn't be on children's sight. Conversely, when the Republicans are in charge and we're more for allowing the Constitution to be applied through the Second Amendment to gun ownership, we probably would want to police people telling kids they're not allowed to, or that the Constitution. It works both ways. There's enough to hate this bill from the right and the left because the government shouldn't be making these blanket decisions. What of online discussions of sexuality? Would pro-gay or anti-gay discussion cause anxiety in teenagers? I would think it might. This bill would allow the children's online safety to regulate things that cause anxiety. If discussion of sexuality causes anxiety, it would be eligible under this bill for mitigation. They didn't want to use the word censorship because it sounds bad, but that's what they want to do. They're appointing a committee called the Children's Online Safety Council, which will be able to censor things that cause anxiety, climate change, sexuality. What about pro-life messaging? Should pro-life discussions cause anxiety in teenage mothers considering abortion? Well, I'm guessing that whole scenario from either the pro-life or the pro-abortion perspective is full of anxiety. But are we going to protect the teenage mom who might be offended that a pregnancy center is offering her a way out or offering her a lifeline to have her child? Because maybe somebody else thinks that she should have an abortion. Maybe she decides one way or another. But it's anxiety. It's probably full of more anxiety than most of us can imagine. But are we going to ban teenagers from seeing that? This is insane. This bill is not well thought out. This bill is Pandora's box for censorship. In truth, this bill opens the door to nearly limitless content regulation, as people can and will argue that most any piece of content could contribute to some form of mental health disorder. In addition, financial concerns may cause online forums to eliminate all anxiety-inducing content for all users, regardless of age, if the expense for policing teenagers is prohibitive. So think about it. If we make this onerous process that adds a great deal of cost to the people developing the websites, and they have to be liable and the state attorney generals can sue them, which this bill allows, maybe they say, gosh, is it worth my while having any discussion of anxiety-producing content, which basically means things that are controversial. Maybe we should stay away from that. Maybe there will be a self-policing effect to this bill that people say, I'm not even going to do it for my adult users because I don't want to be sued. The bill gives the unlimited right and cause of action for every state attorney general. Some of them are on the far left, some of them are on the far right, and you can imagine each of them have their own pet causes to want to sue to say, you should take this content down. This bill does not merely regulate the internet, it threatens to stifle important and diverse discussions that are essential to a free society. And who is empowered to help make these decisions? The task is entrusted to a newly established speech police. This bill would create a Kids Online Safety Council, aka Speech Police, to decide what constitutes harm to minors and what platforms would have to do to address the harm. So the harms are broadly defined: mental health, anxiety, gambling, alcohol. But then the specifics of how it's going to be regulated are left to this new regulatory body. This is what many on the right have referred to as giving the power to bureaucrats. There was a famous case called the Chevron case where they said the government should give deference to anything created by government. Now that's under review now, but this is the same problem. You're giving power to this new group that can censor that is virtually unlimited and ill-defined. These are the types of decisions that should be made by parents and families, not unelected bureaucrats serving as a censorship committee. Those are not the only deficiencies of this bill. The bill seeks to protect minors from beer and gambling ads on certain online platforms. Not everywhere, just some places. So we're going to put this duty on some platforms that your kid can't watch gambling ads and can't watch beer ads, but on other platforms we won't. So there will be a differential to financial cost. Some places won't have to pay anything, and other places will have to pay an amount to figure out how to set up a website that doesn't let kids watch golf with gambling commercials. The bill seeks to protect kids from beer and gambling ads on certain online platforms, such as Facebook or Hulu, but if those same minors turn their phone off and turn their TV on, they can jolly well watch as much PGA with the announcer saying, FanDuel says gamble on, Bryson DeChambeau this week, or Rory McIlroy. This is a bizarre bill. We're going to make it illegal to talk about certain things online or to advertise online for gambling or beer that your kid can simply turn the TV on and watch PGA, which is full of ads. And you can have a variety of opinions on whether we should have gambling ads on TV, but they're perfectly legal. So we're going to punish certain groups on the internet and still say your kid can just turn the TV on. That's bizarre. It's just completely meaningless and bizarre. Your kid can watch the Super Bowl with about 1,000 beer commercials on it. And I really, I haven't really heard of a lot of people jumping up and down and saying we should ban the Super Bowl, or we should say the Super Bowl can't have beer ads, but that's what this says. So all the stuff your kid can watch on TV, he's now going to be limited, not on the whole internet, because you can go to PGA.com and it's got an exemption because it's primarily news or sports. So they carved out all these exemptions, and then there's going to be certain areas you can't go to on the internet. So this is a punishment bill for certain aspects of the internet, not all of the internet, because there's a lot of exceptions, and not for TV. This is a crazy notion, and you're going to see it pass overwhelmingly today. Because of the title, Kids Online Safety Act, who could oppose that? And there are some tragic stories of people who have committed suicide or died because of things that happen on the internet. No one is here to discount that. But it has to be thoughtful how we fix it. Is removing all discussion of climate change, abortion, gambling ads, and beer ads going to do anything that would have addressed the life of any of the children who tragically have lost their lives? I think not. This is a ham-fisted bill that will not fix the problem, but will be the first big bill to regulate speech online. Doesn't make any sense. Should we prevent online platforms from showing kids the same content they can and do see on TV? Should sports viewership be effectively relegated to the pre-internet age? You can watch golf on TV, you can't watch golf on a streaming service. And even if it were possible to shield minors from every piece of content that might cause anxiety, depression, or eating disorders, it's still not enough to comply with COSA. COSA, the bill, because COSA requires websites to treat differently individuals that the platform knows or should have known are minors. As you can realize, it's not easy to tell what someone's age is online. The standard had been, if there were rules for minors, you had to know they were a minor and you had to know you were broadcasting adult content to a minor. But it's kind of hard to enforce. So they're going to change the standard from you knew it was a minor to you should have known it was a minor. This means that the media platforms who earnestly try to comply with the law could be punished because the government thinks it should have known a user was a minor. This dumbing down of the standard will broaden the fear of this bill, broaden the impact of this bill, and lead to countless lawsuits. This bill then does not just apply to minors. A should have known standard means that this bill is an internet-wide regulation. Every website will have to figure out who and how old they are so they don't get in the way of the speech police, or they don't get in the way of being sued by the Attorney General from that state. This is opening Pandora's box. It's not going to be just sites that might have kids. It's every website, every streaming service is now going to have to police themselves, add cost, and live in fear of these people coming after them. Adults and minors alike better get comfortable with providing a form of ID every time they wish to visit a website. This knowledge standard destroys the notion of internet privacy and interactivity. I've raised several questions about this bill today, but no one, not even the sponsors of this bill, can answer these questions honestly because they don't know the answers. They're creating something that's going to create the regulation of the internet. This is a problem of most legislation in Washington. They're not creating the censorship standards. They're creating an autonomous body that will regulate things that cause anxiety. They haven't told us what causes anxiety. So I've given you examples. They're not in the bill because the bill doesn't tell what this new body is going to regulate. It says things that cause anxiety, things that might involve gambling or beer or eating disorders. It could be any of those things, but they're just going to tell you that we're going to let this body decide. So the Senate's not going to decide what they're going to censor today. They're going to create a committee today that then will be the censorship committee, and at a later date will decide what they want to censor. This is an insane encroachment on the First Amendment. The inability to answer these questions is a result of several vague provisions in this bill. And once enacted into law, these questions will not be answered by elected representatives. They will be answered by unelected bureaucrats who are on this council who will make the decision as to what will be censored. There are good reasons to think that the courts will strike this bill down. They would have a host of reasons to do so. Vagueness pervades the bill. The most meaningful terms are undefined, making compliance with the bill nearly impossible. Even if we discount the many and obvious First Amendment violations inherent in this bill, the courts will likely find this bill void for vagueness. We can only hope so. But we should not rely on the courts to save America from this poorly drafted bill. The Senate can reject this bill today and force the sponsors to at least provide greater clarity of the bill. This bill, COSA, is a Trojan horse. It purports to protect our children by claiming limitless ability to regulate speech and depriving them of the benefits of the internet, which include engaging with like-minded individuals, expressing themselves freely, as well as participating in debates among others with different opinions. Government mandates and censorship will not protect children online. The internet may pose new problems, but there's an age-old solution to this issue. Free minds and parental guidance are the best means to protect our children online. Opposition to this bill is bipartisan, from advocates on the right to the left. A pro-life organization, Students for Life Action, commented on this bill stating that once again, a piece of federal legislation with broad powers, vague definitions, threatens pro-life speech. Those targeted by a weaponized federal government will always include pro-life Americans, defending mothers and their children, born and unborn. Students for Life Action concludes their statement by saying, already the pro-life generation faces discrimination, deplatforming, and short and long-term bans on social media on the whims of others. Students for Life calls for a no vote on this bill to prevent viewpoint discrimination from becoming federal policy at the FTC. So you could say, I don't really care. I'm on the other side of that issue. I'm a liberal, and I'm pro-abortion. I don't care what pro-life students say. Well, maybe you should care what the ACLU has to say about this. The ACLU brought more than 300 high school students to Capitol Hill to urge Congress to vote no on this bill because, to quote the ACLU, it would give the government the power to decide what content is dangerous to young people, enabling censorship and endangering access to important resources like gender identity support, mental health materials, and reproductive health care. So here you have it. You have people on one side who are pro-life, like myself, who are worried that pro-life language will be stifled because it might cause anxiety in teenagers. But you have people on the other side, such as the ACLU, who would have, I believe when they refer to reproductive health care or talking about abortion, are worried that people in favor of abortion would be stifled as well. This bill is opposed from the right and the left by anybody who is thoughtful about freedom of speech, about freedom of association, about freedom of discussion of ideas online. In the next few minutes, I will ask unanimous consent to have an amendment to this bill. And what you'll notice is, while the supporters of this bill will come forward and say, doesn't do that, it doesn't do that, the one thing's for certain is they won't allow amendments to this. So there will be no amendments to this bill. The reason I'm asking for an amendment from the floor is because they've already said privately they will not allow amendments. The one reason they won't allow amendments is when I read the content of my amendment, people would be aghast that anybody could vote against it. And a vote against it would be deeply damaging to people running from office for Republican or Democrat. The bill contains too many flaws as is. Even my one amendment wouldn't fix this bill, but at least put people on the record who don't believe that there should be restrictions from limiting religious or social speech. The Senate should tackle the most glaring problem with this bill, that it will silence political, social, and religious speech. My amendment seeks to address this concern, shared by many in the pro-life movement, as well as anyone who values the principles of free speech. My amendment merely states that no regulations that will be put forward by this magical and mysterious new censorship police that will be in the future, who we don't know who they were, and we don't know what they'll be regulating, but they will not be, if my amendment were to pass, they will not be allowed to regulate, and it will not apply to political, social, and religious speech. Another name for that would be constitutionally protected speech. My amendment is intended to address the legitimate concern that the bill threatens free speech online. If the supporters of this legislation really want to leave content alone, they'd allow the amendment. So the fact that they will deny me this amendment effectively tells Americans they don't want any dissent, and they acknowledge that this is a bill of censorship. They don't want anything to mitigate or lessen the ability for the committee to censor you, and so they will not allow this amendment. They won't even allow a vote on it because they're afraid to be on record. And really, the sponsors of the bill are here today, and they will rebut my words. I would like them to state publicly for all of us how they would vote on the amendment and why they're blocking the amendment. If the supporters of this legislation really do want to leave content alone, they will welcome and vote for my amendment to protect political, social, and religious speech. I ask unanimous consent that if cloture is invoked on the motion to concur with further amendments in House Amendment to S2073, Amendment number 3022 be set aside and be in order for me to call up my amendment 3085. I further ask that a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Republican leader, that there be 30 minutes of debate equally divided between the proponents and opponents of my amendment. Finally, following the use of yielding back of that time, the Senate vote on my amendment 3085 with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Connecticut.
reserving the right to object. I've listened to my colleague from Kentucky, and in the interest of time, I think the very simple answer and the reason for my objection is read the bill. Read the bill. If you read the bill, you will see, for example, there is no empowering of attorneys general to enforce this measure. There is no vagueness in these provisions. They were crafted narrowly to target specific evils, real evils, that destroy lives. And if he thinks that this bill, as he has termed it, is crazy and bizarre, he should tell the parents and the young people who have come to us over these past years, to Senator Blackburn and myself, with harrowing stories of the destructive harm to their children's lives, and young people telling us about those harms to their own lives. The principle of this bill is very simple. It does not empower those unelected bureaucrats, which again, unfortunately, our colleague from Kentucky has misread. It empowers young people and parents. It gives them choices. It enables them to take back control over their own lives. It enables the strongest settings of safety by default. It requires companies to disable product features that are destructive. It gives young people and parents tools to opt out, to choose not to be a part of algorithm recommendations that fuel destructive mental health harms. It gives them safeguards to shield themselves against online predators and options to protect their own information. Young people and parents deserve these kinds of choices to make on their own. That is the principle of the bill. And so this mischaracterization is regrettable, but I know that my colleagues are going to see through it. They're going to see that this bill is very specific, not vague, narrowly targeted, not broad, to protect children and give parents and kids choices that enable them to take back control over their own lives. And let me just say, there's no censorship in this bill. None. Zero. It is about product design, much as it would be about a car that is unsafe and is required to have seat belts and airbags. We wouldn't credit an argument by a car manufacturer that somehow it's a First Amendment right of expression to eliminate those car seats and airbags that protect lives. It would be ludicrous. It would be laughable. And so are these objections that have been made by my colleague from Kentucky. I am proud of the work that we have done on a bipartisan basis over these years. This bill is the result of a bipartisan, careful, methodical, time-consuming work by Senator Blackburn and myself, listening to those parents and young people, but also, and let me be very blunt here, listening to the big tech companies. They've come to us and they've said, in effect, trust us. Trust us. We'll take care of it. We've seen this movie before. We know how it ends. No action. Trust us is no longer tolerable. And one reason it's no longer tolerable is we've looked under the hood. We've seen how the car works. We've seen it from their own documents, their own files, their own written product designs. And we've seen their business model, which is repetitive, toxic stuff driven at kids, and more eyeballs, meaning more advertisers, meaning more dollars if those kids are online for longer periods of time without the choices that we are giving them to disconnect. We are no longer going to trust big tech to do the job. We are determined that we will make this product safer by empowering young people and their parents and create a duty of care. Not vague, not overbroad, but carefully crafted to make sure that these companies have to prevent the kind of harms that they know are happening. We know they're happening because the documents show it, and their own evidence, in effect, proves it. And we're not going to trust them anymore to comply with the law. We're going to require audits and transparency, access to the black box algorithms, so that they are held accountable. This bill is a major step toward online safety for children. And I am hopeful that my colleagues will, in fact, see through the inaccuracies in the arguments that have just been made here, and that they will join Senator Blackburn and me, as 70 have done in co-sponsoring this measure, to say it's time for online safety. I yield to my colleague from Tennessee, Senator Blackburn, who has been a steadfast and invaluable partner in this effort.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank my colleague who has worked so diligently on this. This legislation has been years in the making, as he has said. Basically, the amending process has gone on for 3 years. And as he mentioned, 70 members of this body have joined to sponsor this legislation. To the concerns that my colleague expressed, I want him to know this is not a speech bill. This is not a content bill. No agency can make rules on speech. Nonprofits are not covered in this bill. There's no rulemaking. News outlets are not covered in this. The government is given no new authority. And when he mentioned websites and blogs, the Kids Online Safety Act only covers social media, social networks, multiplayer online video games, social messaging apps, video streaming services. It does not include blogs and personal websites. Now, the question, he was saying that Kids Online Safety Act covers platforms that are run by nonprofits. No websites run by nonprofit organizations, which often host important and valuable education and support services, are not covered in the scope of this legislation. And these are important points to make. And as Senator Blumenthal said, reading the bill, you see this is a product design. The duty of care that is there, it requires social media companies to prevent and mitigate certain harms that they know their platforms and products are causing to young users as a result of their design choices, such as their recommendation algorithms, their addictive product features. The specific covered harms include suicide, eating disorders, substance use disorders, and sexual exploitation. And these are the reasons for having this duty of care and having this included in the Kids Online Safety Act. But no, it is not a speech bill. It is not a content bill. It does not include rule-making authority. It has no rule-making authority in the legislation, and it does not give authority additional authority to the government, and it does not give more authority to state attorneys general or to the FTC. So I think the fears are unfounded. This is a good product, good legislation. We have worked with our colleagues. We have heard from thousands of kids and parents, pediatricians, teachers, principals, mental health professionals, and everyone has come to the table to say it is time to hold big tech accountable for what is happening to our kids. And I yield back to my colleague from Connecticut.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I just want to add, and I thank Senator Blackburn for her excellent summary and argument, this reference to social speech. We're dealing here with social media companies. This proposed rule of construction, in effect, would destroy the bill. That's the intent here, and we're not going to let it happen. I object.
The objection is heard.
President.
Senator from Kentucky.
A few comments on the support the authors of the bill have come forward with. The discussion is that state attorneys are not empowered, when in actuality, if you read the bill, the state attorneys are empowered. They're specifically referred to in the bill, and they are specifically empowered to sue if and when the Child Online Safety Committee promulgates rules through the FTC. This is specifically given to not only state attorneys, but also the rulemaking authority is given in the bill. State attorney generals will also be allowed to sue even if no rule is made. This does empower state attorney generals across the nation to sue over whether or not people are adequately suppressing or censoring speech based on anxiety. So that is a factual dispute we have with the authors. One of the authors says, we can't trust the online people. We can't trust the people hosting these platforms. Well, of course you can't. That's why you're supposed to be parents. That's why you're supposed to be involved with your church and community, and you're supposed to try to police. Everything's imperfect, but you're supposed to try. It isn't the government. So he says, we can't trust them. But you know what? I've also heard another comment. Trust us, we're from the government. Trust us, we're going to give this Child Online Safety Committee unlimited, unchecked power to regulate anything that causes your teenager to be anxiety, from climate change to sexuality to who knows what, to eating disorders, to thin models, to gambling on the PGA or any website or beer commercials. This is Pandora's box, and we need to be aware of what it actually does allow to occur. The rule of construction, the amendment that is being blocked, is typical. This is a bill to block free speech. So in order to pass a bill to block free speech, you block the free speech on the floor of the Senate and disallow amendments. Who in America would think it would be wrong to limit this bill and to protect political, social, and religious speech? That's what they're actually saying. They won't allow amendment on it, but they are not for exempting political, social, or religious speech. What does that mean? It means they conclude that the bill will allow regulation of political, social, and religious speech. Mark my words, we will revisit this issue. The court's either going to strike this thing down, or we're going to come back here in a year or two and people are going to go, oh my God, did anybody read the bill before they passed it? They have 70 co-sponsors because nobody reads the bills. Nobody thinks of the implications of the bill. The bill gives virtually unlimited purview to the Children's Online Safety Council to determine what causes anxiety. Everything causes anxiety in teenagers. Every controversial subject could potentially cause anxiety. This is a huge mistake to give this authority to unelected bureaucrats who we don't know who they are yet or who will appoint them, who will make the decisions over what causes anxiety. So while these people, I grant them good motives, I grant them wanting to do the best for people, I grant that there are terrible and tragic cases where children have committed suicide or otherwise, but this isn't the answer. The answer isn't to abbreviate or take away the precious rights guaranteed under the First Amendment. As we've been discussing, the Veterans Affairs is out of money. Now, this is not something that was unpredictable. I predicted this a year or two ago when we expanded benefits. Now, I think it is the priority and it is a responsibility of America to take care of its veterans. But we still have to think about what we're doing. We can't say, well, every veteran should have a Corvette and $200,000 a year because we don't have the money for that. So we try to link benefits to something we can afford and something within reason related to their service. When the PACT Act was passed, though, there were those of us saying, if you allow something like high blood pressure to be associated with military service, you may have a problem. I'm 61 years old. 60% of people over 60 have hypertension. You think you might get too many people applying for things if you allow a really common condition like hypertension to be connected to these benefits. What we were talking about were burn pits. And burn pits, you could convince me, and they have, that inhaling things from burn pits might damage your lungs, and you might have respiratory diseases or lung cancers. But saying hypertension is related to this allows Pandora's box, and now we have millions of people flooding through the doors to get benefits, and they're out of money. This is typical of Washington. This year we will spend $6 trillion and we'll bring in $4 trillion. No American family can do that. No state does that. No city does that. No county does that. Washington's fiscal recklessness is putting the American dream out of reach for millions of Americans. Historically high rates of inflation from this debt have made every American poorer. As families across the country struggle to put food on the table, Washington seems content to spend money without regard to consequences. But sometimes the consequences are too shameful to ignore. Congressional spending and mismanagement at the Department of Veteran Affairs are the latest examples, with both resulting in a nearly $3 billion shortfall, threatening the benefits of millions of veterans. Our veterans shouldn't have to pay the cost for the federal government's incompetence. This is why I asked the Senate to adopt my amendment today. My amendment would just simply offset the new money they need for the Veterans Affairs that they didn't calculate well and didn't appropriate by taking it from somewhere else in the budget. To me, it seems eminently reasonable. Rather than borrow more money and put ourselves further into debt, we have a $35 trillion debt. Why don't we find something in the budget maybe that's not an emergency, take the money from there and pay for the veterans' benefits? My amendment would ensure that veterans receive their benefits without adding to the national debt. My amendment is simple. It pays for the veterans' benefits by rescinding $2.9 billion in Department of Energy loan guarantees. The American taxpayers should not be asked to subsidize companies with vast resources, often multi-million-dollar owners that are for this green energy that we're going to subsidize. Well, which is more important, subsidizing millionaire owners of green energy or paying for veterans' benefits? Why not take one to pay for the other? Unsurprisingly, these loans, these green loans that are out there, these gambles that have been taken by the Department of Energy have come at an exorbitant cost. A 2015 GAO study revealed that the extent of the Department of Energy's loan program failures. The report lists that 5 companies defaulted on similar Department of Energy loans, including Solyndra, Fisker, Abound Solar, Beacon Power, and Vehicle Production Group, costing the taxpayers $807 million. So these loans are not without risks. We cut these loans, we cut our risk, and we shift the money over to veterans. I think it's a pretty easy thing. It could be done in a few minutes. But if you'll watch the vote, my guess is that nobody from the other side of the aisle will vote to transfer the money over to the veterans. They just say, borrow it, put it on my tab. Well, that's why when you go to the grocery store and a steak costs $20 at the grocery store. This is why your gasoline costs more. This is why all your prices are up. This is why the home prices are doubling, because they're diminishing the value of the dollar with all the borrowing. So today they'll add another $3 billion. They don't care. They think money grows on trees. Here it is, $3 billion, take it. We care about the veterans, but we don't give a damn about the debt. You can care about both. I'm for shifting money. Let's don't increase the debt today. Let's take $3 billion that would go to millionaires who own these companies and shift it over to the veterans. Pretty simple. How could anybody vote against it? But watch the vote. Everyone on the other side of the aisle is going to vote to borrow the money rather than pay for it by shifting the money. The VA shortfall was very foreseeable, just as the failure of the DOE loans. The VA has been overwhelmed, receiving more than 2.4 million claims in 2023, the most ever, 39% higher. I warned them, when you pass this, when you allow hypertension to be associated with disability, you're opening Pandora's box, because everybody's got hypertension. You may recall, I stood here on the Senate floor and warned that the PACT Act would put veterans' benefits at risk. Why? Because there truly are veterans that were damaged by burn pits. They inhaled the smoke and they have chronic asthma, emphysema, or cancer. But those deserving people are having the money taken from people who have high blood pressure. Everybody's got high blood pressure. So if you put them in there, what you are doing is stealing the benefits from the people who have lung damage from breathing in these fumes. It's always about, oh, we care about everybody. Everybody should get money. It's free, no problem, we'll just borrow it. Instead of saying, why don't we try to conserve the resources for those who actually were injured by the burn pits? Instead, it's like, oh, you got high blood pressure? Sign up, come on down, we'll get you some money. The PACT Act created a presumption of service connection for hypertension. The CDC estimates that 116 million Americans have hypertension. 50% of men, 44% of women, over 60% of men have, or of all people, have hypertension. If you include hypertension as a trigger for benefits, it broadens the category of recipients so much that it's contributed to the depletion of the funds. So instead of asking why we're short $3 billion, no one's asking why we're short. They're just, put it on my tab, put it on the nation's tab, borrow more money. Why don't we find out what the problem is? Why are we short of money? Because they decided to include hypertension as a trigger for disability. Because of Congress's inability to make difficult decisions, precious resources that ought to go to veterans exposed to toxic substances are at risk of going up in smoke. They're at risk of being diverted to people who weren't injured by the burn pits. Congress must take its oversight responsibilities seriously, hold the VA accountable for fiscal mismanagement and corruption. In fiscal year 2023, the VA issued $3 billion in improper payments. So we have the Veterans Affairs $3 billion short of money, but we find out they gave $3 billion to the wrong people. They made a mistake of issuing checks to the wrong people for $3 billion. Why wouldn't we ask the VA, hey, we know you're short of money, but guess what? You got to quit sending the money to the wrong people. Why wouldn't the people who are sending the money to the wrong people be punished, reassigned? Maybe they shouldn't work for the VA if they aren't competent enough to get the money to the people who are the right people. Over the past 3 years, it's estimated the VA has had $10 billion in improper payments. In May 2024, the VA's Inspector General reported that the department improperly awarded over $10 million in incentives to its own senior executives. So it's been determined by the Inspector General that the VA paid their own executives $10 million in bonuses that shouldn't have been given to the executives, while the executives were overseeing $3 billion that went to the wrong people. There are resources that could have been devoted, these resources that were wasted and squandered could have been devoted to veterans, to their benefits. Instead, the VA shamefully squandered them. It's high time that the members of this body face the incontrovertible fact that Congress's reckless spending has awful consequences. We have seen it in the form of inflation. This is what's happening to Americans. It's what's making all of us poorer. And now we see that overspending threatens the benefits that were promised to veterans. We must use these failures as a warning. We must get serious about our spending and oversight responsibilities. I encourage my colleagues to vote for my amendment as a first step to ensuring our veterans receive the care they deserve. I call my amendment 3289 and ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report the amendment number.
Senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, proposes amendment number 3289 to H.R. 9468.
I ask unanimous consent that there be 2 minutes of debate equally divided prior to the vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, when it comes to supporting our veterans, the bottom line is we have to live up to our word and get them the benefits and care they were promised. I'm pleased to say we have a long bipartisan history of coming together and putting our veterans first. That's what the bill before us is about. But this amendment would jeopardize all of that by making partisan cuts to unrelated programs. Our veterans should not be used as partisan leverage, simple as that. Now, I fully outright oppose this amendment on the merits. But even for colleagues who may feel differently, I would urge you to join me in voting against this amendment, because we should all agree that veterans are not fair game for partisan poison pills. Our promise to our veterans and their families is a sacred responsibility we have to live up to, not political leverage. I urge all of my colleagues who feel the same to join me in voting no.
President.
Senator from Kentucky.
This amendment is simply about paying for veterans' benefits. It doesn't stop veterans' benefits. It actually pays for them by moving money from wasteful programs over to the Veterans Affairs to pay for their benefits. It does this so we don't add to the debt. I mean, our veterans fought for our country. Our national security, our biggest threat to our national security now is our debt. I think our veterans would want us to do this in a responsible manner. This amendment makes the veterans' benefits paid for by taking money elsewhere in the budget. It's the responsible way to go.
Today, I'm going to discuss a decades-long priority of mine, and that's reforming the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Around here, it's known by the acronym FARA. This legislation is necessary to give it teeth that it needs to be effective. Just a little bit of history about FARA. You know, until maybe 6-7 years ago, now it's being enforced a little more often by the Department of Justice. But prior to that, a law that had been on the books for decades was not really being enforced. So that means people could be hired to lobby for a foreign country before the Congress of the United States, and we didn't even know who they were. Well, the FARA Act passed decades ago was supposed to make that public, because we ought to know who's working for foreign countries as they try to influence foreign policy in this country. And now it's being more attention paid to it. It's being enforced. But I come to the floor today, as I'm going to explain to you, because we had a recent court decisions that have made it even weaker than it should be, intended to be. Since 2015, to give you a little history of my involvement with this issue, over 4 Congresses, I've investigated potential FARA violations to ensure the Justice Department equally enforces FARA without regard to power, party, and privilege. In 2017, as chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I held a FARA oversight hearing which contributed to the Disclosing Foreign Influence Act that year. I also introduced the bipartisan Foreign Agents Disclosure and Registration Enhancement Act in 2019, which was supported on both sides by the Senate Judiciary Committee and the Senate Intelligence Committee. The chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee also signed off on that legislation. So then Senator Cornyn and I requested unanimous consent to pass that bill at that time. However, then ranking member of the Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Menendez, objected. The Foreign Agents Disclosure and Registration Enhancement Act is one of several FARA bills that I've sought to advance. Today, I'm here to talk about the bipartisan bill entitled Retroactive Foreign Agents Registration Act. And the purpose of that legislation is to overcome the court decisions that I've already spoken about. Chairman Peters, my Democratic co-lead, and Senators Warren, Rubio, and Young are co-sponsors of the bill that goes by the number S-2229. The bill overturns a recent court ruling that held a person doesn't have to register as a foreign agent if their relationship with the foreign principal has stopped. It's understood that FARA imposes a continuing obligation for persons to register as foreign agents. Otherwise, once a lobbyist for a foreign country is caught not reporting, it's pretty simple for them if they don't want to be prosecuted or registered. They just have to sever their representation with that country, and they're off the hook. And of course, that's not what Congress intended. My bill, the Retroactive Foreign Agents Registration Act, fixes that problem, overrides the court decisions. Remember, FARA doesn't prohibit any activity. You're free to do anything you want to. It's a disclosure statute. It simply requires lobbyists and public relations groups on K Street representing foreign interests that might be friendly to the United States or unfriendly to the United States in the halls of Congress. All they have to do is disclose, just disclose. They can do anything they want to, but they have to disclose who they're working for. If a lobbyist doesn't want everyone to know that they're working for the Communist Chinese government, then I guess that person shouldn't be working for the Communist Chinese government. Now, it's pretty simple what the spirit of this FARA legislation is all about. It's all about transparency, and with transparency, you're more apt to get accountability. And who shouldn't want transparency? Because the public's business ought to be public, and you ought to be accounted for what you're doing. My retroactive FARA fix is supported by almost a decade of oversight, hearings, legislative vetting, and discussions with the Department of Justice. Congress must send a crystal clear message to foreign actors that they can't hide in the shadows. So now that we have other people on the floor that might want to speak on this, At this point, I want to ask this request, Mr. President. As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Foreign Relations Committee be discharged from further consideration of S 2229 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
reserving the right to object, the Foreign Agents Registration Act was enacted in 1938 and requires individuals working on behalf of foreign governments to disclose their relationships and activities. Violations of the law are subject to criminal and civil penalties. Generally, a person who willfully violates these regulations may face up to 5 years in prison and $10,000 fine. Now, many thought leaders have written about the over-criminalization of regulations, the fact that we add criminal penalties to people with paper violations. Ed Meese has written about this extensively. Justice Neil Gorsuch has written a new book, Overruled, in talking about so many regulation crimes, paperwork crimes, having criminal penalties. A 2016 Inspector General audit reported that historically, the Department of Justice's practice has been to pursue voluntary compliance rather than the prosecution of agents who failed to register under the Act. More recently, though, the Department of Justice has signaled that it is shifting from treating these violations as an administrative obligation to one that is increasingly an enforcement priority. In 2022, DOJ reported that it had charged a record number of criminal cases for this regulatory breach. In other words, what was once considered a mistake that could be rectified simply by encouraging voluntary compliance is now a weapon that can be used to silence dissent by threatening individuals with prison times. Just 2 weeks ago, 4 members of the African People's Socialist Party, 2 of whom are 82 and 78 years old, were convicted of conspiracy to violate a law similar to FARA by acting as agents of Russia. The Department of Justice press release states that the defendants face a maximum penalty of 5 years in prison. And what have they done to potentially lose their liberty? The specific acts they were accused of, including attending an international conference in Russia, publishing a petition to the United Nations on the crime of genocide against the African people in the United States of America, and accepting financial support for a speaking tour to discuss reparations and speaking in support of the Russian government. The African People's Socialist Party was founded in 1972. For decades, the party has criticized the United States and maintained the government owns trillions of dollars in reparations for the crime of genocide against Black Americans. While I don't agree with any of their policy statements or any of the things they're for, I really don't wish to put them in prison. Highlighting the disturbing nature of DOJ's prosecution of this minuscule fringe group, Patrick Eddington of the Cato Institute writes that the party and its related political movement can only be described as bit players on the American political scene, whose statements and stances already mirrored the Kremlin's line for decades. Eddington continues, "It makes one wonder why the FBI targeted such marginal groups with little to no impact on the broader political process, and whether an unstated goal of these DOJ raids and imprisoning people was to put the entire domestic political advocacy community on notice that a domestic group with foreign connections is considered fair game for FBI scrutiny, even if legitimate First Amendment activity is involved." According to an article in The Nation magazine, since its initial enactment into law, the DOJ has invoked FARA, the statute at hand, to stigmatize and criminalize political advocacy that is contrary to the interests of the government. Early examples of this include the 1951 indictment of W.E.B. Du Bois, who was prosecuted as an agent of the Soviet Union for having promoted and circulated the Stockholm Appeal, calling for a ban on nuclear weapons. You can see how this gathers up political speech. You don't have to agree with the speech, but if the speech happens to represent the viewpoint of another country, the speech may be stifled and you may be arrested for it. I understand Senate will be asked to pass unanimously 2 bills today that would allow the DOJ to retroactively require this registration or this paperwork, and another that would effectively write an enemies list into law. Both give the DOJ prosecutors greater ability to selectively threaten disfavored groups by prosecuting activities that are otherwise protected by the First Amendment. Yet these bills have not been marked up by the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. At the very least, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, of which I am a member, should consider these bills before being rushed into passage. Therefore, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President?
Senator from Iowa.
Yes, I'd like to speak to this. This legislation was passed in 1938, and you heard me say in my opening remarks that for a long period of time, until about, I think, less than 8 years ago, when we started bringing attention to this legislation not being enforced by the Department of Justice, there's probably only about a dozen people or less convicted under this legislation. And I heard what my colleague from Kentucky said about this legislation. I think you could read his remarks to indicate that a violation of freedom of speech is we might as well repeal the Lobbying Act or Lobbying Registration Act, whatever the law is of 1946, that lobbyists have to register if they're going to lobby Congress of the United States. Doesn't have anything to do with freedom of speech. What it has to do with transparency. So we know who is spending money to influence the laws in this country. That's got nothing to do with freedom of speech. You can say anything you want to. It's just about transparency and the accountability that comes with transparency. And I think it's very important. I don't find a lot of fault with what Senator Rand has said about regulatory criminalization and too much federalization. But this is a law that's been on the books since 1938 and really hasn't been enforced until very recently here. And I think when you enforce the law, you get respect for the law, and there ought to be respect for a simple little law that says nothing more than we just want to know who you are, who you're working for, and particularly if it's a foreign country, we ought to have a record of who's being hired to influence public policy in the United States as a result of your work. It could be a national security concern. It could be a business concern. It doesn't matter what that concern is. You can do anything you want to. Lobby Congress, but we ought to know who you are. So I have great respect for Senator Paul. And of course, as you just found out, I happen to disagree with him on his decision not to let this bill move forward. I know a thing or two about government abuse and weaponization. My investigative staff has been surveilled by the Justice Department as an example. And you find out that from whistleblowers. You don't find out that because there's transparency of what they're doing. I and my investigative staff have been subject to briefings from the Justice Department that were targeted to interfere in my investigative work. I've seen government weaponization firsthand. That data point shouldn't be a basis to object to this bill. The due diligence has been done, the oversight, the hearing, the negotiations. This bill is bicameral. This bill is bipartisan. There is no legitimate basis for this bill to not be law. I thank my colleagues, including the objector, to their giving attention to it, even if we couldn't agree on it. I yield the floor.
The senator from Kentucky.
Ask unanimous consent to modify the order of September 24th so that following my allotted time, Senator Whitehouse be permitted to speak for up to 5 minutes, followed by myself for an additional 5 minutes, prior to being recognized to make the motion to proceed to Senate Resolution 41.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this year, the United States will spend over $6 trillion while only bringing in $4 trillion in revenue. That's a profound gap. $2 trillion will be borrowed this year. To add insult to injury, Congress spends like drunken sailors without even bothering to pass a budget. There is no budget. The Democrats have passed no budget in the Senate, and the Republicans have passed no budget in the House. We're going to spend $6 trillion without anybody even thinking about where the money comes from, how to budget to afford a $6 trillion government. In fact, over the past 20 years, Congress has passed a budget less than half of the time. So today I will attempt to do what both parties have failed to do, and that is pass a budget. They didn't ask me to do this. In fact, they would probably prefer I not introduce a budget because it embarrasses the status quo of both parties. I'm only allowed to introduce this budget because they didn't do their job, and once upon a time, someone wrote privileged rules into the Senate that says if the parties fail to produce a budget, anyone can. So I've leapt at the chance because I think the American people would like to see us do something responsible like balancing our budget. The penny plan that I offer today will balance the budget in 5 years. The federal government passed an ignominious landmark this year. Our national debt now stands at $35 trillion and grows with each passing second. To put that in perspective, each taxpayer's share of the debt is about $270,000. The government now spends more on interest to service our federal debt than it spends on our national defense. While we spend about $850 billion on the military, we'll spend about $890 billion on interest. We should heed this fact as a warning. As historian Neil Ferguson points out, any great power that spends more on debt service than on defense will not stay great for long. We must act now if America is to once again be a rising nation. But we're currently on a path towards decline. Right now, we spend nearly $2 trillion more per year than we bring in revenue. This level of spending imposes a tax on every American. This tax is called inflation. When we borrow $2 trillion, somebody's got to buy it. Someone buys the debt. When the Federal Reserve buys the debt, they create currency, create new money out of thin air, which when it begins to circulate, causes your prices to rise. This is the tax of inflation. And Americans have felt the pain of inflation tax significantly over the last 4 years. Every day for the last 4 years, Americans' people's purchasing power has decreased for even the most basic items. Since this administration took office, prices have risen nearly 22%, and feeding and providing for a family has become more expensive. For example, the price of bacon and eggs increased by nearly 30%. If you would like some toast with your breakfast, bread will cost you 11% more since the Biden-Harris administration took office. The price of butter is up by 30%. When Biden and Harris took office, a gallon of milk cost on average $3.25. Today, the price has increased by 25% and costs just under $4. Gas prices have risen 22%. And what kind of answer do you get from the administration? What type of answer do you get from the other side of the aisle? They say greed is causing prices to rise, that the grocery stores are greedy and are raising the prices, and we must have government come in and fix the prices. Even on CNN, the mouthpiece for the Democrat Party, economists appeared to say, my goodness, have they not heard of Venezuela? Have they not seen what price controls do in Venezuela? They lead to shortages and famine. What they did to the Soviet Union, what they did to communist China, and yet that's what they're proposing here because they misinterpret why the prices are going up. It isn't that things are more precious, it's that your dollar is losing its value. Your dollar loses the value through inflation because we run a $2 trillion debt. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's a bait and switch. The politicians come to you and say, here, we'll give you this for free. It's free. It won't cost you anything. We'll give you free college. We'll give you $25,000 for a house. It's free. There's no cost. But it's a lie. The lie, the trick, the ruse. It is a lie on the American people because it's paid for through borrowing. And when we borrow, the Federal Reserve will buy the debt and you'll get inflation. So you're going to pay for it through inflation. There is no free lunch. You can't get anything for free. Something for nothing is a charade played on the American people by politicians who just want to gain power over your lives. Americans will pay dearly for Congress's insatiable appetite for more and more spending. The high level of spending that is currently crushing the American family is just the beginning. If we continue down this unsustainable path, American families will be forced to deal with even higher inflation, confiscatory tax rates, rising interest rates, and a weak economy. It will be harder to find a job and provide for a family because the deals made in the halls of Congress will always stick the taxpayer with the bill. Right now, the average American family, their paycheck buys $1,000 less stuff. You've lost $1,000. If you make the same income you made 4 years ago, you're $1,000 poorer because of inflation. Inflation came from these politicians offering you something for nothing. We got to wake up. As spending under the Biden-Harris administration weakened, every American's family's purchasing power is also less. At $35 trillion, the federal debt is nearly twice what it was 10 years ago. That's larger than the entire $25 trillion economy of America. The next 5 largest economies combined. So you take America's GDP and you add the 5 next countries, it still doesn't equal our debt. Our debt is bigger than our economy plus 5 more countries. Whose fault is it? Well, really, frankly, both parties. During the previous administration, during the Trump administration, $8 trillion in debt was added. During the Biden administration, Biden-Harris administration, about $8 trillion is going to be added. It's going to be almost exactly the same when you compare 4 years of a Republican administration to 4 years of a Democratic administration. So really, there's blame that goes around. But there are alternatives. I'm offering an end to the inflation, an end to the debt, and a gradual balance of the budget over 5 years. How much is $35 trillion? How do you even get your mind around it? Well, to put it in more tangible terms, $35 trillion is enough to fill 34 NFL stadiums with $100 bills. So you take $100 bills and you just keep piling them into an NFL stadium till you reach the brim, and then you do 34 of those NFL stadiums, that would be $35 trillion. Government spending is so out of control that even if President Biden emptied the bank account of every individual in the United States, it would only cover half of the debt. Think about that. $35 trillion debt, and then all of the savings of all America. If you took all their savings, which I'm not proposing, but if you took it all, you'd only pay for half of the debt. This is an unsustainable course, and many smart people have been saying this. We're headed for a calamity if we don't do something, and yet both parties just keep plowing on. They call what we're going forward with a continuing resolution. Well, I'll have none of it. It's continuing the status quo. It's continuing to borrow $2 trillion a year. We've had a couple of periods in the last year where we borrowed $1 trillion in a 3-month period. This is alarming, and it is out of control. America is in a historic state of financial disarray. Right after the end of World War II, the world's most expensive war, our accumulated federal debt was 18% larger than the GDP, the entire economy. Now, in a period of relative peace, the debt is 22% larger. There are no excuses for this. Our debt now is worse than it has been at any time as a percentage of GDP. Are we certain that if a crisis erupts, if there were a war that we were participating in, another pandemic, God forbid, or some other catastrophe, that we will be able to borrow enough to meet the challenge? Without a drastic change of course, fiscal ruin is only a matter of time. America's leading financial minds have already sounded the alarm. The chairman of the Federal Reserve said that federal spending is on an unsustainable path, and it is past time for Congress to correct it. The CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, America's largest bank, warned that the Federal Reserve must reduce its deficits before lenders finally say enough is enough and stop loaning the government money. Now you ask, how will this occur? Will it occur suddenly or gradually? Will we gradually lose our dominance? Will we gradually no longer be the reserve currency of the world? Or will we show up on a Friday to sell the debt and no one buys it? The Federal Reserve will always buy it. People say, oh, the Federal Reserve will buy it. If the Federal Reserve buys all the debt, interest rates will go through the roof, and so will inflation. Even the head of the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office cautioned that our financial situation is unprecedented and suggested the U.S. is now on an alarmingly weak fiscal footing. As interest payments on the national debt crowd out the rest of government's budget, tax increases, inflation, and eventual default on the debt are what lie ahead for the American economy. Unfortunately, a debt crisis will not just stop with our economy. A threat to our financial security is also a threat to our national security. We must remember that the surest path to peace is leaving no doubt in your adversary's mind about your ability to respond to aggression. With increasingly dubious financial health and a large share of resources devoted to interest payments, the U.S. is sending the opposite message, a message of weakness. Yet Congress has repeatedly chosen to ignore the deficit, raise the debt ceiling, fund foreign wars we can't afford, just put it on our tab. That's what will happen today. They will vote on my budget to balance within 5 years, but there won't be enough votes. They'll go merrily along with no budget, but they'll also go merrily along at a spending clip that will borrow $2 trillion. And it will be all of the Democrats and about half of the Republicans will go along with continuing to spend at this clip. Since entering the Senate, I have introduced several proposals to balance the budget. In 2017, I introduced a budget that would have simply frozen spending for 5 years. And it balanced because as the economy grew and revenue grew, you didn't even have to cut spending. All you had to do is agree not to spend more than you spent last year. Most American people would tolerate that, but not in Washington. No, Republicans and Democrats said, no way will we ever freeze spending. What's a business do when they're short of money? They freeze spending, they downsize, they do whatever it takes to stay afloat so they can make their payments, but not in Washington. So they didn't pass my budget in 2017 to freeze spending. They kept doing the same, borrow and spend, borrow and spend. In 2018, I offered another plan to balance the budget, but by this time, a spending freeze no longer balanced in 5 years because the spending had continued to increase. So I offered a one-penny plan, cut 1% across the board. You could probably just cut waste and malfeasance and cut 1%. cut 1% across the board, and it would still balance. That was the penny plan in 2018. But as things have gotten worse, as we got to the craziness of the COVID hysteria, where, once again, Republicans and Democrats shut the economy down and then said, hey, you don't have to suffer, you don't have to work, we'll just send you a check. This was one of the worst decisions that have been made in recent history. No work, free checks, but it was all borrowed. So the spending grew at an alarming rate through the COVID years, through the Trump administration. And then we finally got beyond the urgency of it. People were no longer dying in significant numbers. And the Biden administration says, we're going to pave every road in the land and we're going to borrow more money. So we borrowed $8 trillion under Trump. We borrowed another $8 trillion under Biden. And now you can't balance the budget with freezing spending over 5 years. You can't balance the budget with cutting 1 penny. You actually have to cut 6 pennies. You got to do a 6% cut over 5 years to balance the budget. Even the Biden-Harris administration's own Treasury has admitted that the current path is unsustainable. The math is clear. And I urge my colleagues, do not get in an argument with math. You will lose. It is plainly wrong to stick our children and our grandchildren with a bill for our reckless spending. Thankfully, America is still home to the world's most dynamic economy and resilient individuals. With revenues still expected to rise in the next 10 years, we are not beyond hope. The 6-penny plan that I am producing and introducing today will create conditions for growth and avert economic ruin. Right now, our interest payments eat away at our funds that are available for defense spending, and the budget leaves no room for emergencies. Our current trajectory weakens our national security and drains productivity from the economy. History will remember those who had the courage to make the hard choices now and who chose to leave their children with less of the burden. For just 6 pennies on the dollar, we can reverse this dismal trajectory. In just 5 years, we can restore trust in the U.S. dollar, the U.S. economy, and walk the U.S. government off the fiscal cliff. Vote yes on this plan. Vote yes on restoring fiscal sanity. Vote yes on securing a future for our country.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I speak in opposition today to the budget resolution put forward by my colleague from Kentucky. Last year, President Biden and then Speaker McCarthy came to an agreement on top-line appropriations levels for the current fiscal year, as well as the fiscal year beginning on October 1st. This bipartisan agreement, which included a 2-year budget deal, was passed by bipartisan votes in both houses and was signed into law by the President. So as of June 3, 2023, we have a bipartisan budget deal that is good for 2 years until September 30, 2025. Just days before a government shutdown, House Republicans spent most of this month trying to figure out how much of the deal they could renege on to get votes from their fractured caucus. Here in the Senate, this proposal also breaks the agreement, proposing $20 trillion in federal spending cuts over 10 years, but not a single detail about where it would cut. Republicans are not happy to disclose where cuts would be because the American people would not be happy about the likely results. Cuts, for instance, to Medicare or veterans programs, to border security, national parks, law enforcement, transportation safety, affordable housing, education, and Medicaid. And of course, the drill baby drill climate deniers would cut climate and clean air and water programs. If adopted in its final year, this budget would cut all those programs by 35%. While this budget attacks basic federal programs in the name of fiscal responsibility, Republicans simultaneously plan to blow up the deficit by cutting taxes for their billionaire mega donors and big corporations. Under one hat, Republicans act fiscally conservative and seek to cut programs to reduce the national debt. Under their other hat, they pursue more Trump tax cuts for the wealthy, increasing the debt by $4.6 trillion. Last year, I asked CBO if it were mathematically possible to balance the budget within 10 years, extend the Trump tax cuts, and fully fund Social Security, Medicare, defense, and veterans programs. The answer from CBO, no. The math simply doesn't add up. So that budget exists in fiscal fantasy land. My Republican colleagues don't want to hear it, but more than a third of our national debt stems not from deficits, but from economic shocks, the 2008 financial crisis and COVID. As we have heard over and over again in the Budget Committee, the economic shocks from climate change will likely dwarf those we experienced during the financial crisis. For instance, one caused by a climate-driven insurance crisis that crashes mortgage markets and property values nationwide. We have heard those warnings from everywhere from the chief economist of Freddie Mac to the front page of The Economist magazine. What we should do in bipartisan fashion is decorrupt the tax code so that big corporations and billionaires are no longer a favored free-riding elite. The Bush and Trump tax cuts skewed to the wealthy and big corporations are another third, $10 trillion of the national debt. Without those tax cuts, the debt to GDP ratio, which is our best fiscal safety metric, would be declining in perpetuity. Helping the wealthy avoid taxes is such an infatuation that House Republicans brought the United States to the brink of default, trying to prevent the IRS from cracking down on wealthy tax cheats. If we want to address the national debt, preventing massive economic shocks, decorrupting the tax code, and getting serious about health care reform are the ways to go about it. This, Mr. President, is not. I yield the floor.
Senator from Kentucky.
It has been proposed that there's no place to cut, that all of the spending is being used in such a noble fashion. I would propose that there are a couple of areas that we might all agree on. We spent about $1 million studying Japanese quail to see if they're more sexually promiscuous on cocaine. Seems like we could have just polled the audience on that one. It seems pretty clear, but we can't even cut things like that. $1 million studying Japanese quail on cocaine to see if they're more sexually promiscuous. We spent $2 million studying whether when you go to Luby's, you go to the cafeteria and someone sneezes in front of you on the food, are you more or less likely to take that food? Could we not cut that? We spent about $750,000 studying selfies. If you take a selfie of yourself smiling and look at it later in the day, does it make you happy? One of my favorites comes from 40 or 50 years ago, but the organization still exists and still keeps getting more money. This is from a conservative Democrat. This is a long time ago when they existed. William Proxmire used to do the Golden Fleece Award, and one of his favorites was they wanted to determine which made you more aggressive, tequila or gin. So they got a group of fish, and they fed a group of fish gin, and then they fed the other group of fish tequila. And I scratched my head and said, well, gosh, everybody knows, right? It's got to be tequila. So, I mean, the thing is there any place to cut? Sure there is. Most of these things come from the National Science Foundation. I've been harping on them for years. You know what they did last year? Every Democrat and half of my Republican, who's our fellow travelers, doubled the amount of money they give to the National Science Foundation. So when they say, oh, well, that ludicrous thing, I'd cut that. Well, they're not going to cut it if you give them twice as much money. So there's lots of ways. There's lots of fat. There's improper payments by the tune of billions and billions of dollars. They write a check to the wrong person. They write a check to dead people. I came to the floor and tried to get unanimous consent to quit sending checks to dead people. When we had the pandemic and they sent all the free checks, a lot of them went to dead people, for goodness sakes. Do we ever cut any of the spending? Is there ever any remote slowdown in the spending? Every year it goes up because they care about people and they want to give you free stuff. But it's not free. There's going to be a $2 trillion deficit, and you're going to pay for it through inflation. There is no mystery to inflation. The Federal Reserve buys our debt. When they do, and the new money enters the circulation, it dilutes the value of the currency. Instead, what do you hear from the other side? Oh, the grocery store owners are greedy. We must put price controls on. Well, they should remember the story from the Soviet bloc countries. Man goes in the store and he says, "Are you the store that doesn't have any butter?" And the guy behind the counter says, "No, we're the store that doesn't have any toilet paper." That was an old joke of the Soviet bloc countries. That's what you get with price controls. That's what you get when you misunderstand what causes inflation. That's what you get when you want to pattern yourself after the phenomenon of disaster which is Venezuela. So what I'm asking is we should spend what comes in. It's what every American family does. It's what most states do. It's what most cities do and what most counties do. Spend what comes in. Even over half of the European Union. We think of them as socialist countries and some border on it, but guess what? They spend what comes in. Half of the European Union balances their annual budget. They're destroying this country by giving you free stuff. The stuff they're giving you is not free. There is no free lunch. You can't have free college. Somebody's got to pay for it. There is no money up here. They're not giving you somebody else's money. They're not even taxing the rich. They're just borrowing it. It's all borrowed. They borrow to send to Ukraine. They borrow to give it to you for free school. They'll give you free cars. They'll give you free houses. None of it is free. It's what causes inflation. When you go to the grocery store, think of these people masquerading as Santa Claus. They are the ones that have caused the price of your steak to double, the prices of milk to go up, the prices of gas go up. It's not the greedy grocery store owner. It's the shrinking dollar and the politicians masquerading as Santa Claus that are causing this economic havoc and ruin. I recommend a yes vote on the only budget that will be presented this year because both parties have abdicated their role. My budget balances in 5 years. It's what we should do for the strength of America.